Senators will be in their seats. Clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Baumgardner. Billinger. Lazy. Bowers. Clays. Corson. Dietrich. Dahl. Erickson. Fag. Faust-Gudot. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Holland. Holscher. Kirshen. Cluse. Longmine. Masterson. McGinn. Olson. O'Shea. Peck. Peterson. Petty. Pittman. Pyle. Reddy. Reichman. Schallenberger. Steffen. Straub. Sykes. Thompson. Tyson. Ware. Warren. Wilborn.
Senators and guests, please rise and give prayerful attention to our chaplain.
Please join me in prayer. Heavenly Father, with all of the decisions we face in life, and realizing how significant the outcomes can be for good or bad, for success or failure, we need wisdom. But you make it clear in James chapter 3, verses 13 through 18, that there are two kinds of wisdom, godly and ungodly. Beginning in verse 13, you ask the question, who among you is wise and intelligent? Let him by his good conduct show his good deeds with the gentleness and humility of true wisdom. But if you have bitter jealousy and selfish ambition in your hearts, do not be arrogant, and as a result, be in defiance of the truth. This superficial wisdom is not that which comes down from above, but is earthly, secular, natural, unspiritual, even demonic. For where jealousy and selfish ambition exist, there is disorder, unrest, rebellion, and every kind of evil and morally degrading practice. And then you use two verses, verse 17 and 18, to give the contrast. But the wisdom from above is first pure, morally and spiritually undefiled, then peace-loving, courteous, considerate, gentle, reasonable, and willing to listen, full of compassion and good fruits. It is unwavering, without self-righteous hypocrisy and self-serving guile. And those who are peacemakers will plant seeds of peace and reap a harvest of righteousness. So help us, Lord, to constantly be discerning and applying the wisdom that comes from you in everything we do. I pray this in the precious name of Jesus. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
On a point of personal privilege for the senator from Meade, Senator Reichman, the clerk will read.
Mary and I would like to thank you all for your kindness and prayers during the passing of my dad and Mary's battle with cancer. Ron Reichman.
On the point of personal privilege, Chair recognizes Senator from Johnson, Senator Olson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, I've decided this year not to run for re-election. 20 years, long time. I've been in elected office a little over 30 years in Johnson County consistently. And, you know, your family, when you're doing this job, gives so much to allow us to be here. Had a situation, I was thinking about running for re-election about 2 years ago, and I was at the lake, and had a good night's fishing the night before, and then thought I was going fishing the next day, and had a little situation, and it made me think about my life and what I'd given up with my family. And from that minute forward, because I was thinking about running, I probably would have, but it changed my mind. A person doesn't have enough time. You know, the most important thing in life isn't the number you begin with and the number you end with. It's the dash in the middle. I've enjoyed all the things I've done here. You know, walking in this building for the very first time, very intimidating place. See them big limestone pillars? When we come in, it was under remodel. I was first class that got to park in that parking garage. Sacrifices that people before me made. The things I've done in the House, serving under Speaker Mays and Speaker Newfield and Speaker O'Neill, they all helped me along my journey to get to this point. Some great colleagues over there, Gene Vickery and Arlen Siegfried was my mentor. A lot of you probably don't know him, but not a better Christian guy than Arlen. And we rode together for 5 years every day. And so I miss the guy. Coming over here, serving under President Morris, there's a great man. We didn't always agree on the issues, but he treated every person in this chamber fairly. He respected every person. Susan Waggle, she gave me a chairship and allowed me to do the things that I've been able to do. A lot of chairships, actually. And I've appreciated the time. I'm going to say the three biggest bills I probably touched in my life that I believe are important. First one was the Kelsey Smith Act, working with the Smith family to create that legislation, write it, get it through, and that's in 30-some states in the country now. Probably the second most important thing is the autism reform bill. I watched that bill get bounced around for 10 years, and we got that thing across the line. We had to, tweak the rules a little bit, but we got it there. And, one of the people that was trying to stop that bill later come and thank me, said he is the biggest benefactor of that bill, and he didn't know he was going to be. And the third one was really a committee vote, but I was a deciding vote in the House on putting the mandate in for colonostomies. And I just want to thank how many lives we've changed in this state by doing that. When the people on the outside say it's going to cost too much, we can't afford it, and then, people wonder why I made that deciding vote, because most of my colleagues on my side of the aisle were against it. My grandpa died with colon cancer. But this place is a great place, and there's so much we can do to change this state. The housing bills I got to work on, banking bills, RPS repeal and all the things we've done over the last 20 years, it's a big part of my life. I gave it my all every day. I mean, there's very few days I wasn't here. Last year, I missed about a week. I had pneumonia, and I couldn't wait to get back. But no, this has been a real enjoyment of my life. But now it's time to give that part of my life to my family, my wife, my kids, brothers and sisters. And this summer, I took a trip with my brother for about 5 days, going and seeing all these historical sites of our ancestors. And, not worrying about the state's business, since I didn't have any summer duties, that was actually really nice. I got to do the things I wanted to do last summer. And, I don't know what to say, but I just say it's been a fun ride. And I want to thank all the people I've served with, all the doormen, the janitors, the people that make this building run every day, the governors. It's been a fun ride. So thank you, Mr. President.
It's been an honor to serve with you, Rob. I haven't known the legislature without you until now. Messages from the governor, clerk will read.
Message to the Senate of the State of Kansas. Enclosed is Executive Order 24-03 for your information. Message to the Senate of the State of Kansas. Enclosed is Executive Order 24-02 for your information. Pursuant to Article 2, Section 14B of the Constitution of the State of Kansas, I hereby return Senate Bill 28 with my signature approving the bill, except for the items enumerated below.
I'm going to need you to pause for a minute because I missed a side script. So on Senate Bill 287, we have a motion. Senator Gossage.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate not adopt the Conference Committee report on SB 287 and request a new Conference Committee be appointed.
For the motion, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Second conferees on part of the Senate, Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage, Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson, and Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty. Apologize for the interruption. Clerk may continue reading.
With my signature approving the bill, except for the items enumerated below. Legislature impeding local control of school districts. Section 26E has been line item vetoed in its entirety. Governor's Department and Adjutant General's Department, Southwest Border Mission. Section 29B has been line item vetoed in its entirety. The portion of Section 120A that reads as follows has been line item vetoed. Southwest Border Mission. The portion of Section 121A that reads as follows has been line item vetoed. Any unencumbered balance in the Southwest Border Mission account in excess of $100 as of June 30th, 2024 is hereby reapportioned for fiscal year 2025. Office of the Attorney General and Kansas Department for Aging and Disability Services, Kansas Fights Addictions Fund, Section 31D, Section 83BB, and Section 83CC have been line item vetoed in their entirety. The portion of Section 32B that reads as followed has been line item vetoed. The portions of 83B that read as followed have been line item vetoed. Valley Hope Substance Fund, Use Disorder Fund, $2,500,000. Indigent Support Fund, $5 million. Office of the State Treasurer, Pregnancy Compassion Awareness Program, Section 35A has been line item vetoed in its entirety. Office of the State Treasurer, Build Kansas Changes, Sections 35D, Section 35E, Section 36, Section 37, and Section 38 have been line item vetoed in their entirety. The Kansas Corporation Commission and demolition of 2 habitable structures in Augusta, Kansas, the portion of Section 53A that reads as follows has been line item vetoed. The Kansas Department of Commerce, or the Youth Career Exploration, The portion of Section 68A that reads as followed has been line item vetoed. The Youth Career Exploration, $500,000. Kansas Department of Commerce, University Star Bonds, Section 68N and Section 69D have been line item vetoed in their entirety. The Kansas Department of Commerce Child Care Pilot Program, the portion of Section 68A that reads as followed has been line item vetoed. The Kansas Department of Commerce Air Development Fund, the portion of Section 68C that reads as followed has been line item vetoed. The Kansas Air Development Incentive Program Fund. Section 68M has been line item vetoed in its entirety. The Kansas Department of Aging and Disability Services Mental Health Intervention Team Pilot, the portion of Section 83A that reads as followed has been line item vetoed. The Kansas Department for Aging and Disability Services, limiting provider input for behavioral health services, Section 83W has been line item vetoed in its entirety. For the Kansas Department of Aging and Disability Services, the changes to targeted case management, Section 83AA has been line item vetoed in its entirety. The Kansas Department for Aging and Disability Services, for the Fiscal Disability and I-DD waiver, Section 83DD and Section 83EE have been line item vetoed in their entirety. The Department for Children and Families Competitive Grant Funding, the portion of Section 86A that reads as follows, has been line item vetoed. The Department for Children and Families Impermissible Use of TANF Funds, the portion Section 86B that reads as follows, has been line item vetoed. For Kansas State University, or JET, the portion of Section 100A that reads as follows has been line item vetoed. The Kansas State University College of Aviation JET. The Kansas State University Central Immersive Training Hub, the portion of Section 100A that reads as follows has been line item vetoed. The Central Immersive Training Hub. The Emporia State University, Emporia State Model Investment Account, the portion of Section 106A that reads as follows has been line item vetoed. The Emporia State Model Investment Account. The University of Kansas Medical Center residency funding, the portion of Section 112A that reads as follows has been line item vetoed. The KUMC Wichita Residency Program. The Kansas Board of Regents Osteopathic Service Scholarship, the portion of Section 116A that reads as follows has been line item vetoed. The Osteopathic Service Scholarship. The Kansas Board of Regents, or the Kansas Promise Scholarship and Kansas Comprehensive Grant, Section 116H has been line item vetoed in its entirety. The Adjutant General's Department Shooting Team Grants, the portion of Section 121A that reads as follows has been line item vetoed, the Shooting Team Grants. The Kansas Highway Patrol Act, or the Salina Campus Reconfiguration, Section 124 has been line item vetoed in its entirety by the Governor, Laura Kelly, dated April 24th, 2024. Regarding the veto of the House substitute for Senate Bill 233, this divisive legislation targets a small group of Kansans by placing government mandates on them and dictating to parents how to best raise and care for their children. I do not believe it is conservative value, and it's certainly not a Kansas value. To be clear, this legislation tramples parental rights. The last place that I would want to be as a politician is between a parent and a child who needed medical care of any kind. And yet, this is exactly what this legislation does. If this legislature paid this much attention to the other 99.8% of students, we'd have the best schools on earth. Therefore, under Article 2, Section 14A of the Constitution, I hereby veto House substitute for Senate Bill 233 by the Governor, Laura Kelly, April 12, 2024. Regarding veto of House substitute for Senate Bill 271, Senate Bill 271 restricts the purchase of drone technology and, quote, critical components, unquote, including replacement parts, from countries of concern by government agencies and law enforcement entities. While the legislation is well-intentioned, it uses overly broad definitions, which will end up placing significant burdens on these government consumers, including law enforcement organizations that depend on drone technology to provide essential services and keep Kansans safe. The legislation requires these consumers to know what goes into each targeted item, down to the individual component, microchip, and processor. There are, however, ways to achieve the goals of this legislation without placing undue burdens on agencies, local units of government, and law enforcement through avenues like the regular procedural process. This work is underway and will address the underlying concerns of this bill. Therefore, under Article 2, Section 14A of the Constitution, I hereby veto House substitute for Senate Bill 271 by the Governor, Laura Kelly, dated April 24th, 2024. Regarding veto of Senate Bill 434, I have serious concerns that deregulating sugaring a hair removal technique that may be performed on minors, could lead to safety and sanitation problems. We have a responsibility to protect Kansans, and this deregulation would threaten the health and safety of Kansans, particularly our children. Under the purview of the Kansas Board of Cosmetology, sugaring practices are required to adhere to the same health and safety standards as other cosmetologists and estheticians. They are subject to criminal background checks and training prior to the successful completion of exams to earn the state licensure. Deregulating sugaring risks contamination, improper infection control, and potential safety issues involving minors. I am not willing to undermine the Kansas Board of Cosmetology's experience or threaten the long-term health and safety of Kansans who receive sugaring services. Therefore, under Article 2, Section 14A of the Constitution, I hereby veto Senate Bill 434 by the Governor, Laura Kelly, dated April 12, 2024. Regarding the veto of Senate Bill 473, while I support the goal of reforming our criminal justice system in relation to the pretrial release, Senate Bill 473 establishes a minimum amount a person must pay a bail bonding company to be released from jail, regardless of the type or severity of their crime. This requires bond companies to charge an appearance bond premium of 10% of the face amount of the appearance bond, of which half must be received before posting a bond. And after thorough review, I am concerned of the impact that this will have on low-income, nonviolent offenders' ability to be released and return to their families and jobs. The Kansas Judicial Branch Pretrial Justice Task Force reviewed these issues extensively and made important recommendations. One of those recommendations is contained in this bill. While I support that component, the remaining provisions of this bill need further refinement. Therefore, under Article 2, Section 14A of the Constitution, I hereby veto Senate Bill 473 by the Governor, Laura Kelly, April 24, 2024.
Messages from the House, clerk will read.
Messenger from the House. Announcing the House herewith transmits the veto message from the Governor, together with the enrolled copy of the Senate substitute for House Bill 2036, an act concerning taxation, relating to income tax, modifying tax rates for individuals, eliminating the income limit to qualify for a subtraction modification for Social Security income, increasing Kansas standard deduction and the Kansas personal exemption relating to the privilege tax, decreasing the normal tax rate relating to property tax, increasing the extent of exemption for residential property from the statewide local school levy, decreasing the rate of ad valorem tax imposed by a school district, abolishing the local ad valorem tax reduction fund and the county and city revenue sharing fund, and providing for certain transfers to the state school district finance fund, relating to sales and compensation use tax, reducing the state rate tax on sales of food and food ingredients, modifying the percent credited to the state highway fund from revenue collected, amending KSA 65-163J, 65-3306, 65-3327, 75-2556, 79-1107, 79-1108, and 79-1479, and KSA 2023 Supplement 72-5142, 74-8768, 79-201X, 79-2988, 79-32110, 79-32117, 79-32119, 79-3221, 79-3603, 79-3603D, 79-3620, 79-3703, and 79-3710, and repealing the existing sections, also repealing KSA 19-2694, 79-2960, 79-2961, 79-2962, 79-2965, 79-2966, and 79-2067, and KSA 2023 Supplement 79-2959 and 79-2964, received April 24, 2024, and read April 25, 2024. Quote, while I appreciate the bipartisan effort that went into this tax and cut package and support many of the provisions included, I cannot sign into law a bill that jeopardizes our state's future fiscal stability. I have said repeatedly that I will do everything in my power to prevent our state from the fiscal mismanagement of previous administrations. Since becoming governor, my administration has been laser focused on getting us back on track, so we don't go back to the days of 4-day school weeks, crumbling roads and bridges, and crippling debt. This bill is too expensive and risks reversing the progress we've made. When working on any fiscal package, including tax cuts, legislators must consider the legislation's affordability beyond their next election. The total fiscal impact of tax relief should stay within the tax plan I released with this veto. I encourage legislators to send me a tax package they're up to see. Therefore, under Article 2, Section 14A of the Constitution, I hereby veto Senate substitute for House Bill 2036. Laura Kelly, the Governor of Kansas, dated April 24, 2024, end quote. A motion was made that Senate Substitute for House Bill 2036 be passed notwithstanding the governor's veto by a vote of 104 yea and 15 nay. The motion having received the required 2/3 constitutional majority of the members elected or appointed to the House of Representatives, voting in the affirmative, the bill passed. Announcing the House herewith transmits the veto message from the governor, together with the enrolled copy of HB 2098, an act concerning sales and compensating use tax relating to motor vehicles, providing for a deduction of calculating tax owed when selling a motor vehicle that is purchased within 120 days of the sale of another vehicle, providing an exemption for certain purchases by disabled veterans of the armed forces of the United States, excluding manufacturers' coupons from the sale or selling price, providing exemptions for custom meat processing services, purchases for the construction or repair of buildings used for human habitation by the Kansas State School for the Blind, and the Kansas State School for the Deaf, certain purchases by Doorstep, Inc., Exploration Place, Inc., Kansas Children's Discovery Center, Inc., and the Kansas Fairgrounds Foundation, providing for a sales tax exemption for the sales of property and services used in the provision of communication services, amending KSA 12-199 and KSA 2023 Supplement 79-3602 and 79-3606, and repealing the existing sections, also repealing KSA 2023 Supplement 79-3602C. Received April 24th, 2024, and read April 25th, 2024. Quote, the intent of the House Bill 2098 is on the right track to provide Kansans with sales tax relief. However, the impact these tax cuts would have on the state general fund cannot be realized without knowing the total cost of all tax bills, including a fair, sustainable, and fiscally responsible tax relief package. Therefore, under Article 2, Section 14A of the Constitution, I hereby veto House Bill 2098. Laura Kelly, the governor, dated April 24th, 2024. End quote. A motion was made that House Bill 2098 be passed notwithstanding the governor's veto. By a vote of 99 yeas and 20 nays, the motion having received the required 2/3 constitutional majority of the members elected or appointed to the House of Representatives, voting in the affirmative, the bill passed.
The chair now recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With new data coming out daily, this Help Not Harm bill, SB 233, is more crucial than ever, as we are protecting children from irreversible experimentation. SB 233 disallows medical procedures for the purpose of transitioning a child's perceived gender. It does not forbid mental health therapy to help these children. This veto message of the governor have been read. I move SB 233 be passed, notwithstanding the governor's veto.
You have heard the motion. Are there any questions? Chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Holscher.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. You know, we've had 3 weeks to think about these vetoes that we'll be faced with today, potential overrides, and I'm quite confident during that time period that everybody in this body heard from individuals in their districts as well as across the state asking them to sustain the veto on this bill. And in its context, this bill is overly broad in that it would additionally not only punish those seeking care, but it would also punish physicians, teachers, and social workers. And again, the punishment to the children are those who are seeking this care, them who cannot access it. But the other thing that I hope this body really considers is the fact that during hearing, we heard from a handful of people, mainly out of state, about the concerns with transitioning. But overwhelmingly, we had dozens and dozens of Kansans saying, do not enact this. This is life-saving care that is needed. So I hope during the course of the past 3 weeks that as senators, we've really considered the outreach we've received from constituents and will vote to sustain the veto. Thank you.
Chair recognizes the senator from Sedgwick, Senator Ware.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. It is my opinion that the Kansas Legislature should uphold home rule as a guiding principle. Instead, here is yet another attempt to ignore local control. This bill ignores, or should I say tramples, on the rights of some Kansas citizens to live peaceably, lawfully, and free to make their own decisions about their own bodies. Every major medical association and leading World Health Authority supports health care for transgender people and youth. This bill singles out an already vulnerable group. These brave young Kansans who are simply trying to be true to themselves are abused both verbally and physically on a regular basis. Research has already identified that due to the societal mistreatment, transgender youth have higher rates of suicide attempts and completions than their peers. A 2022 study of transgender and non-binary youth ages 13 to 20 found that receiving gender-affirming care was associated with a 60% lower likelihood of moderate or severe depression and a 73% lower likelihood of suicidality. In another study in 2023, just last year, the transgender youth revealed that transgender youth, 41% of them reported that they seriously considered attempting suicide in that year. 41%. Beyond that, studies show that the percentage of transgender youth who have attempted suicide is close to 30%. That is over 4 times higher than the national average of 7 to 8%. Let me repeat that. Transgender youth, 30%. National average, 7 to 8%. This bill would add yet another layer of stress and difficulty to their lives, would have to be increasing those numbers. Given that transgender affirming care can mitigate these devastating outcomes, my question, Mr. Vice President, is a simple one that I've asked before. What is the acceptable number of youth suicides?
The chair now recognizes Senator from Johnson, Senator Minority Leader Sykes.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I think we all know where we are on this, but I just want to reiterate that research consistently shows that supportive environments, I have heard from hundreds of Kansans and people who had a life raft because of gender-affirming care, and we are trying to rip that away from them. And people who are receiving hormones right now, they're gonna have that ripped away from them in a few short months. We know research consistently shows that supportive environments, including access to essential health care for transgender kids under the age of 18, significantly reduces their mental health risk. But conversely, denying such care amplifies their struggles and perpetuates feelings of isolation, shame, and hopelessness. Furthermore, these bans undermine the professional judgment of medical and mental health supports and experts who have trained to access and provide appropriate care for these individuals experiencing gender dysphoria. So I urge my colleagues to show grace and kindness for people that I don't even understand the complexity and the issues that they're going, but this was the lifeboat for them. This is what made them feel accepted and able to participate in their schools and feel accepted. We may not understand what they go through, but I think all of us at some point in our life have felt alienated and like we haven't been able to participate. And we are telling our medical professionals that we know best. And I think the majority of us in here do not have a medical degree or even a social work degree. So for our transgender community, I will say there are some who we are in your camp We may not understand all the complexities that you go through, but you have a place in this state, and we accept you, and we cherish you. And regardless of where this vote goes, there is someone who is here who cares. Thank you.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage, do you care to respond?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will wait till the end.
Chair now recognizes the senator from Wyandotte, Senator Pittman.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Appreciate that. I wasn't going to speak to this particular issue. I don't always understand all the issues, as my colleagues have said, that these folks are going through. But I did promise a military mother who came to me just to relate her story on the floor. And she came begging to stop this particular piece of legislation, especially the overly broad nature of it. And, I had to convey to her the sentiment that I've heard here. And she just told me, she said, my kid, we didn't choose to move to Kansas. We got stationed here in the military. And if my kid hadn't had this particular therapy, we probably wouldn't have them around today. And to have to move here as part of their mission to protect our country, they have to bring their kids, and they come to a state where their particular kid wouldn't be able to necessarily survive. And, kind of breaks my heart. Breaks my heart that these military kids come here, families come here, and where they've started this treatment somewhere else, they come here, and it's going to be banned because they don't particularly have endocrinologists at Fort Leavenworth and on these military bases. So, I encourage you to think about that, make this state a welcoming place, let these decisions be between their parents, the medical professionals, and these older teenagers. Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Now turn back to the chairman, the senator from Reno, Senator Steffen.
Thank you very much. We've spoke on this at length. The bottom line here is this bill is about protecting children. And with that, you ask yourself, who are you protecting the children from? Unfortunately, in today's society, the predator in particular is a woke healthcare system and woke healthcare providers. No more than we would ever tell somebody with anorexia that they're fat, would we tell a boy that they're a girl, or a girl that they're a boy. No more than we would perform a stomach stapling on somebody with anorexia. You wouldn't operate and cut off healthy tissue of a child who's confused. This gender dysphoria and its accompanying data is incorrect. It's wrong. It's a product of a woke healthcare system. We have providers out telling these kids that society believes they're worthless and that that they're prone to kill themselves. What do you think they learned from that? We went over that in committee. We had a provider standing there testifying that we were telling these kids that they had no worth and that they should kill themselves. I asked her, I said, well, I certainly haven't told them that, and these other folks here testifying on behalf of the bill haven't told anybody that. So who does that leave that's telling them that? We have a group of people pretending to help these kids who aren't helping these kids. This bill is about protecting confused children from a confused healthcare system and confused parents. That is our responsibility. I take it seriously, and I will continue to support this bill. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I'll be brief. This bill is doing nothing but serving to drive an unspeakable wedge between the sacrosanct relationship between parents and their children. This is not the message that we want to send to Kansans. Mr. Vice President, this is not the message that we want to send to Americans about the welcoming opportunities that Kansas provides. I ask this chamber to sustain the governor's veto.
See, Chair recognizes Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson.
Just one quick point. Parents who face a child who's depressed, confused, sometimes will make irrational decisions to try to save their child. But we've got to look at what these surgeries actually do. These turn these young people into permanent patients. They will forever be changed. And if it happens at an age prior to them being able to make that decision fully as an adult, then that decision is being coerced, whether intentionally or not. This is all about those young people having the time to realize what kind of a decision they're making, and then the full responsibility of that decision being placed squarely on their shoulders at an age when they are able to make that decision and accept the full responsibility. That's all we're asking. We don't know, we do know that there's a lag time between these surgeries and the suicide rates spiking. It's about 7 years. We heard that in testimony. So the initial thought is that, oh, we've cured the symptom. Everything's going to be fine. We have the surgery. Then over time, the patient realizes that, oh, that's not the case. I'm still depressed. I'm still suicidal. 6, 7 years later, you see a spike in those suicide rates from those people realizing they've made an irreversible mistake that's going to affect them for the rest of their lives. This is about protecting children. This is about giving them the opportunity to make the fully formed decision at an age when they can do so. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Chair recognizes the senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I appreciate the comments that have been made, but I'm concerned that just as many of those who wrote me concerned about this bill talked about surgeries, and I don't believe that that is the main thrust of this bill or the concern, because I don't know that there's a lot of evidence that these surgeries are happening to our children. What I'm hearing about is the gender-affirming care, counseling, abilities for adults that are working with them to listen and respond to their concerns and trying to find out who they are. There's certainly some limitations here about medications, but I'm confused because I think that some of those medications are still being allowed for children, but just won't be allowed for children who have exhibited or have gender dysphoria. So this bill goes too far and does not protect Kansans or our families.
Chair now recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage, to respond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To address a couple of issues that were mentioned, statistical data actually shows there are more suicides from children and even young adults after they have started into the transition process and realized it did not cure their issues. We all sympathize to those who are suffering from gender dysphoria and their parents I received beautiful cards and emails from parents thanking me for this bill and saying we started down this path. This was extremely difficult for us. They didn't tell us the full ramifications, what it would mean to our child. Some of you may be aware of the World Organization. One of the main ones that was mentioned is the World Professional Association for Transgender Health, called WPATH. Just last month, there was a leak of their files that revealed the organization does not meet the standards of evidence-based medicine, and members frequently discuss improvising treatments as they go along. Randomized, double-blind, and controlled experiments have not been formed. We also learned that the lack of consideration for the long-term patient outcomes, despite being aware of their debilitating, potentially fatal side effects of cross-sex hormones and other treatments, sterilization, etc. They found also in their records that many of their patients suffered with severe mental health issues, including schizophrenia, dissociative identity disorder, and autism. We want these children to get the caring mental therapy that they need. We often pass bills in this legislature to protect Kansans. We're on the right side of history of this, Mr. Chairman. With that being said, the veto message of the governor having been read, I move SB 233 be passed, notwithstanding the governor's veto.
Seeing no other questions, we are ready for final action. The clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Baumgardner. Billinger. Blasey. Bowers. Clays. Corson. Dietrich. Dahl. Erickson. Fag. Fascudo. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Holland. Holscher. Kirshen. Cluse. Longbine. Masterson. McGinn. Olson. O'Shea. Peck. Peterson. Petty. Pittman. Pyle. Ready. Reichman. Schallenberger. Steffen. Straub. Sykes. Thompson. Tyson. Ware. Warren. Wilborn.
Has every senator had the opportunity to vote? Does any senator wish to explain their vote? Chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Holscher.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. A lot has been said today about regret, that potentially children start in this process and then regret it. That is an area that is interesting when we compare some statistics. Research shows that 1% to 3% of those who transition express regret. But guess what? 8% of patients regret back surgery. 20% who have knee surgery regret it, and 22% of patients who had hip replacement regret the surgery. We're making a decision today that negatively impacts children who are already very vulnerable. For anyone out there who is kind of on the fence, I encourage you to vote to sustain this veto to help save children. Thank you.
Would you like to have your words spread across the journal? Your chair recognizes Senator from Reno, Senator Stephan.
Thank you. I voted yes on the override of SB 233 because protecting our children is our primary job. We do it from, from before birth till they're of age. And today, I voted to protect our children from being mutilated. Thank you.
Do you wish to have your words spread across the journal? Duly noted. Does any senator wish to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll and tally the vote. (27 in favor and 13 against, a 2/3 constitutional majority having voted in favor of overriding the governor's veto on Senate Bill 233. The motion prevails and the bill passes. Chair recognizes the senator from Butler, Senator Masterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The budget bill this year was the Senate bill, so Senate Bill 28, so that'll start on this side. So the governor vetoed, a couple dozen line items. So there's one that I was particularly interested in and would like to make a motion on, and it was the money we put towards the border. We had put $15 million in for some of our guard to be down there. And I had a unique experience over the break. I was invited by a senator from Texas, a Texas state senator, serves on a board with me, to come down and see the Texas border and to learn about what's really going on down there. Because I was, I didn't want this just to be kind of a political game. I mean, really know that what we were doing was meaningful. And it was really shocking to me. So we go to Eagle Pass, which is Shelby Park at Eagle Pass. So that's where you saw in the news maybe 6 months ago, the hordes, right? The thousands of people up under the bridge, right? That's where that was. And we go and we get there, and I come to find out, so we went with Texas DPS, which is kind of their Department of Public Safety, and they also have Department of Military, is what they call basically their adjutant general and their guard, and they're all down there. So what effectively Texas has done, because they were so devastated by they put money in their budget to take over Eagle Pass. Right, see, they went from spending $240 million, that's what they told me on the trip, $240 million a year, Texas, on their border, to $2.4 billion because of the overrun. And so at first I thought, well, so what's our 15 gonna do? And he goes, it's gonna put boots on the ground, because what we can't buy are more people. He goes, no, it's meaningful. He goes, I'm from a sense of dollar, but when it's actually meaningful down there. And what was striking to me at Eagle Pass, so we go up and down, we got to go on the airboats and fly back and forth on that. And you could see, it wasn't, I didn't see the hordes. I thought, what's going on? He goes, once we took over Eagle Pass, crossings at Eagle Pass took it over, meaning the federal government leaves, Customs and Border Patrol, and it's just Texas. Crossings dropped 95%. They went hundreds of people a day to 20. They're moving the hordes to where the federal government manages their border. And then when they were doing the post interviews, they were looking for the green uniforms. I just had to, I mean, I'm not accusing anybody of anything, but it sure felt like treason to me. We have clear laws. And Texas is the only state doing that. That's why Texas is specific. And so I know it may seem like a big thing to us, that 15 million, and it is a big thing to us, because we are, other thing I learned is every state in this nation is a border state at this point. There's 195 countries in the world, and I think there was 190 of them on the list. I couldn't believe, they were seeing stops from Sweden and Italy. Why would you pay somebody to bring you through the southern border if you're from Sweden or Italy? Process that. You can just fly over if you're going to do it legally, right? You don't need to pay somebody to sneak you through the border. The amounts of fentanyl, trafficking, I mean, it is an unbelievable, unprecedented thing that we're doing, we're allowing. So I just encourage you all to please override the veto on this line item. Let Kansas be a part. I got to meet Guard from Missouri, from Iowa, all down there helping. So with that, Mr. Chairman, the message having been read, I move the following line item. Veto contained in SB 28 be passed, notwithstanding the governor's veto, sections 29B, 120A, and 121A. And I would stand for questions.
Are there any questions? Chair recognizes the senator from Reno, Senator Stephan.
Thank you. Question for the carrier. Help me understand how we can take Kansas money and use it effectively in Texas and just to make sure that we feel good about how that money's not being squandered like so much of it is by our federal government in foreign countries. Thank you.
Senator from Butler, President Masterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for the question. The key is that it's going to fund our men meeting their mission, right? So it can't be squandered because it is paying for boots on the ground in Texas. So it's if there's no boot on the ground, there's no money spent, right? It's meeting the mission.
Are there other questions? Chair recognizes the senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Once again, I urge the body to sustain the governor's veto. This will be my 22nd year in the legislature. And Mr. Vice President, quite honestly, as I look at the quality of the work product of the budget over the years, in my mind, that work product has gotten more and more suspect. I railed at the beginning of this year when we first had the budget discussion about why in the world we would be sending millions of dollars off to some soccer organization. And this whole thing about us needing to send Kansas taxpayer dollars to Texas, I do not understand the reality in which certain people in this chamber reside. The good senator asked the question of the carrier of the motion, how can we be sure that Kansas taxpayers' dollars are going to be wisely spent in Texas? Mr. Vice President, we shouldn't be even needing to ask that question. Given the untold needs that our citizens have in this state, the mere idea that we would take millions of dollars and send it to another state, for what gain, I have no idea. I strongly ask the body to come to its senses and to sustain the governor's veto on this motion. Thank you.
Chair recognizes a senator from Sherman, Senator Billinger.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I didn't plan on speaking on this, but I want to thank the Senate President for bringing this. I attended a conference in Arizona last winter, and the sheriff from Yuma County, Arizona, has put out game cameras in open areas. And from January to December, when I attended that conference, they had videoed over 66,000 people come across at that one point. And these aren't families trying to come here to start a new life. I seen the videos. These weren't men, women, and children. These were young men. He told us they're flying in from all over the world, over 150 different countries at that time. The cartel, after they fly into Mexico, the cartel brings them up to the border. They sneak across. On social media, the cartel is paying people $15,000 to go to the border and haul a carload to Phoenix. That's what's going on. Many of these were young men. Some had guns in the videos. Some were dressed like bushes. They'd run and then they'd hide and run and they'd hide. We have a serious problem at the border. And folks, it's time to open your eyes. When we have that many people coming in, we showed lines, 25,000 young Chinese. I never seen one child in that video. I never seen one woman. He told us they know over 300 people on the terrorist list have come into this country. They had stopped them and let them go through before they realized. Folks, we got a problem. And it's time to start doing something about it. And we're not sending dollars, we're sending men, women, our National Guard. Thank you.
Chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Corson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. You know, one thing we haven't talked about is that whether or not this veto is overridden is probably going to have little actual effect. So I hope that folks get whatever messaging points they wanted to get out of it. I hope that they're able to make whatever points on their flyers and their mailers that they are about how strong they are on the border. But that doesn't change the reality that the governor is the commander-in-chief of the Kansas National Guard. The governor is the person that decides when, how, and if National Guard should be deployed. So no matter what we do, it's really going to have little effect. This is, to me, all about just a political stunt, and this is just all about messaging, because it does not change the fact that as much as the Senate President, as much as the Speaker of the House might want to be the Commander-in-Chief of the National Guard, the fact is that they are not under the Kansas Constitution, and that's very clear. So all we're going to do is potentially walk ourselves right into the middle of a lawsuit, because the governor is not going to give up her constitutional authority to act as our commander-in-chief. The governor was twice elected by the people of Kansas. So to me, this is kind of a pointless exercise, and I hope people have gotten whatever they hope to get out of it, though. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Senator from Riley, Senator Reddy.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I just wanted to make sure that we understand that we are going to have our Kansas taxpayers pay twice. The federal government is typically the one that allocates funds for border security and such, regardless of when or how much. It is in their authority to do so. If we are going to allocate $15 million this year, what if next year it's another $15 million? What if it raises to $60 million? Because certainly this isn't going to solve the problem. The problem has been there for decades before I was in this office, and it's going to be there decades later. There are certain legislation pieces we need to look at, all of that addressing it from the federal delegation and federal funds. I don't think our taxpayers in Kansas should pay for this twice with our state funds and also as taxpayers to the federal government. So I urge our membership here to vote to sustain the governor's veto because we are paying for it twice. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Senator from Barton, Senator Straub.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, I'd like to thank Representative Jacobs for drafting a letter last September in support of Governor Abbott of Texas and securing our national border. My question is, what what caused the change of heart? Did it require a visit to the border to have that change? Because myself and only approximately 20 other legislators signed on to that letter urging the governor to send support last September.
I assume that's a question for the carrier of the
Yes.
Senator Masterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't understand the question of change of heart. I mean, I got tired of writing letters. We wrote a letter 2 years ago. We wrote another letter. I think there's been 3 or 4 letters, and nothing changes. I think what was pointed out by Senator from Johnson is like, yeah, we have a twice elected governor by a minority, I might add, but is continuing to fail us on that issue. So it was time to do something for real. I got tired of writing letters.
Senator Straub.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It didn't require anyone else drafting the letter. The letter was already drafted by Representative Jacobs. It only required a signature. Secondly, I also wonder who funds the National Guardsmen in Kansas currently?
Senator from Butler, Senator Masterson.
Kansas on Kansas missions and a combined effort. If it's a federal mission, there's joint.
Thank you. And how many other states are currently assisting Governor Abbott at the Texas border?
Senator Masterson.
I did not receive the total. I met people from Missouri and Iowa. I think there's probably, it was a longer list. There had to have been maybe 10 or 12 on the list of other states that were helping Texas specifically.
Senator Straub.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe it is over 24, and with Kansas support, believe we'd be number 25 unless others have joined within the past couple months. I haven't been following everyone else as closely as I have the Kansas legislature. I do stand in support of overriding the governor's veto on these line items, as I supported it last September, as I supported it last May, when Governor Abbott had requested other states to assist in defending our country. Thank you.
Are there any other questions? Senator Masterson, Senator from Lyons, Senator Longbine.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I don't know whether our $10 million, $15 million will make a difference. I don't know whether the governor will eventually send troops. But here's what I do know. I do know that our immigration laws are a mess, and our federal delegation, our Congress has failed to act. I'm from a community that has over 50% Hispanic in our K-12 system. Those people are friends, they're neighbors, they're relatives. They supply a great workforce to our community, and almost every single one of them went through the time and the effort to be here legally. So I'm going to vote yes for those people.
Are there, Chair recognizes Senator Johnson, Senator Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I stand in full support of this. Our federal government has failed us. You talk to immigrants who have come here legally, just to dovetail on Senator Lyons' comments, they understand the promise of America. They understand the promise of America is the rule of law. And the rule of law is being broken and ignored by the federal government. And it's naive to believe that we are not seeing some of the same problems here that they have already in Texas, the cartels, Kansas farmland being purchased by nefarious actors. 15 million to me is very well spent. It's too bad our federal government doesn't recognize that. It's also too bad our governor doesn't recognize that. Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Seeing no other responses, Chair recognizes Senator from Reno, Senator Stephan.
Thank you. A previous senator pointed out that we've struggled with immigration or illegal immigration for a long, long time, and that's true. But it was incredibly well controlled from 2016 to 2020 under the Trump administration. There's people listening in on this, and at some point you got to quit beating around the bush and tell it like it is. And the reality is, when the Biden administration came in and willfully rescinded the executive orders regarding the southern border or our borders, that's when this problem escalated exponentially. This is willful disregard of the welfare and the safety of the citizens of the United States of America via the Biden administration. Pure and simple. To frame it any other way is disingenuous. Thank you.
Chair, Senator Masterson, do you care to respond? Chair recognizes the senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I would just comment that my understanding is that the Biden administration tried to work with Congress to increase funding for the border, federal funding for the border. I think that's appropriate. I would be happy to sign a letter, and perhaps I will draft one, to say thank you to the President and to Congress for their consideration of strengthening our immigration laws and supplying additional funds for the border. Things need to happen. I hope our federal government takes note.
Now the chair recognizes the senator from Butler, Senator Masterson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I appreciate the conversation and the comments. And I think that, well, actually, Chairman of Ways and Means actually clarified, we're not sending money to Texas. We're sending men to Texas. We're spending men and women. We're sending them to protect Kansans. The fentanyl, the sex trafficking, we see it. We have the effects of it. And to say that we don't send our guys outside of Kansas, I mean, natural disasters, we send help. My understanding, we got some in Arizona right now. I mean, to say that that somehow is wasting our money is just false. It's not much short of an invasion. I mean, they estimated in Texas somewhere between 12 and 15 million just in the last 3.5 years under Biden. So that's 5 to 6 times the population of our entire state. It's hard to fathom, right? This nation is now probably 1 in 6 present illegally. The other thing striking, the minority of people coming across it now are from Mexico. It's a minority. They're shipping them in from all over the world. Venezuela let their prisons out and shipped them up through. We have a Venezuelan gang running things internally in El Paso. Makes sense for them, right? Why pay to incarcerate them? Send them to America. It's a real and present danger. We're a little insulated up here, but it's coming. So just that tiny bit we can do to be helpful, right? It's the boots on the ground that matters, not the dollar. It's the men, because what Texas can't buy is more men at this point. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I've made my motion.
You've heard the motion. We are now ready for final action. The clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Baumgardner. Billinger. Lazy. Bowers. Clays. Corson. Dietrich. Dahl. Erickson. Fag. Fascudo. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Holland. Olsher. Kirshen. Cluse. Longbine. Masterson. McGinn. Olson. O'Shea. Peck. Peterson. Petty. Pittman. Pyle. Ready? Reichman? Schallenberger? Steffen? Straub? Sykes? Thompson? Tyson? Ware? Warren? Wilborn?
Does any senator wish to explain their vote? Does any senator, Chairman recognizes Senator from Leavenworth, Senator Pittman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, or Mr. Vice President. An explanation of vote. You know, a military mission must have organization to be effective. If Kansas were to send troops to Texas, there's no objective way to measure their effect, their success, or whether that money was well spent. I think that $15 million to send troops down does not actually accomplish the goals that this body has expressed, and that we must rely on more effective congressional movements working with the President of the United States to control our borders. I vote no.
Chair, to have your words spread across the journal. Duly noted. The chair recognizes Senator from Riley, Senator Reddy.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. As I had mentioned in my comments earlier, I feel our Kansas taxpayers are paying twice with their federal taxes and now with their state taxes to fund the border, or to, we heard the challenges we're facing at the border, but I do feel we have a delegation and our taxpayers don't need to be paying twice for the same issue. I also fear that if this is the precedent we're going to have for sending $15 million, at least in troops, it might be $60 million next year, it might be $100 million another year, because this is not going to solve the problem. It's going to continue to escalate the problem we already have, and we've already been told that this is a very small amount. $15 million is not a small amount, but it's probably not enough. So I'm concerned that this is going to be increasing in the upcoming years. Thank you.
You care to have your message on the journal? Duly noted. Chair recognizes Senator from Johnson, Senator Corson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. You know, it was mentioned a couple times that we're sending men. First, I would make the point that we have a lot of women who are really honorably serving in our National Guard, and want to make sure that they are included and that we recognize and appreciate their service. But the fact is that we, the legislature, aren't sending anybody anywhere at any time. We never have, we never will. We won't if this passes, we won't if this fails. That is a decision to make for the governor, who is the commander-in-chief of the National Guard, and she will decide if, when, and how the Kansas National Guard is used. And that point of information seems to be lost on many members of this body, so I just wanted to repeat it again. Thank you.
Do you care to have your words spread across the journal? No, thank you. Are there other explanations of vote? Seeing none, are there any changes of vote? Clerk will close the roll and tally the vote. Twenty-eight having voted in favor, and 12 against. A 2/3 constitutional majority having voted in favor of overriding the governor's line item veto on 120 parenthesis A, 121A, and 29B. The motion is adopted and the line item is passed. Now the chair recognizes the senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. The Pregnancy Compassion Awareness Program's purpose is to make pregnant women aware of the services and resources available to them while they're pregnant and up to 24 months after giving birth. The services include counseling and mentoring, care coordination, educational resources, housing, transportation, child care, job training, GED certification. They also provide car seats, cribs, diapers and formula, maternity clothes, many resources and educational opportunities for these women and their families as they go through a pregnancy. But the House and the Senate had the $2 million a year requested in their budget. And with that, the message having been read, I move the following line item veto contained in SB 28 be passed notwithstanding the governor's veto, 35A, and I will now stand for questions.
You've heard the motion. Are there questions for the Senator from Sedgwick? Seeing none, any closing remarks, Senator? So I didn't see, got a block going on there. Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I do understand that we want to be concerned about Kansas women, their children, our families. What evidence do we have in terms of data of what are the situations that people are finding themselves in Kansas? What are the concerns for pregnant women here in Kansas?
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. President. The concerns that we hear are those that we hear for a population that is struggling financially with the emotional resources, the emotional toll that this takes. Sometimes an unplanned pregnancy can have on a family. So the counseling and the coordination of care and then just walking side by side and providing some of those resources and taking some of the burden off of that situation is the concern this addresses. And we do have data. There is a reporting requirement, and we have the first report that has not been finally drafted yet on the number of people that these pregnancy resource centers help.
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. President. The information that I have heard during this legislative session from the Kansas Health Institute, from some individuals who had a session here, was that Kansas has a disparity in terms of maternal health, also maternal deaths between many of our citizens, but the number and the percentage of those maternal deaths is higher for Native Americans and for individuals who are Black. So I recognize that we need to work on healthcare, but I want to start with the information that I've been made aware of, that we have disparities. That's my concern about how this money is being spent. Thank you.
Further questions or comments? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. President. If you're concerned about disparities, you should support this. There are over 50 pregnancy resource centers across the state who serve every person from any walk of life to help them overcome those disparities, to help them, connect them to medical care. These are social service organizations that are there to support these families in any need that they may have during this time. And so with that, I close. Thank you, Mr. President.
We're ready for final action. Clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Baumgardner. Billinger. Blasey. Bowers. Clays. Corson. Dietrich. Dahl. Erickson. Fag. Faust-Gudot. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Holland. Holscher. Urshan. Cluse. Longbine. Masterson. McGinn. Olson. O'Shea. Peck. Peterson. Petty. Pittman. Pyle. Reddy. Reichman. Schallenberger. Steffen. Straub. Sykes. Thompson. Tyson. Ware. Warren. Wilborn.
Has every senator had an opportunity to vote? Senator from Meade, Senator Reichman.
I vote aye.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
I'd like to explain my vote.
Please proceed.
Crisis pregnancy centers are nonprofit organizations that present themselves as healthcare clinics, and they do provide counseling. But the number one thing that would help with unwanted pregnancy is contraception, and this is one item that they are not allowed to provide for women, so I vote no.
Are there further explanations of vote? Changes of vote? Seeing none, clerk will close the roll, tally the vote. (28) having voted in favor and 11 opposed. A 2/3 constitutional majority having voted in favor of overriding the governor's line item veto on 35A, the motion is adopted and the line item is passed. Chair recognizes a senator from Sherman, Senator Billinger.
Thank you, Mr. President. The message having been read, I move the following line item veto contained in Senate Bill 28 be passed, notwithstanding the governor's veto, 83DD and 83EE.
Please explain.
Thank you. The IDD and the PD lists continue to grow year after year after year. Our waiting lists have not been coming down at all. In 2016, we had 3,452 IDD children waiting for services. This year, in 2024, that's risen to 5,279. This legislation includes an addition of 500 for the IDD and 500 for the PD for new slots. Even with these new slots, we're not going to gain ground. We're still going to be just barely keeping ahead of it. And I do appreciate the fact that we went ahead and added the 500 slots. When our mega budget came out, the governor had put zero slots. And after a number of folks in this chamber raising Cain about the fact that there were zero in there, the number was thrown out of 250, but thanks to the House and the work of the Senate Committee on KDADS, 500 slots were added to this. And even with the added slots, like I mentioned, it still takes way too long. I've had folks in my office that have told me they've been waiting 13 years for services. Folks, we just can't continue to kick this down the road. This cannot continue to be kicked. And I am really glad that the governor did okay 500 more slots for the PD and the ID. She came a long ways from 0. So I do appreciate that. The piece that she didn't like that was vetoed in here is a cap that says that we will not go over 4,800. We'll stay under 4,800. I think it's important that we try to do something here because what we have done obviously has not worked. And we owe it to these folks. Yes, it will cost a little money. The PD over the next 2 years would cost about little over $4 million. The IDD would cost a little over $32 million. Total them up, it's about $36,500,000. Folks, we put $38 million into a soccer tournament. And if we can't put dollars in here for the IDD and the PD, we better refocus. And I believe that this is a step to try to get us to do better, because we must do better. We're failing this community. And with that, Mr. President, I stand for questions.
You've heard the motions. Are the questions for the senator from Sherman? Senator from Leavenworth, Senator Pittman.
Thank you, Mr. President. Appreciate the Chairman of Ways and Means bringing this up. I want to first say I'm glad the governor put in the 500 slots, 250 for PDD and 250 for IDD. I think that was super important for our folks out there. I actually have a good in faith question here. I heard about the caps, and I think the governor wrote about the caps, and it made me question, is this a good idea? If we force a cap onto this process, we're going to fund it. We're going to be forced to fund it, but we also are putting a cap so that we're limiting the number of folks that can get on these lists. And I'm really worried that by putting an arbitrary cap in here, we're going to limit the people who have access to these resources, because some folks will enroll on these lists, you know, when their kids with these conditions are in high school, maybe in elementary school, so that they are on the list waiting for their spot, which might come when they get to be 21. And we might start capping these folks and arbitrarily shoot ourselves in the foot with an unintended consequence of not allowing these folks to be on the list. I'm asking the good senator who's making this motion, is this true? Is this how you see it happening? Because I don't think that's a good thing, but I want to hear if that's, maybe I'm misinterpreting this.
Senator from Sherman.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you for the question. You know, here's what the governor said in her letter was, these waivers are alarming and require immediate solutions. Well, I don't disagree with that. We're not going to try to hurt other folks. The whole point is we've got to add slots, we've got to add capacity, we've got to do better. And when I look at the numbers, 2016 increase 489. 2017, 485, 2018, 37, 2019, 265, 2020, 101, 2021, 488, 2022, 21, 2023, 561, 2024, 233. We're losing ground. You know, we went from 3,452 to 5,279 from 2016 to 2024. It's 8 years. Yeah, this may be a little uncomfortable for the folks at ks that handle this, but I think it's time. If not now, when?
Senator from Leavenworth.
Agreed, it's time. Certainly do. We have the ability to allocate a lot more money to this. We didn't. We could have. I think that by putting an arbitrary cap on this, we might be trying to send a message, but we have an unintended consequence of potentially limiting the number of people who get enrolled on this list. We don't want to stop the growth of the list per se. That doesn't solve the problem. It just misdirects it and it avoids the problem. And that's what I'm talking about is I don't really honestly understand how putting a cap on the number of folks on it helps solve that problem. If we really want to set an objective, I feel like we should have a policy, move it through committee, and really redirect how we do this process versus arbitrarily setting a cap. And then let's get behind it and fund this thing. And let's take care of this list. It is high time, and I do agree with the Senator on that. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Olson.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, we tackled airports this year, movie halls, a lot of things. This is one thing we haven't really set a priority on for a long time. You know, we've had the money. We're going to pass a big tax plan probably sometime, either now or this summer when we come back. But we've got the money right now to take care of these kids. When we pass that tax plan, there's not going to be revenue to take care of these waivers. Yeah, I'm not going to be for putting the caps on because I think some people will be left out. But I think these kids that need our help now, we're doing very little for. I'm not going to say nothing because we are adding. But we're in a position right now, and I think them taxpayers out there would expect us to take care of these kids first before we're reducing taxes and put ourselves in a position to where we're not going to be able to take care of these kids in the next couple of years. I bet you all look back in 5 or 10 years and the list will still be the same. We could knock this out today. We've had the money for the last few years. We just chose to spend it in other ways, on airports, on pet projects all across this state. We've had plenty of money to take care of this, but them pet projects come first. That's how you pass budgets. That's how you get things done. I'm sure someone got a ramp in or a bridge here or something for some constituent that's going to get them reelected. These are the people that need our help. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator from Miami, Senator Baumgardner.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I do support action on this particular veto. And I think it's interesting, we say that we have the money, we have the ability. And when we look at the governor's comments, she states, continually adding slots to these waivers haphazardly or thoughtlessly capping the wait list number will not be sufficient or sustainable. There have been a lot of conversations about how are we best serving our Kansas families, but more specifically, their children that are on the wait list. If we want to talk about haphazard or thoughtless, and I did verify this with our Senate Chair of Child Welfare, and she has also served as Chair of the Joint Child Welfare Oversight Committee. When we talk about haphazard or thoughtless, let's look at the agency. And let's look at the fact that year after year, every single year that I've been in the Senate, that would be 10 years now, the question has been asked, where are we on the wait list? But very specifically, 2 years ago, in an interim committee, it's when it finally came out that KDADS doesn't know what the needs are for all of the kids that are on the wait list. When we talk about haphazard or thoughtless, it's that the agency has not gone back and contacted the families of the children that are on the wait list to even determine what are the current needs. We have no idea. We have no idea because the agency still has not completed that task. I'm not concerned about creating new problems. The problems continue to be there and they continue to be ignored by the agency. I support this veto override effort, and I urge the governor to have her secretary get the work done that needs to be done so that we as a legislature can clearly address the needs of the kids that are on the wait list so that we really know what services they're awaiting, what services they no longer need. Thank you, Mr. President.
Further questions for the Senator from Sherman? Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you, President. This seems like such an important thing to address, but at the same time, we have to be not only concerned about those that are on the waiting list, but also the capacity to address their needs. If our agencies do not have the capacity, and that depends on us to fund that, then being able to address the capacity, those needs is impossible. So I applaud the governor for adding 500 to the IDD and the PD waiting list, removing 500 for the funding for that. But to put a cap, an arbitrary cap, without addressing the basic need of capacity within those agencies is not doing a service to our families and is really giving them false information about how the state can be able to help them. So I think that the governor was right in this veto, and I support the veto of that line item.
Further questions for Senator from Sherman? Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. President. In reading 83DD and 83EE, seems that two things are being asked. One, to make expenditures to decrease the waiting lists to not more than 2,000 eligible individuals, and then to make expenditures to provide an estimate of the amount of additional monies needed to provide those services to maintain the waiting list to not more than 2,000 eligible individuals. Why would we not want to have those estimates made before we approve the expenditures?
Senator from Sherman.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, I'll just start out like this. I was on the committee with the senator from Johnson, spoke a little bit ago, and they really don't know how many they have. They don't know what the required services are. I mean, this whole program has been failed. And one other thing that's been lost here is this 4,800 cap. That means we're going to take care of all those folks above that. We're not going to not put people on the list or anything else. We're asking, let's get up there, let's get services for all the folks that are over 4,800 and don't let it go over. And the funding is there. And yes, if it goes over on this funding, don't worry about it. We can do a supplemental when we come back. It's pretty easy.
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. President. My question is then, do we have an estimate of the monies that will be expended to reach those two caps?
Senator from Sherman.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, we do. For 24 and 25, for the PD, it will cost $4,090,000. For the IDD, it will cost $32,490,000. That's the cost. That's less than we're spending on soccer.
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. President. And that includes increasing the capacity for those agencies that can provide those services in our communities?
Senator from Sherman.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, that includes the 500 PD and the 500 ID.
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm trying to understand. That's setting the number that we are going to provide funds for from the state. Are there other funds that will need to be expended to provide the capacity for facilities that are currently providing these services in our communities?
Senator from Sherman.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, all funds for 25 on the PD would be $2,425,000, in addition to $970,000 from SGF. In 2026, it would be $7,800,000, including $3,120,000 SGF. That's for the PD, the IDD. In fiscal year 25 would be all funds $26,550,000, SGF $10,620,000, and 2026 $54,675,000 all funds, and $21,870,000 SGF.
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate those numbers. And then I'm a little confused between saying we have absolute numbers of what it will take and then the concern that both from comments and also from this requirement in this proviso to provide an estimate of the amount of funds that it would take to do this. But I do see the senator from Saline standing, and could you ask if he has some comments to make that would help me with this?
Senator from Saline.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. I think maybe what we're getting lost here is a process issue. What we're asking for is for the cap, and then of course these agencies, the way that they operate, and of course the services that are being spoke about, they would be able to expend those funds, and then we come in and we do a supplemental on it. There are just too many unknowns for us to go in and put dollar amounts in there while we don't know what those service providers will need to accomplish the services to make that stay under that cap. So while we funded a certain number of slots in each, which was 500 in each of those, we also, if there is a necessity to fund additional, then they would just come back in the supplemental and do that. So we do that after the fact on the supplemental, but the funds do get expended prior to that. So we will fund those slots because we've put the cap into place. We will then come back and agree to that funding when we come back into session in January. So I think maybe we're just kind of talking past each other on these numbers, but that's the process side of how that will work. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. President. The comments both from both senators helped me understand.
Further questions or comments? Seeing none, Senator from Sherman, you may close on your motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, I know that I had emails, and hopefully everyone else had some also, from parents of these children that need help, and they were asking for 1,000 PD and 1,000 IDD. And I think hopefully this will come out good, and we'll find out that we can take care of these 500. And maybe next year or the year after, add additional slots for those folks. But like I mentioned earlier, when our budget came out, the governor had 0 in her budget. She did come through and with a GBA to put 250 for each PD and IDD, and our committees in the Senate and the House worked very hard in getting this number to 500 for the IDD and 500 for the PD. So I hope you'll join me in voting aye. And I move my motion.
Motion's been made. We will hold for final action. We'll now move to Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Blasey.
Thank you, Mr. President. As we continue to talk about IDD, I've heard over the break after the governor's veto a lot of concern from parents in my community about the governor's veto of Section 83AA. This is an amendment to, in the budget that protects targeted case management for our IDD population. They're very worried that they'll lose their targeted case manager with this veto. So I ask that the message having been read, I move the following line item contained and be passed, notwithstanding the governor's veto, 83AA.
Questions for the Senator from Sedgwick? Questions for the Senator from Sedgwick? Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you, Mr. President. Could the Senator from Sedgwick elaborate on 83AA and what what it does with the changes to targeted case management?
Senator from Sedgwick.
Mr. President, the amendment that was vetoed, or the section of the bill that was vetoed, states that the legislature must approve any changes to targeted case management. It would ensure that the department does not make changes to targeted case management for whatever reason. So we want to ensure there's stability for our Kansas families and their services that are provided to them.
Senator from Wyandotte.
And can you tell how this would impact with CMS?
Senator from Sedgwick.
Mr. President, I think what's important here is that we focus on Kansas families. This has been something that, target case managers are like family to many of our families. And, I see the governor in her message is threatening that potentially there could be an effect by the federal government, but we hear that all the time. This has been a policy change that has been pursued by the federal government for all the states for about a decade now. And Kansas, like all the other 49 other states in this country, are unique to their own needs. And if we allow the department to make massive changes without responses and communications from families across our state, it could be detrimental. And so this policy just protects the families and stability for our IDD population.
Senator from Wyandotte.
So would this, I hear the remarks that the senator just made, but I'm asking about how this would impact the current corrective action plan that we're under with CMS.
Senator from Sedgwick.
Mr. President, I asked for communications from the department on what exactly had been communicated from CMS, and they provided nothing. I don't believe there's anything that states we're in jeopardy, and we've been doing this again for a long time. Why do we need to change something that's working for Kansas families?
Senator from Wyandotte.
Well, I would have to disagree with the senator. The state is under a corrective action plan from CMS to make changes to the target case management and correct the current conflict of interest that exist. So this kind of language put into the budget would not help with that issue. It would just cause more problems and delay the process. CMS is not going to approve a new waiver if we are not following the current corrective action plan with the target case management. So we're just doing something here that we do not have the knowledge on, and that we are not dealing with what needs to be done as far as providing the best services for our families. So to just put something in the budget that the governor has worked with the agencies to provide current information. And we know that whether we like it or not, we do have to comply with CMS when it comes to receiving those federal dollars that help to provide so many of these services. So the governor's movement here, dealing with the target changes, with the not putting that veto in, dealing with the target case managers was the right thing to do. I hope that the legislature will agree and not cause an issue that's just going to delay what we already have in place.
Seeing no further questions, you may close on your motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, you know, if Kansas providers and Kansas families were worried about the concerns that were just raised by the senator from Wyandotte, they wouldn't be asking us to override this veto. And that's what they're asking us to do, to protect our IDD population and continue stability in Kansas. Thank you.
Senator Leavenworth, I didn't see you standing. Did you? Quick point.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I didn't catch your attention before you made that motion. I'll just say this. I was very confused on this particular point. I went out and got some clarity. I'm going to simplify it down to this. My understanding of this, and maybe I'm wrong, but this is how I understand it, that the federal government is requiring certain amounts of changes on some of these case management cases that are inside of our Medicaid program. The state needs to make some of those changes. Sometimes those changes come along when we're not in session, so it's a burdensome process to come in and try and get the legislature involved in making some of these changes that the feds are already mandating. I'm not sure why we need to get involved unless there are certain providers that perhaps are not happy with the changes that the feds are suggesting. That might not encapsulate the whole case. I'm sorry if that's not the complete understanding from my colleague here, but from that understanding, I don't understand the need for us to get involved when the feds are actually mandating some of these changes in these particular case management. So for that, I'll sustain this veto for now. Perhaps we'll get enlightened next year if this doesn't pass.
Senator Sedgwick, do you have any final comments? You've heard the motion. We'll hold for final action. We'll now move to Senator from Saline, Senator Clays.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We'll work on one down the list quite a bit, and that is the items dealing with the osteopathic medical scholarships and bundle that with the funding for the family residency programs. It's item 112A and 116A. Continue.
You want to make the motion and explain?
The message having been read, I move the following line item veto contained in SB 28 be passed, notwithstanding the governor's veto, 112A and 116A.
Please explain.
Sure. So it may take a little explanation on the governor's objections to this, and they appear to be process objections to where this came in during the budget process. These did come in late during that process, but it was a result of really studying the issues of our pipeline from recruiting family physicians into our schools and then having the end result be that we have family physicians serving in rural Kansas. And the issues that we came up with that we can solve here today deal with both the scholarship program for our DO school and then also the family residency programs that we have in the 3 institutions that currently offer those residencies. And those residencies are designed specifically where over 80% of those who graduate from them end up serving in rural Kansas. So the first item that we'll discuss is it's kind of out of order, but the DO scholarship. So the scholarship is a revolving fund. The individual's paying back the loan, then refill the fund. What's happened over the years, it was started in the 70s, it has depleted as there have been times when individuals were unable to pay back the loans. So we get back to a point where if we're going to have 10 residents receiving full scholarship at $55,000 apiece per year, we would need $2.2 million. Because they're paying that back, that fund can continue to be replenished. So this is a one-time ask. It's $2.2 million to refill the fund. 10 osteopathic physician scholarships would then be available at $55,000 apiece. When this fund was started, the osteopathic medicine program cost less than $20,000 a year. Now it's $55,000. Of course, everything in universities goes up over time. So that's what that piece does. Then second in that pipeline, what we could address is that not since 2005 has there been an increase in the funding stream from the state for those 3 residency programs that then serve rural Kansas. So what they're asking for is simply post-pandemic, post-inflation. They've been covering the bills for this for quite some time. A small amount of support, which is roughly $250,000 for each of the 3 programs, to continue to support the residencies so that we can keep those doctors in Kansas. So what happens is if they end up leaving the DO school, which we've just incentivized them to go to and created the school very recently, they then go out of state for their residency. They go out of state for their residency, they're more likely to stay in that state, and then we've just educated doctors for somebody else's state. We'd prefer to educate them and have them stay here, serving in rural Kansas, and that's what these 3 programs do. So it's very simple, and I want to say a quick thanks to the governor for working with us. This is a budget item. She's worked with us on so many of the line item vetoes, and we've replaced several of those in the budget this time around after discussions. This one, though, just had some consternation about how it appeared in the budget, and I think that it's just worthy of our consideration today, and we should push this through, not because we object to the governor's objection. I don't like putting things in at the last minute either, but this was studied throughout the process. It's not something that just appeared at the last minute. It's just an item where studying it throughout the session, we finally came to the conclusion to solve the problem in this way. So I would ask that we override the governor's veto on this particular item.
For the motion question, Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
So this is a procedural question, Mr. President. Do these have to be joined together, or can they be separated out to be voted on separately?
The motion can be made by the maker in any way. He chose to combine those 2, so the vote would be cast, both are in or both are out.
Thank you. Well, they do both, deal with our medical profession, but for anyone in this body that questions the process of our budget and provisos and things being added at the last minute that have not gone through the process, these both are those items, among others, but these are 2 that we're talking about right now. And that's the chief reason that they were voted vetoed by the governor. They didn't go through the process. They didn't go through the committees. They didn't come from the Board of Regents as a recommendation. Having served on Ways and Means and serving on the conference committee, it is eye-opening how many things do get added that have not gone through the process. So these are just 2 more that are coming before us. So I would encourage you to think about it in that respect.
Senator from Miami, Senator Baumgardner.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I am speaking on behalf of both of these. The University of Kansas Medical Center residency for the Wichita program, as well as for the Osteopathic Medical Center, or medical school. Interestingly enough, we had hearings on these in Senate Education. And that was along the lines of what are we doing to make sure that we have OBGYN programs and training available. And in fact, it was, we had 2 of the professors from the Osteopathic Medical School that came and testified. One was an ER doctor, and he shared that during his residency, he extended it an additional year so he could get the additional OBGYN training during his residency. This is something that if we are really looking at how we better serve our more rural communities with healthcare individuals that have had extensive training, supporting these 2 scholarships is essential. And I can tell you that for 2 years now, the Osteopathic College has come around seeking that type of support. So I'm glad that it is here. Did it have a hearing in Senate Education? It absolutely did. Did we pass out a piece of legislation? No, we didn't, but we did pass out the legislation earlier this year, which was with regard to nursing and adding, making changes to what that payback stipulation would be for any of our med students that are out there in an internship and residency program. So to me, this just dovetails with the changes that we made earlier to recommendations that came out of our committee. Thank you, Mr. President.
Seeing no further questions, Senator, do you have any closing remarks on the motion?
Not at this time. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You've heard the motion. We'll hold for final action. We'll now move to Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson, on 271.
Thank you, Mr. President. House sub for Senate Bill 271 would prohibit government agencies from purchasing or acquiring drones whose critical components were produced in a country of concern or whose critical components were produced or owned by a foreign principal. The prohibition would not apply to any drone or replacement component contract or agreement entered into prior to July 1st of 2024. And when a government agency determines a critical component must be replaced, the agency would be allowed to use any replacement component acquired prior to July of 2027, or July 1st, 2027, if no new replacement component could be acquired from any foreign principal unless there's no other reasonable means to acquire that component. An agreement for such acquisitions approved by the Secretary of Administration after consulting the Adjutant General and failing to acquire such components or otherwise address the agency needs would pose a greater threat to state safety and security than the risk posed by acquiring the component. The country of concerns as defined in the bill are the People's Republic of China, Republic of Cuba, Islamic Republic of Iran, the Democratic People's Republic of North Korea, Russian Federation, and Bolivian Republic of Venezuela. This would exclude any components manufactured in Taiwan. The procurement of goods and services would also be prohibited by any state level agency. It would prohibit them from entering into a contract or agreement to procure final or finished goods or services from a foreign principal except if it was previously determined that there were no unresolved national security concerns and has an effect on July 1st of 2024 and has concluded with respect to a covered transaction provided that such foreign principal has not undergone a change in control or it has a national security agreement with CFIUS or the U.S. Department of Defense. And that would basically cover the entire bill. The veto message of the governor having been read, I move Senate Bill 271 be passed, notwithstanding the governor's veto.
Questions for the senator from Johnson? Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, once again, I strongly urge the body to sustain the governor's veto. This bill really bothers me in a number of ways. Number one, based upon the discussion, the background of the bill, it seems like basically this bill was in fact at least part and brought by a domestic drone manufacturer. And that bothers me from the perspective of, once again, to me, that's a conflict right there. That we would have businesses coming to basically limit the playing field. The bigger concern for me, though, Mr. President, quite honestly, is the fact that we do know we have a law enforcement agency in the state of Kansas, and some of them may, in fact, be using drones that this bill would, in fact, negatively impact. For the life of me, I do not know why we would want to jeopardize the lives of our law enforcement, the lives of our citizens. Drones play an increasingly strategic part in policing and criminal apprehension, and why we would be basically mandating that law enforcement agencies in the state of Kansas, Mr. President, be in fact, handcuffed, no pun intended, by using substandard equipment is truly beyond me. The other thing that really bothers me about this too, Mr. President, is that, considerations of interstate commerce issues notwithstanding, this bill to me sends a bad message to anybody in the state of Kansas who's doing manufacturing, particularly if they're working with electronics and sub-assemblies and whatnot. I can assure you, Mr. President, that when you talk about our supply chains, many of them are in fact international in nature, particularly when you talk about electronics. And yes, while today, this would not impact, things in Taiwan, make no mistake, Mr. President, a lot of stuff moves from Shenzhen, China, other parts of the world that, at some point may politically so-called fall out of favor with this legislature. I think this sets a very bad precedent on a number of levels, and I would encourage the body, once again, to sustain the governor's sensible veto on this legislation. Thank you.
Further questions for the senator from Johnson? Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. President. We did have a good discussion about this bill before our break, but I'm not sure the question was ever answered about the concern for drones and making sure that they were not purchased from countries of concern when private individuals still can make those same purchases and essentially fly the drones in many of the same areas. So was there any other information that was learned over this break about why indeed this is a security risk?
Senator from Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, it's several-fold. Actually, if you look, the Pentagon has concerns about it. They banned the use of those drones, Chinese manufactured drones, in 2017. Individuals, yes, can purchase those drones, but we should not have our law enforcement doing so because they carry the imprimatur of legitimacy for use in various sorts of actions covering search and rescue operations. They can fly in areas that those private drones may not be allowed to do. And we heard from Christopher Wray, our FBI director. He was actually speaking in Kansas at the time we were debating this bill at the last time, warning about the hackers, the surveillance of critical infrastructure, water plants, things of that nature. So our law enforcement agencies, the state agencies, should not be using these drones in the first place. Obviously, we can't control what a private individual may or may not do, but they also don't have the wide scope that our law enforcement and agencies do. And I think that we have to respect that and the fact that we do know that these drones are being used for surveillance and potentially some nefarious means.
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. President. That answer made me wonder why we are restricting the drones and not areas in which these drones are allowed to fly. Certainly when the Lawrence Police Department is using them in the community, those areas are not restricted to any private drones. So we're creating a limitation in terms of the ability for our law enforcement agencies to get better information, certainly on heat sensing, some other things, without really understanding any security concerns. The drones themselves are not sending information to anything except a website. If it's a law enforcement website, I would assume that it's much better protected than a private one might be. I urge the body to sustain the governor's veto and allow our local law enforcement members to have access to the equipment that helps them best do their job.
Senator from Lyon, Senator Longbine.
Thank you, Mr. President. A man of my age doesn't always make the best decisions at 2:45 a.m. And I I did vote for this bill originally as the 21st vote to get it across the line. Since then, I guess I've received some sleep and have looked at this. I'm concerned about it for a couple of reasons. Number one, I think this is an unfunded mandate on local county fire departments, police departments. I'm a little bit concerned with that. As a businessman who is a franchisee of one of the largest manufacturers, I understand manufacturing a little bit, and I have a hard time believing that when you're producing, a factory is producing 500 drones a day, that they're going to single out which one goes to the fire department at Emporia, Kansas, to make sure that they put in the top secret mechanism that will allow them to spy on county roads and county ditches when they have an accident. So I just wanted to give an explanation of why I am probably voting no on this, because I did vote yes originally.
Seeing no further questions, Senator Johnson, you may close on your motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, I think the bottom line is we've got 3 years for our agencies to continue to use those drones and replace parts if necessary. And then through attrition, those drones are going to phase out anyhow. We shouldn't be funding with state tax dollars, basically manufacturing that comes from those individual countries that we have defined as foreign adversaries that may be doing something with these drones that we're not aware of. The fact that some of these drones are fairly sophisticated. We're not talking $200, $300 drones. We're talking $20, $30, $40,000 drones that may have capabilities that we're not aware of. And so with that, I would move my motion.
You've heard the motion. We'll hold for final action. We'll now move to Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 434 was the sugaring bill, and we remember how simple this is. It's the ancient practice of hair removal by sugaring from the definition of cosmetology. If they were under the Board of College Cosmetology, they would be required to take 1,000 hours, most of which less than 1%, if at all, mention sugaring in that. It's just the simple method of temporary hair removal from the body by use of a paste made from sugar, lemon, and water. And I'm disappointed that the governor vetoed this since she signed the eyebrow threading that was all for the same purpose. We've had no issues with eyebrow threading. And also, all that she mentioned was something to do with concern that this might be an issue, a medical issue of some kind. But the Department of Health and Environment would be required to add sugaring to its brochure on infection control techniques. That's already in the bill. And so that being said, the veto message from the governor having been read, I move SB 434 be passed, notwithstanding the governor's veto.
Questions for the Senator from Johnson? Senator from Johnson, Senator Holscher.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I would just ask the carrier if she is aware of the additional testimony that came in after we heard the bill in the Senate.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage.
I don't recall being aware of an additional testimony after we had the hearing.
Senator Holscher.
Thank you so much. When we heard this bill, there were some questions in regard to the safety of this process, and some of the changes that were being proposed. And I know I personally reached out to members of the Cosmetology Board to get some of that information. However, this bill moved very fast, and by the time I heard back, it had already been voted on the floor. And I believe I voted pass just because of some of those lurking questions. I will say that by the time the bill made it to the House, additional testimony had been submitted and additional information supplied. And this is information that we very much need to heed because of the fact that this is a safety issue. So there are a couple of things to consider. And again, this comes from testimony that came in and was heard in the House. First and foremost, we were talking about the fact that when it comes to education, sugaring is considered an advanced specialty that is learned after graduating from cosmetology school. So I know we've been told this is a simple process, but like I said, there's more to it than apparently we were provided during the hearing. Here's some other things that are a little bit sensitive that we really do need to consider. Bodily injury. A lot of this process with sugaring is in regard to some very sensitive areas. If not done properly, this type of hair removal can cause ripping of the skin, burning of the skin, and detaching genitalia, which is a very serious issue. Additionally, no inspections will be done on these now would be unlicensed facilities. The consumer will be at risk with no oversight of the facilities by anyone. And finally, here's the other thing. Licensed cosmetology, aesthetics, and barber practitioners are currently screened for felonies. That changes with this bill. Unlicensed means these individuals will not be screened by anyone. You could have sex offenders, sexual deviants offering and touching people in very sensitive areas. This is buyer beware in the regard to some of the safeguards that consumers anticipate being in place would be removed for some very sensitive processes. Because of this additional information, I would encourage the body to sustain the veto on this bill. And please keep in mind, this bill in the House had a substantial number of people voting against it, again, because they received some very critical information after we had the hearing. Thank you.
Further question, Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is one of those bills that I supported and then got more information and then was kind of horrified at my vote. But just to share, this was a recommendation from someone who was requesting that the governor veto this from conversations with their providers who does some sugaring. But this bill would remove important consumer protections for the intimate and painful services, and it's very problematic for many reasons, including below. An individual engaged in sugaring would be exempt from the practice of cosmetology. This exemption means that that individual no longer needs education, training, a background check, continuing education, inspections, or other critical requirements by the Board of Cosmetology. The only requirement would be a brochure and a self-test. There would be increased risk of unsanitary conditions because unlicensed facilities would not have the safety inspections to check for proper use of germicides, fungicides, or viricides that are required for licensed establishments. They could increase the risk of spreading infectious diseases, sexually transmitted infections, lice, bedbugs, ringworm, and parasites. Sugaring is mostly done for Brazilians, Manzilians, and bikini pubic hair removal, but can also be used for eyebrows, arms, legs, and lips. It requires a lot of practice and skill. Risk of sugaring hair removal includes bleeding, tearing, bruising, ingrown hairs, burns, and infection. There's no age requirement or parental consent in Kansas for sugaring hair removal, and it is important to conduct background checks on individuals providing services that require contact with genitalia. So I had a friend who got to go to Mexico over our legislative break. I didn't, I was still working. I was a little jealous. But they had gone to have some waxing done before their trip and had this conversation with someone about sugaring. And this person said, there is no way I would do that because the requirements are so stringent and I could cause so much harm. So I think this is one of those things that, when you learn more information, you're able to make an educated decision and say that maybe you made a mistake. And so I'm going to urge the body to sustain this veto, and let's look at ways. I do think there are ways that maybe we could reduce some of those regulations, but having no licensure or cleanliness or no background checks on people who are looking at women or men's genitalia, I think we need to have some caution and say we're not ready for passing this. Thank you.
Seeing no further questions, Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage, you may close on your motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would just say that having heard that information on the House side, it not only passed the committee, but passed the House overwhelmingly. So again, we heard some of those same arguments that if we allow eyebrow threading, it could cause bleeding, could cause infection, it could cause, these other things. I will just have to ask the body to take into consideration. I realize that the Cosmetology Board would like to regulate folks like this. I get that. But these are folks that is all that they do, and they are adding this. Also, the burning doesn't make sense because this sugaring is done at room temperature. And with that, I will close. Thank you.
We've heard the motion. We'll hold for final action. We'll now move to Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren on 473.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 473 in the criminal justice system, particularly in relation to pretrial release, this bill balances the rights of the accused with public safety concerns and helps protect our interest in maintaining safe Kansas communities. And if you recall, it has to do with pretrial appearance and a notice to appear citation and bail bonds. So I'll refer first to the governor's veto message regarding the reason for the veto. And the statement includes information saying from the governor that regardless of the type or severity of their crime, this bill would require a certain minimum of 10% of the face amount of the appearance bond, or half at least must be paid before release. And her statement included concern about the impact the bill will have on low-income, nonviolent offenders' ability to be released and return to their families and jobs. Well, to be clear about what the bill does and doesn't do, the bill actually reduces the likelihood that nonviolent, low-level accused offenders will even be booked into jail. Because if you'll remember, if you're local law enforcement and you, under this bill, enter into a memorandum of understanding with your county or your district attorney to be able to write a notice to appear as you are citing someone, as you're stopping them, and you can write the citation to appear, and rather than have to take that person to the jail and work them through their process that day, you as law enforcement simply issue them the citation, the notice to appear, and they go on their way. This helps in two ways. It helps our low-level offenders, nonviolent offenders, get back to their families and works, and more importantly, also, it helps our law enforcement stay on the streets and looking and keeping our communities safe. So if you'll see in the bill, the notice to appear that you can enter into as law enforcement with your local county or district attorney is for misdemeanor offenses only. So it's not for our most violent offenders, and it's for low-level crime of misdemeanor. The other part of this bill also addresses pretrial release, and it does that by addressing the bail bond situation. And how it does that is it requires a 10% minimum to be established when the judge issues the conditions of your release on bond. The reason that's important is bond is for our most violent and serious accused offenders. What's happening currently without the minimum established by this bill is some bail bonds sureties are requiring only maybe 2% be paid as your fee, and then you're released on the streets. So how are we going to keep our accused accountable and show up to court if we're not requiring that they have a minimum of paying their bond? So that's what the bill does. There is, it's a good balance, and I think as a legislature we like to have balance, balancing the rights of the accused for the low-level misdemeanor offenders that you can be issued a citation. Why should it matter whether you're approached by law enforcement at the county level or the city level if you're being stopped? This bill would help address that they can write a notice to appear rather than book you through the jail. And saying that the bill would disproportionately impact the low-income, nonviolent offenders is not accurate as well. We heard testimony of violent offenders getting out of jail with very little assurance that they would show up for trial. So this bill addresses the process in our judicial system of the first cog in the wheel of criminal justice, if you will, and that is having the defendant show up. With that, Mr. President, the veto message of the governor having been read, I move Senate Bill 473 be passed, notwithstanding the governor's veto, and I'll stand for questions.
You've heard the explanation and the motion. Questions for the senator from Johnson? Seeing none, do you have any closing remarks?
I would urge the body to vote yes in support of the veto override. Thank you.
For the motion, we will hold for final action. Before recessing, are there announcements? I would announce, so since this is, we have 2 members absent, so we have, I think it looks to be 6 override debates there, so we will cast those when we return upon recess. So it's not normally we have that kind of time between the explanation and the vote, so please keep track of where your vote would be, and when we get back to it, I will name the subject and the line item, but we will cast our vote as soon as we return after lunch. So before recessing, are there announcements? Seeing none, Chair recognizes the Majority Leader from Cali, Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Republicans will caucus upon recess in room 548, and I yield to the Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Senate Democrats will caucus upon recess in room 287 North. I yield back to the Senator from Cali.
Senator from Cali.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate recess to the sound of the gavel.
For the motion, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We're in recess. Senate will return to order. Do I have the senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage in the room? They have her up. Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage, on a withdrawal of motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. With new information coming in, I feel that it's important that we withdraw the motion on Senate Bill 434.
For the motion to withdraw, the motion to override on 434, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Introduction of original motions and Senate resolutions. Clerk will read.
Senate Resolution number 1756 by Senators Haley and Faust-Gudot, a resolution commemorating 70 years since the landmark Brown v. Board of Education Supreme Court decision on May 17, 1954, which made segregation in public schools illegal in the United States.
At a request to process this resolution before 1, Chair recognizes Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Haley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd ask, please, that the reader might read the resolution.
Whereas, this year marks the 70th anniversary since the Supreme Court of the United States, hereon SCOTUS, struck down racial segregation in public schools across the country. And whereas, in its ruling, SCOTUS determined that separate educational facilities are inherently unequal, and every citizen of the United States deserves equal education. And whereas, this victory was decades in the making, and it was made possible by determined parents, students, activists, and attorneys who worked tirelessly to advocate for this important cause. And whereas, Carolyn Wims Campbell and Foster Chisholm are not only seasoned support staff at the Kansas State Capitol, but are also alumni of the historic McKinley Elementary School in Topeka. And whereas, Cheryl Brown Henderson founded the Brown Foundation in 1988, which has since awarded scholarships, honored leaders, established libraries, developed educational resources, organized exhibitions, and hosted diversity programs. Under Cheryl's leadership, the Brown Foundation collaborated with the United States Congress to establish the Brown v. Board of Education National Park in 1990 and the Brown v. Board of Education 50th Anniversary Presidential Commission in 2001. And whereas the city of Topeka was the birthplace of this important story, and visitors may tour the National Historic Site and Museum at the Monroe School Building, where the Brown v. Board of Education National Historic Park is located. And whereas the homecoming celebration for former students and educators of Topeka's 4 former African-American elementary schools will be held on May 18, 2024, where community speakers, an oral history collection, and activities will highlight the significance of the students and faculty at Buchanan Elementary School, McKinley Elementary School, Monroe Elementary School, and Washington Elementary School. And whereas the city of Topeka is the host of the Civil Rights Summer 2024 event, in which visitors can celebrate the 70th anniversary of Brown v. Board of Education with live performances, art installations, and a multidisciplinary project created by community-based artist Vanessa German. And whereas visitors of the Homecoming and Civil Rights Summer 2024 event have the opportunity to hear Topekans share their lived experience during the Brown decision and how the past influenced their lives. And whereas to access additional historical information on the importance of Brown v. Board of Education, visitors can visit the Kansas State Library. Now therefore, be it resolved by the Senate of the State of Kansas that we commemorate 70 years since the landmark Brown v. Board of Education United States Supreme Court decision in 1954, and be it further resolved that we encourage all Kansans to commemorate the landmark decision that made segregation illegal in all United States public schools by registering and attending the Brown v. Board of Education Homecoming Celebration in Topeka on May 18, 2024, and be it further resolved that we encourage all Kansans to attend the Civil Rights Summer 2024 event in Topeka.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Haley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I thank the reader for giving us the oversight of Senate Resolution 1756, which I'm honored to co-sponsor with Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Faust-Gudot. Mr. President and members, it's difficult to imagine 70 years having expired since what, for many people, put Topeka on the map, Topeka, Kansas, in this country during an era of what was a lot of civil unrest. Concept, Mr. President and others, of there being a just and separate society that was equal for all. You had those who were black or brown or white, but it was all one America. So whether it was a black facility or a white facility or a brown facility, it was all equal. Whatever school you'd go to was going to get the same outcome. But we here in Topeka were privileged to have many men and women who saw that education, that the outcomes were different, and the outcomes for the quality of education could not be defined so much as economically as they could be socially. In short, the decision in 1954, 70 years ago, Mr. President, that was become known as the Brown versus Board of Education, that was by the U.S. Supreme Court, overturned Plessy v. Ferguson, that said separate was founded 1896, that separation was fine as long as it was equal. Brown versus Board of Education is a beautiful mural here that you can't miss here, that is right outside the old Supreme Court room. Speaks to that time, 70 years ago, when the Supreme Court said separate is not equal, that educational outcomes needed to be determined in an environment that would be mixed, that irrespective of color, that there needed to be facilities that would integrate. And that was kind of the cornerstone, the foundation for what would go on to become other areas of inclusion, of public accommodation, of a broader America, an inclusive America. So I'm personally elevated today to join in this landmark decision and to recognize 70 years and what it has meant to not only the fabric of our country, but to the stature of Kansas. Kansas, I don't need to remind any of us, came into this union as a free state, dedicated that all men and women are created equal and that we would not have one that would be in bondage or one part of America that would speak to, based on race, diffidence or decided difference. And we enshrined that in Kansas when the U.S. Supreme Court did, in fact, hold in Brown versus Board of Topeka, that public accommodations in education must be held equally, and separation would no longer be the watchword of not only Kansas schools, but indeed, eventually, all American schools. And so the resolution today before us, 1756, looks back and remembers those and some of those who've been a part of that here in the city, and that we're the citadel of that. And again, I'm personally elevated to co-sponsor this resolution, and I hope that it will engender unanimous voice support from our body, because it is a point of pride, really, for Kansas. Put us on the map. I think bigger than Dorothy and Toto. Kansans have been known from the legal community, from the equity community, not only here but around the country, if not the world, that Kansas was put on the map because of this decision. And I hope that we will all continue that as we strive forward for a more just and equal society. Thank you, Mr. President. If I might yield to the co-sponsor of Senate Resolution 1756, Senator from Sedgwick, the gentlelady Faust-Cadeau.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Faust-Cadeau.
Thank you, Mr. President. I know we have a lot of important issues to deal with on the Senate floor today. However, I am honored to rise in support of 1756 Senate Resolution of Brown versus Board of Education, along with the gentleman from Wyandotte, Senator Haley. Mr. President, this is an extreme honor for me. Personally, because with allowing white children to attend school with black children, and I'm standing here as a testament of that. I'm standing here for this reason of Brown versus Board of Education, being the first and only black woman ever elected in our state's history to serve on the Kansas floor here in the Kansas Senate. So that 70 years is not really that long ago that Brown versus Board of Education was passed, and I was elected to the Kansas Senate in 2009, Mr. President. So we've come a long way. We still have a ways to go. Also, I want to the Brown versus Board mural that's on the 3rd floor here. How that came about was I would invite a few people played a role in that. And so from Wichita, Kansas, I would invite a 4th grade class to the Capitol yearly. And one year, a little black girl says to me, she said, "Miss Oletha, why isn't it some black people on the wall?" And Mr. President, I looked around for a couple of days. I even had Senator Peterson, he's a great tour guide. You know, we went around, and the only picture where I saw a black person is with John Brown there on the outside of the historic cage elevator by the governor's office. And so I then went to Senator Anthony Hensley and Mrs. Carolyn Campbell and John Baptiste and said, well, what can we do about this? And behold, Mr. President, they too were looking at a Brown versus Board presence in our state capitol. The legislation was then introduced. Myself, Senator Anthony Hensley, the previous minority leader of the Kansas Senate, and along with Senator David Haley, and then former Senator Pete Brumgard was the chair of the Senate Federal and State Affairs Committee, and he held a hearing, but it took a long time to raise money for that mural, to decide on the artist for that mural. And but I'm grateful that we were able to have it right outside of the Supreme Court room where that decision was made. And so it is for all children of all races to see what we have done here in the state of Kansas. And so again, for those in the House who helped with the resolution, and my office assistant, Carmen Jackson, and others who helped with this special day, that I hope you'll join us today right outside of the mural, or in front of the mural on the 3rd floor here at 1 o'clock for a reading of a proclamation from the governor. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Haley.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Haley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I thank Senator Falscadeau for helping us to remember how some of us got here by way of this mural. I'd be remiss in not saying that as a young attorney, my father, former state senator from Kansas State, Senator George Haley, worked and submitted an amicus to the court on the Brown case as a young attorney out of Kansas City. He was exceptionally proud of course, the outcome after it came. And my mom, Doris Haley, late Doris Haley, taught high school in a segregated high school in Wyandotte County, Sumner High School. So I'm saying that this marries law, this marries education. This Brown decision mirrors and marries our society in a great blending of various principles that had come together to speak to what now we celebrate 70 years later that came right here out of Kansas. I will reiterate too what Senator Falscadeau shared, that at 1 o'clock we do have right outside the mural a recognition for this 70th anniversary to whom all are invited, schedule permitting of course, and I would hope that we could all be there and be a part of it to the extent that you're allowed. That having been said, Mr. President, members, thank you for your attention to this, and I would move that an emergency be declared, the rules suspended, and the Senate Resolution 1756 be adopted by voice vote.
For the motion, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Messages from the House. Clerk will read.
The House announced the appointment of Representatives Tarwater, Bourgeon, and Probst to replace Representatives Sutton, Penn, and Neighbor as conferees on HB 2663. The House adopts the Conference Committee report on House substitute for Senate Bill 291. The House adopts the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 414. The House adopts the Conference Committee report on House substitute for Senate Bill 419. And the House adopts the Conference Committee report on House substitute for Senate Bill 420. The House accedes to the request of the Senate for a conference on House substitute for Senate Bill 287 and has appointed Representatives Landwehr, Epley, and Ruiz S. as second conferees on the part of the House.
Chair recognizes the Majority Leader from Cali, Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I yield to the President Masterson.
Thank you, Mr.
President Masterson.
Thank you. Just for a quick announcement, the Joint Build Committee was to meet at noon. We're going to still try to make that happen as we debate down here, so it doesn't slow anything down. So thank you for yielding for that announcement. I'll yield back to Senator from Cali.
Back to Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I move the Senate suspend Joint Rule 4K to consider the following bills: Senate Bill 414, Senate Bill 419, Senate Bill 420, and Senate Bill 291.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The motion carried. Conference Committee reports as follows. The Chair recognizes Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren on Senate Bill 414.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Conference Committee Report 414 is the joint effort of Senate Judiciary Committee and House Corrections and Juvenile Justice. And Senate Bill 414 contains some very important provisions. A lot of it is regarding fighting the fentanyl crisis. And let me tell you about the elements of the Conference Committee report. One, it would amend the elements of the crime of aggravated endangering a child and would include adding fentanyl to the list of if fentanyl is present and a child is present, then you could be charged with endangering a child. So then we also have unlawful distribution penalties for unlawful distribution of fentanyl. And it would help specify the crime with respect to the material. Any material containing any quantity of fentanyl would be the same quantity as the quantity needed to prosecute for heroin or methamphetamine. So that was an important change brought to us by our law enforcement community and prosecutors. You'll remember these bills have been to the Senate before. Those two bills passed unanimously in this chamber, and so has the next one. And it is updating the crime of breach of privacy. If you remember, this body has worked a lot on if you are using a recording device like your phone or a concealed device in a pinhole in a wall or a dressing room and it's concealed, we could prosecute you for that crime, thank you to the work of this body. But what prosecutors were finding that if the camera happens to be in plain sight and not concealed and not hidden, the prosecutors couldn't charge you with the crime of breach of privacy if you're recording someone who's in various states of undress. So this conference committee report would remove the requirement that the recording device be concealed or hidden. And that bill has previously passed this chamber unanimously as well. If you'll remember, there was a bill brought to us by our municipal courts regarding fingerprinting for municipal convictions. And the courts had asked, well, for convictions in the municipal court, for violating municipal ordinances related to vehicle registration, driving without a valid driver's license, or failing to have motor vehicle liability insurance coverage, it could be up to the court to discern whether they're going to fingerprint you at that time or not. That would be sort of in the efforts of efficiency of justice. and that bill passed this chamber 40-0. There were some differences in the bill that passed this floor than passed out of conference committee, but to get the underlying part of the bill from our municipal courts passed, that's what was retained, though we had asked to retain the Senate position as well. The next thing that this conference committee report does is it addresses the computation of sentences while you're being detained and held in custody awaiting trial. And what the bill would do, it would specify, again, fairness for the rights of the accused as well, would specify the defendant is entitled to have credit applied for the time that they're sitting in custody waiting for their trial. That bill is currently below the line in this chamber. It did pass the House 119-0. Another fentanyl piece is a special sentencing rule to include unlawful manufacturing of sentencing, and it would be a severity level 1, 2, or 3 felony, depending on some other circumstances. So we've created a special sentencing rule if you're going to be manufacturing unlawfully fentanyl in our state. Another bill, conditions of supervision, that's below the line in this chamber as well, and it did pass unanimously in the House. And it amends and revises the conditions of your probation, and it again provides some more accountability for those who have been convicted. It has been brought to us by the Department of Corrections, and it would require the court to impose the following, or excuse me, the Prisoner Review Board, if you're going to be on parole, to impose the following. You have to obey all laws and ordinances. So these are very common sense requirements that's important to get into law. Refrain from engaging or making threats of violence. Inform the supervising officer of any encounters you have with law enforcement. Report to your assigned supervision officer as directed. Remain in Kansas or other areas as specified by the supervising officer. Inform the officer of any sudden changes in residence. Not possess, use, or distribute any controlled substance unless prescribed by a licensed medical professional. Comply with alcohol or substance abuse testing as directed by the supervising officer and without tampering with the specimen or the test. You'll be required to participate in assessments, treatment, programs, and other directives mandated by the court or supervising officer. And refrain from contacting victims unless authorized by the court as part of rehabilitation or therapy. So there's some important accountability factors for those who are on post-conviction supervision. Another one is that if you are, this is a different bill that's below the line here, having gotten out of Senate Judiciary Committee. It did pass the House 119-0, and probation conditions specifically for your third or more driving under the influence conviction. It would require you to participate in a risk assessment tool to be used to determine your needs and risks of recidivism and determine whether community correctional services or court services will supervise you. So again, it's in the name of getting these repeat offenders some help so that they don't continue to repeat offend, and so make our streets and our communities more safe as well. And with that, Mr. Vice President, I move the Senate adopt the conference committee report on Senate Bill 414, and I'd stand for questions.
The senator has given an explanation, has made the motion. Are there any questions? Seeing none, we will hold for final action. The chair now recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Warren, on House Sub for Senate Bill 419.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. And Senate Bill 419 is again a joint effort of the Senate Judiciary Committee and the House Corrections and Juvenile Justice Committee. And if you'll recall, we had a bill come out of Senate Judiciary Committee sent over to us from the House, and it provides immunity from prosecution for certain drug crimes when persons seek or provide medical assistance related to the use of a controlled substance. So what we're finding is that if a person has been using a controlled substance and they seem or appear to have overdosed and they need some medical attention, we're having seen instances where those around who are able to render medical assistance by calling 911, they're not calling 911 to help the person who's in need of medical assistance. So what the bill does is it provides that if you are calling 911 and medical assistance is being rendered, then you're not going to be charged with unlawful possession of a controlled substance or unlawful possession of drug paraphernalia. Again, that's to encourage those that if you have a medical situation, you can get medical treatment, because if you aren't alive, you're not going to be able to get the help and the rehabilitation that you need. There was a question about whether this would apply immunity to DUI, driving under the influence, and it would not provide immunity for the crime of driving under the influence. And that's because the bill would only provide immunity to the crime of unlawful possession of a controlled substance. So you could still be charged with the crime of driving under the influence. Now, if you have a certain quantity of the controlled substance on you, this bill would not protect you from prosecution for intent to distribute a controlled substance. So it's not going to protect the drug dealers or the drug distributors. So it was brought to us by the, and supported by the Kansas Sheriff's Association, the Kansas Chiefs of Police, and the peace officers as well, the Behavioral Health Association of Kansas, Wyandotte County Public Health Department, United Community Services of Johnson County, Johnson County Mental Health Center, Safe Streets Wichita Coalition, as well as Kansas Department of Health and Environment, Kansas Public Health Association, the Lawrence Douglas County Public Health Association, and many other concerned citizens. So with that, Mr. Vice President, I move the Senate adopt the conference committee report on House substitute for Senate Bill 419, and I'd stand for questions.
You have heard the explanation. You have heard the motion. Are there any questions? Seeing none, we'll hold for final action. Chair now recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Warren, on House sub for Senate Bill 420.
Thank you, Mr. President. And this is the last conference committee report out of Senate Judiciary and House Corrections and Juvenile Justice. And it's an important one as well. And what it does, it's brought to us by the Kansas Department of Corrections, and it did pass the House unanimously. And it provides a program for juveniles to leave the correctional facility where they are being held to attend work or educational programs. Right now, they don't have the ability to do that, and this would put into law that the Department of Corrections could do that, kind of like when our adults leave the detention facility, the corrections facility, for work programs or education programs. And it would have the Department of Corrections put into place some more guardrails. These are juveniles, quite frankly, that they're going to be teenagers, and because of the nature of the juvenile system, they're going to be released from custody and re-entering society at no older than 21 and a half years old. So they are, by definition, close in time to reintegrating into society, and we want to be able to give them the tools to do that. So for the purposes of doing that, that's what Senate Bill 420 does. And with that then, I move the Senate adopt the conference committee report on House substitute for Senate Bill 420, and I'd stand for questions.
You have heard the explanation and the motion. Are there any questions? Seeing none, we will hold for final action. Chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson, on House sub Senate Bill 291.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Let me start by giving you a little bit of background on this bill so that you understand why we've done what we've done within the conference committee and the conference committee report. There's been work to modernize the cybersecurity and internet technology services within the state over on the House side for quite some time. This bill came to us very, very late in session, and we were tasked with dealing with it in conference. And the bill originally, before we amended it in conference committee, dealt with not only the planning but also the implementation of this cybersecurity reorganization. We felt, because the Senate has not had time to go over the process as thoroughly as the House had, that we should just allow for the planning process to happen, because it's likely during the planning process things will change about the actual implementation of this cybersecurity plan. So between now and July 1st of 2026, we're in essentially the planning phase, which is directing all cybersecurity services for the legislative, executive, and judicial branch to be overseen by a chief internet or information technology officer who's in charge, and then the chief information security officer within the branch, each branch of the government. And then also within the administrative branch, the agencies will each have their own chief information security officer. The bill would require the Information Technology Executive Council, in consultation with the cabinet agency heads, to formulate a plan to consolidate all executive branch IT services under the Office of Information Technology Services. And the bill would require the judicial branch CTO, in consultation with the executive branch CTO, to estimate project costs for providing IT to judicial agencies and employees, and that would allow them to also access the CanWin network for all the judicial districts with all the counties across the state, and also make sure that the cybersecurity programs for all the judicial districts comply with the National Institute of Standards and Technology Cybersecurity Framework, CSF 2.0, as they exist on July 1st of 2024, this year. The bill would require the ITEC and the executive branch CTO present these plans to the House Committee on the Legislative Modernization and Senate Committee on Ways and Means before January 15th of 2026. It would also require all branch or agency websites to be migrated to a .gov domain by February 1st of 2025. The exception would be the Kansas Board of Regents, which would be allowed to keep the EDU extension on their website. The bill would establish the CISO positions for both the judicial and legislative branches, and the judicial branch CTO would be appointed by the judicial administrator, subject to approval by the Chief Justice. Legislative branch chief information security officer would be appointed by the legislative coordinating council. They will have certain duties that are lined out in parts of the plan. The bill would require also the elected agencies, the AG's office, Commissioner of Insurance, Secretary of State, State Treasurer, Director of Kansas Bureau of Investigation, each to appoint their own CISO for their respective office or agency. It would require all CISOs to ensure the agency achieves specific tiers of cybersecurity, the NIST security guidelines, on specific dates over the next 5 years. So right now, or this year, it would be 2.0, and by 2030, I believe it's up to NIST standards 5.0. It would require, in the event of a failure of one of those audits to show that they have reached compliance, that each government would have a plan to mitigate the identified security risks. With regard to appropriations beginning on July 1st, 2025, and annually thereafter, appropriations from the state general fund or any special revenue fund of any state agency that is designated for IT and cybersecurity expenditures would be allotted as separate line items. It does address the non-compliance. Once this plan has been implemented, there would be a 5% basically penalty and lapse of any state general funds or special revenue funds of that agency until they mitigate the problems. The bill would appropriate $659,368 to the judicial branch in fiscal year 2025. And the bill would also appropriate $15 million in SGF in 2026, fiscal year 2026, to the Kansas Information Security Office, For the appropriation, the bill would require the director, in consultation with the executive branch CTO and CISO, to determine a 5-year average of each state agency's cybersecurity service cost, financed with state general fund and the special revenue funds, and lapse the certified SGF amount and transfer the appropriate special revenue funds to a new fund that would be the Technology Security Fund within the state treasury for use by the Kansas Information Securities Office for expenditures on this planning. This would also modify the composition of the Information Technology Executive Council to make the legislative branch CTO, judicial branch CTO, and appointees of the President of the Senate, Senate Minority Leader, Speaker of the House, and House Minority Leader non-voting members. Currently, they are voting members of the ITEC. The bill would also add 2 IT employees appointed by the Kansas Board of Regents as voting members of ITEC, and the executive branch CTO would serve as the chairperson. The CTO requirements, there would be a number of requirements for each CTO. Agency head responsibilities. The agency heads would have the ultimate responsibility for cybersecurity, even though the chief information technology officers would have charge of making sure all the policies were implemented. And would modify the executive agency in statutes governing IT to include the Judicial Council, but not elected office agencies. And again, the planning phase on all of this would sunset on July 1st of 2026. So essentially, we have 2 years for this planning phase. It is likely that over the course of the next 2 years, a lot of the plans after the planning phase and for implementation will likely change as we find more details, as internet technology changes, as we find different security risks. And that's why we felt like in conference it was wise to only enact the planning phase now and then have the legislature take a good hard look at it before we implement the whole plan. And I believe that covers that as best I can. And with that, I move the Senate adopt the conference committee report on House Sub for Senate Bill 291.
You've heard the motion. Chair recognizes the senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. The carrier will stand for a few questions.
Certainly will.
Mr. Vice President, can the carrier tell the body who originated this piece of legislation?
Senator Thompson.
This came from the Committee on Legislative Modernization in the House.
Senator Holland.
And could the good carrier tell us, did this piece of legislation perchance maybe happen to touch on any of the other IT-related committees who possess some subject matter expertise on the issue of cybersecurity before it came to this body today?
Senator Thompson.
Could you restate that question? I'm not quite sure I understand the question. Please, I'm sorry, just.
Senator Holland.
Okay, so if I understood the thing, Mr. Vice President, if I understood the carrier correctly, this bill originated from the House Committee of IT Modernization? Was it my understanding?
Senator Thompson?
No, the House Committee on Legislative Modernization.
Senator Holland?
Okay, so in the House Committee's infinite wisdom, did it ever dawn on them to run any of this by either the Joint Committee Information Technology, Mr. Vice President, or maybe, I don't know, ITEC or some of these other organizations before this piece of legislation saw the light of day?
Senator Thompson?
I believe there was some input from JCIT. I don't know how much, and I'm not certain about ITEC's contribution to the composition of the bill.
Senator Holland.
Okay. Could I ask the non-carrier bill a question? I'm not trying to put anybody, but it just, would there be anybody else in this chamber, preferably sitting on JCIT or any other IT-related committee, are they aware of any contact made with those respective IT committees in the putting together of this bill?
I would suggest that if you possibly could, to be more specific as opposed to a blanket request.
Okay, well, I'll just, if somebody wants to get up and chime in. When I heard about this bill, alarm bells immediately rang off to me because it sounds like this bill was never run through JCIT. There's ITech. I'm not sure what other IT-related committees that our leadership could have had this bill vetted or whatever, but I'm concerned that basically out of a legislative modernization committee, I have no idea what type of IT expertise or subject matter they carry on that, and now we have a situation where this bill's come before us. I'd like to yield to the senator from Sedgwick if he can respond to that, Mr. Vice President.
Chair recognizes Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. JCIT had very small amounts of input. They did come and contact the Modernization Committee chair and vice chair came and contacted me and showed me one of their first drafts and I think their 5th rendition. They were continuing to work with the CEDOs, the governor's office, OITS, and the different agencies around, trying to get all the stakeholders on board. This came over to the Senate very late. They talked about having a JCIT meeting for a presentation. This was extremely late coming over, so we did not get a presentation to hear about it. I'm really proud of the work that our committee did by putting the sunset on to stop a lot of the issues so we can have time to take a look at it. As good Senator from Douglas knows, we need to do something. We need to get started, and it's a huge issue. I know in our caucus there was a lot of discussion about OITs in the past when they're fee funded, how they had issues. Well, this is not fee funded, so I think we got it's a plan to start planning that has some teeth. With that, I'll sit down.
Senator Holland.
Thank you. Some more questions for the carrier. So this has been described, Mr. Vice President, as basically a planning vehicle, and that I very much appreciate it. But there is one thing in particular I'm curious is that I heard this mentioned, Mr. Vice President, about some sort of websites being converted to .gov standards or whatever. If he could elaborate a little bit more, and basically, is that money that has already been appropriated for this? Is there a vendor out there already lined up? I'd like to learn more about that, Mr. Vice President.
Senator Thompson.
Well, they want to conform all the websites except for KBOR, Board of Regents, to the .gov extension. KBOR would be allowed to keep the .edu. And let me check, but because of the implementation time frame on this transition to the .gov by February 1 of 2025, these appropriations don't hit except for the judicial branch in 2025, the 659,000 basically. The 15 million doesn't hit until 26. So my assumption would be that the internet IT people in each of these agencies would be tasked with that transition to the .gov website and probably absorb the time that it takes to do so.
Senator Holland.
Mr. Vice President, can the carrier assure this body that no outside vendor is going to be doing this .gov conversion work, that in fact this isn't being driven by some outside third-party professional services provider, this work that needs to be done by February 25?
Senator Thompson.
According to the House, there's no third party that weighed in on this. And again, beyond that, I don't have any specific knowledge, but I would assume that, and I've done some website work myself, not a lot, I'm not a huge expert on it, But I would imagine that the people within the IT security section of the legislature and each of these branches would have the wherewithal to be able to do that without third-party help.
Senator Holland?
So, Mr. Vice President, it sounds like the carrier cannot confirm for this body if, in fact, this is going to be done internally by the agencies or, in fact, this is going out to third-party personnel. So, Mr. President, here's where I kind of stand with this legislation. I am really torn on this. I do not for the life of me understand when we had security breaches, major security breaches. Man, I'm not supposed to say that word yet. But we had something happen to our systems in a really big way, starting with the judicial branch folks last summer. And here we are on the second to last, if not last day of the legislative session. And obviously the Senate knows very little about this piece of legislation. What bothers me is that as a sitting member on Joint Committee of Information Technology, of course, maybe I was checked out. Maybe, the whole committee was aware of this. For the life of me, I do not understand why legislative leadership did not take this proposal and task specifically JCIT or another IT-related body to come up with a plan, because we saw this months and months and months ago. And my concern with this legislation, as so many other pieces of legislation, is when you get to legislation at the last day of the session, and I make no accusations towards the carrier because it just ended up in their committee. But the point is that this didn't even originate in this chamber. Okay, I'm not quite sure how much the carrier really understands the intricacies of the bill and how this works. And my concern, as I've seen in this place, is, is this really the best way to have gone about this project? We should have been much more methodical. We should have done this at the beginning of the session. Mr. President, we should have tasked JCIT or some other IT-related committee, okay, to come up with this, manage this, drive this to a very transparent and public conclusion about what we're going to do. My concern is that there has been some sort of a third-party vendor that may have been involved in this process, and maybe I'm being overly paranoid, don't get me wrong, but my concern is that I would hate to see any outside interest be driving this so-called planning train, okay, to make some short-term, okay, basically work to do for the state. Once again, by ringing the alarm bell of cybersecurity, we've got to do something. So just Senate beware. I don't feel real good about this. Don't get me wrong. We need to have cybersecurity plans in place. But as a committee, we were talking about this last year. As I said, Mr. President, this whole situation with the judiciary, the attacks happened over the summer. For the life of me, why we're getting this now is I do not understand the process. It is broken. Thank you.
Senator from Leavenworth, Senator Pittman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to stand in support of moving this along forward. I share the concerns, some of the concerns as my colleague from Douglas. I think the carrier of the motion has actually expressed some of those concerns as well. We as the Senate haven't had the time to vet this particular piece. I think JCIT needs to look at it, ITEC, ITAB, JCI, the Joint Committee on Information or Security needs to take a look at this. Completely agree, there are a lot of things that are touched by this, including that have some challenges. I want to commend the House. I've been working with some of the members from that committee since 2017, 2018 on cybersecurity. Sometimes cybersecurity doesn't get the attention it needs until there's a huge break. And when there's a break, a lot of things happen. So this is the kind of thing that we should be looking at. We should be looking at this. To be quite clear, it's a 5-year framework. It's got about 18 months of planning up front where the agencies are looking at how this is all going to come together. They're going to come to us with a cost estimate at the end of that. So there is no money actually appropriated until that time, except for a few FTEs to do that planning. And then after that, there are a series of things that are mandated including the NIST standard, which is a very high federal standard, and it gets exponentially harder and harder to hit those requirements. And we would fail at that if we didn't put money in place to get ourselves to that standard. It's a lot of moving parts, but I think it's something that's very, very important. That's why I support this. I appreciate the Senate leadership working on this and saying, let's hold back on all those things that are on policy changes, automatically sunset those things after that 18 months. So they all go away if we don't actively approve them. That's a huge safety net for us. That's why I feel so comfortable recommending that we push this through today and really attack cybersecurity. The planning itself will help this institution, our institutions, become safer, even if we were to let those things sunset. So I think it's a huge move forward in this realm. So I appreciate us, if you would, supporting this motion. Thank you, Mr. President.
With no one further seeking recognition, Senator Johnson, you may make any closing remarks you have.
Thank you, Mr. President. No, Senator from Leavenworth did a good job covering that. And again, this is a planning phase. It takes time to understand what exactly we have to do to transition over to make this work. And again, we will get approval over the course of the process and include all of these other IT security experts in the process. In the House, there were no opponents in testimony. The executive and judicial branch both were neutral on this. And so with that, I move my motion, Mr. President.
For the motion, we'll hold for final action. We're now ready for final action. On this roll call, we will take the following. The Conference Committee reports on Senate Bill 414, House Sub for Senate Bill 419, House Sub for Senate Bill 420, House Sub for Senate Bill 291. Clerk will read the titles.
Senate Bill number 414, an act concerning crimes, punishment, and criminal procedure. House substitute for Senate Bill number 419, an act concerning the Secretary of Corrections. House substitute for Senate Bill number 420, an act concerning children and minors. And House substitute for Senate Bill number 291, an act concerning information technology.
Clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Baumgardner. Billinger. Blasey. Bowers. Clays. Corson. Dietrich. Dahl. Erickson. Fagg. Faust-Gudot. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Holland. Holscher. Kirshen. Cluse. Longbine. Masterson. McGinn. Olson. O'Shea. Peck. Peterson. Petty. Pittman. Pyle. Ready. Reichman. Schallenberger. Steffen. Straub. Sykes. Thompson. Tyson. Ware, Warren, Wilborn.
Does every senator have an opportunity to vote? Does any senator wish to explain their vote? Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
I know Senator Ware is on her way.
We can hold any explanations while we're holding or changes. We'll stand at ease for just a minute. Do we have an ETA? Actually, while we're waiting, my next is announcements. Are there any announcements while we're standing at ease waiting for the Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage?
Thank you, Mr. President. The conference committee will meet, the Public Health Conference Committee will meet in room 142 South at 1:30 to conference on bills that are conferenceable, including 287.
Very good. Any further announcements? I will continue to wait. Clerk will close the roll, tally the vote. Twenty-seven having voted in favor and 9 opposed to the passage of Senate Bill 291, 36 in favor and none opposed to the passage of Senate Bill 414, 419, and 420. These measures, having reached a constitutional majority, are hereby declared passed. Before recessing, are there any further announcements? Seeing none, Chair recognizes the Majority Leader from Cali, Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate recess till 2 p.m.
For the motion, all in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Senate is in recess. Senate will return to order. Introduction of original motions and Senate resolutions. Clerk will read.
Senate Resolution number 1757 by Senator Bowers. A resolution recognizing K.C. Clowers for her outstanding service to the state of Kansas and congratulating her on her retirement.
Chair recognizes the Senator from Cloud, Senator Bowers.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would the reader read, please?
Whereas, in 2006, Karen K.C. Clowers began her career as a committee assistant, learning from esteemed Senators John Vrattle and Tim Owens. And whereas, in November of 2010, Casey was promoted to Chief of Staff, overseeing all session staff and permanent staff and legislative administrative services. And whereas, when any committee assistant needed information for writing minutes or handling a situation, the refrain was always, "Ask Casey, she'll know." And indeed, she always did. And whereas, throughout the years, Casey infused the workplace with fun, organizing events like Hat and Glove Day to honor the Queen of England, coordinating staff groups for photos for Super Bowl victories, and celebrating birthdays with food and laughs. And whereas, within the legislature, Casey made it a point to learn and remember the names of every legislature, both past and present, showcasing her remarkable Google-like knowledge. And whereas, Casey not only managed larger-than-life tasks, but also made time for the little things, such as ensuring that coffee was brewed and the Keurig was well-stocked. And whereas, Casey is a devoted supporter of Kansas State University. Alongside her late husband, Lieutenant Colonel, retired, Jim Clowers, they endowed the James L. and Karen A. Clowers Geology Scholarship at Kansas State University. Her legacy of purple pride will continue to inspire generations to come. And whereas Casey's love for traveling has taken her to destinations as far as Egypt, several countries in Europe and Iceland, as well as closer to home, such as Little Jerusalem Badlands State Park. And whereas, after her retirement on May 10, 2024, Casey intends to further indulge her passion for travel with plans to explore destinations like Japan. Casey also looks forward to spending quality time with her beloved cat, Lucifer. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Senate of the state of Kansas that we recognize K.C. Clowers for her outstanding service to the state of Kansas and congratulate her on her well-deserved retirement.
Senator from Cloud.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Joe. I was able to surprise Casey today. Casey, why don't you stand for us? Because I know there's several people who want to say a few words. So she thought she got off the hook this morning when she wasn't first thing up. So we were sneaky, put you in the afternoon. So one thing the resolution didn't mention, I wanted to let you all know, her first day at KDOT was in March of 1989, and she was a research geologist. And she retired from there in 2005 before she came over and has been with us ever since. So I know I appreciate her when I first came in, and pretty much every day that I'm here in the Capitol. So with that, Mr. President, I know there's a few people who would like to say a few words.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator McGinn.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's an honor to have the opportunity to say goodbye to Casey. I've known her many years. I always thought she was kind of a glutton for punishment because she took on the judiciary under two different chairs, and that is not an easy job. But she did a great job, and because of that success, she was moved to the position she's in now. I always enjoy going in and talking to Casey to either get the insight on some things or just to listen to her sense of humor. Back to being a glutton of punishment, she volunteered when we brought MLC, Midwestern Legislative Conference, to Wichita, volunteered her services to be the assistant to the chair. And we have to start a whole year ahead. And at first, you know, as many people that get put in a position of chair, they like to kind of micromanage. So on Fridays, we had to have an hour meeting with the folks in Chicago. So I hung in there for about maybe 2 or 3 weeks and then just said, you can handle all this, Casey. So it was pretty nitty-gritty work, and she worked very hard, and she did an excellent job helping me with the conference showcase Wichita, Kansas, which meant a lot to me. So I certainly appreciated all of Casey's hard work in that area. But most of all, couple things is when things are kind of tough around here, Casey's always got that sense of humor and shares the other side of some things. But most importantly, over the years, you know, Casey's been very involved in where our offices go, our committee assistants and things like that, and making sure we get matched up very well. And so, Casey, you always took care of me, and I always appreciated it. So thank you, and good luck on your many trips you're going to take, and look forward to seeing you again soon.
Senator from Montgomery. Not Montgomery, Senator from McPherson, Senator Wilburn.
Thank you, Mr.
both start with
President.
M.
Casey, I can't see you, but I hope you can hear me. Casey, again, it's been said about her always being helpful. When I chaired the judiciary, many times when we had tough issues during the chemo problems, Casey was there to staff the committee. She has supported me time and time again in tough times when we needed the workload, and she's also been great at LAS and helping with whatever you want. I want to say thank you and congratulations on your retirement, and we'll be going out together. I meant leaving together, excuse me.
That's how rumors get started in this building, right? Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Faust-Udall.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I want to thank the gentlelady from Cloud, Senator Elaine Bowers and Senator Brenda Dietrich, and everyone who thought to do this resolution. Mr. President, when I came into the legislature, the only person that I knew was KC. And so when I finally heard her first name being Karen, I'm like, who's Karen? And actually, you know, when I came into the legislature at that time, no disrespect to the current director, Tom Day, but Jeff Russell was there still, but I thought Jeff Russell was KC's assistant. And so then I came to KC so much, and then one day I think she finally told me, well, I have a staff, some other people in the legislative services, her entourage who's here with her today, who's been so helpful over the years. And then Tom Day, I mean, you're sitting beside a lady I used to think, really, I thought she was the governor. I mean, I thought she was the boss of the state capital, and you've been so helpful to me. You've been a friend, you've been a confidant. Just whenever I've needed anything, you've been there for all of us here in the chamber, and so we wish you the very, very, very best in all your endeavors, and thank you so much, Casey. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Haley.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank the Senator from Cloud for bringing this resolution, and go a long way back with the honoree of the resolution, Casey Clowers. And Mr. President, you should know that the patience that this excellent, stellar member that we're honoring today has had with this senator, with David Haley, is just, I can't even, oh, and so of course, which her colleagues can share, has been phenomenal. When she was the top staffer for Senator Brattle, she was on the Senate Judiciary Committee that we shared so many years ago. The allowance and the insight and the patience and the wisdom was par excellence. And you know, we become a part of a legislative family. We watch how things segue, those of us that work hand in glove on so many issues. For the education that she has afforded, and that many have who are in KLAS, for the patience that they afford us, citizen legislators, as they watch us try and find our way. Karen, I'm learning, has afforded David Haley, and so many of us are greatly appreciated. I was sharing with Mr. Russell, who is with us in the gallery, Jeff Russell, Mr. Day's predecessor. I don't know where Jeff is. He was around somewhere up the areas, Jeff Russell. Certainly with Tom Day, his successor in that capacity. We're so grateful to each of the individuals that day in, day out really help us in Kansas Legislative Administrative Services, which has been amply exhibited by the honoree today, and don't know what we're going to do for an encore or what can possibly happen in your successor, but I certainly wanted to, as the longest serving member now of the Senate and one of the longest in the legislature, thank you for the many capacities that you have made this process real, and you have made this family better, and wish you all Godspeed as you go from this point. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator from Cloud, Senator Bowers.
Thank you, Mr. President. I should warn everyone, if she offers to do any research for you on your family, you will get a 3-ring binder, and you might be afraid of what you get. I know I'm afraid to ask for the second side of my family. So thank you, Casey, for doing that for me. And I know I'm speaking for everyone in the Senate and even across the building in the other chamber. We all appreciate you. So we miss you. And with that, Mr. President, I move an emergency be declared, the rules suspended, and the Senate Resolution 1757 be adopted by voice vote.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We're now ready for final action on this morning's override motions. And we will take them in the order we had them. So the first vote, we're ready for final action on Senator from Sherman's motion on 83DD and 83EE on the lots of acronyms, on the intellectually disabled and the physically disabled. So that is the vote to override on that line item. Any points of information? Senator from Leavenworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. How do you want us to articulate that vote during this process? Are we going to go through all 10, or are you going to do one at a time?
We're going to, we talked about combining them all. Since these are veto overrides, I'm going to subdivide, and we're going to take each override vote individually. So there's no confusion on that point. So with that, we are now ready for final action. Clerk will call the roll. When our computer is ready. I believe we're now ready. So we're ready for final action on the motion. Clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Baumgardner. Billinger. Lazy. Bowers. Clays. Corson? Dietrich? Dahl? Erickson? Fag? Fascudo? Francisco? Gossage? Haley? Holland? Holscher? Kirshen? Cluse? Longbine? Masterson? McGinn? Olson? O'Shea? Peck? Peterson? Petty? Pittman? Pyle? Reddy? Reichman? Schallenberger? Steffen? Straub? Sykes? Thompson? Dyson? Ware? Warren? Wilborn?
Has every senator had an opportunity to vote? Does any senator wish to explain their vote? Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you. Can we get a preliminary vote count?
My monitor's not on or not working, so it's not showing me anything. I'll have to get it from you. Give me just a second. 28 aye, 12 nay. Further changes or explanation? Seeing none, clerk will close the roll, tally the vote. (28) having voted in favor and 12 opposed. A 2/3 council majority having voted in favor of overriding the governor's line item veto on 83DD and 83EE. The motion is adopted and the line item is passed. We will now take the motion from the senator, by the senator from Sedgwick, Senator Blasey, on section 83AA on targeted case management. We are ready for final action. Clerk will call the roll. So we're having some technical difficulty, and because of our glitching, we're going to move past that one. We'll return to it. So the motion that the computer brought up to vote on the software is actually the one I had next, which was the motion by the senator from Saline, Senator Clays, on section 112A and 116A that dealt with the residency for rural docs and osteopath scholarship. So that's the vote we're going to take right now on veto override. So any questions, points of information? If not, this is final action. Clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Baumgartner. Billinger. Lazy. Powers. Glaze. Corson. Dietrich. Dahl. Erickson. Fag. Fascudo. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Holland. Holscher. Kirshen. Cluse. Longbine. Masterson.
Aye.
McGinn. Olson. O'Shea. Peck. Peterson. Petty. Pittman. Pyle. Ready. Reichman. Schallenberger. Steffen. Straub. Sykes. Thompson. Tyson. Ware. Warren. Wilborn.
Has every senator had an opportunity to vote? Does any senators change their vote? Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Preliminary count, please.
27 in favor, 13 opposed. Further explanations or changes? Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
I vote no on the budget item. Make sure I'm voting the right thing. Oh, I'm sorry.
112A and 116A.
Okay, I don't have an explanation of that. Excuse me.
Further explanations or changes? Seeing none, clerk will close the roll, tally the vote. (27) having voted in favor and 13 opposed. A 2/3 constitutional majority having voted in favor of overriding the governor's line item veto on 112A and 116A. This motion is adopted and the line item is passed. Now I believe we're on the motion from Senator Blasey from Sedgwick on 83AA on the targeted case management. And I think we have to manually put that one in, so give me just a minute. I believe we're ready. Clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Baumgartner. Billinger. Lazy. Bowers. Glaze. Corson. Dietrich, Dahl, Erickson, Fag, Fascudo, Francisco, Gossage, Haley, Holland, Holscher, Kirshen, Cluse, Longbine, Masterson, McGinn, Olson,
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator again, she didn't catch you. Olson's also a no, I think. Senator from Johnson, Senator Olson, you were also a no. You may continue.
O'Shea, Peck, Peterson, Petty, Pittman, Pyle, Reddy, Reichman, Schallenberger, Steffen, Straub, Sykes, Thompson, Tyson, Ware, Warren, Wilborn.
Has every senator had an opportunity to vote? If any senator wishes to explain their vote, Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you. This amendment will hinder KDAD's ability to renew the IDD waiver as well as get approval from CMS. Without CMS approval, the state's ability to address services for the IDD population is in jeopardy. This is a population that we say we want to provide better services for, and yet we are now going to delay that funding. I vote no.
Further explanation? Changes? Seeing none, clerk will close the roll, tally the vote. $25 having voted in favor and 15 opposed, having not received the two-thirds constitutional majority. This veto is sustained. We'll now move into those were all budget line items. This is now, we'll move to the motion by the Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson, on Senate Bill 271, which it was the drone bill. So we're ready for final action, and as soon as we get the computer ready.
Alley, Baumgardner, Billinger, Lazy, Bowers, Clays, Corson, Dietrich, Dahl, Erickson, Fag, Fascudo, Francisco, Gossage, Haley, Holland, Holscher, Kirshen, Cluse, Longbine, Masterson, McGinn, Olson, O'Shea, Peck, Peterson, Petty, Pittman, Pyle, Reddy, Reichman, Schallenberger, Steffen, Straub, Sykes, Thompson, Tyson, Ware, Warren, Wilborn.
Has every senator had an opportunity to vote? Does any senator wish to explain their vote or change their vote? Seeing none, clerk will close the roll and tally the vote. Twenty-one having voted in favor and 16 opposed to the override, having not received a 2/3 constitutional majority, the veto is sustained. When I move to the motion, this is our final one from this morning. It was the motion by Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren on Senate Bill 473 on the bonds and notice to appear. As soon as our computer's ready, we'll cast that vote. Clerk will call the roll.
Alley, Baumgardner, Billinger, Lazy, Bowers, Glaze, Corson, Dietrich, Dahl, Erickson, Fag, Fauscudo, Francisco, Gossage, Haley, Holland, Holscher, Kirshen, Cluse, Longbine, Masterson, McGinn, Olson, O'Shea, Peck, Peterson, Petty, Pittman, Pyle, Ready, Reichman, Schallenberger, Steffen, Straub, Sykes, Thompson, Tyson, Ware, Warren, Wilborn.
Has every senator had an opportunity to vote? Senator from Sedgwick, Senator McGinn. Any further change? Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson. Preliminary is now 27-11. Further changes, explanations? Seeing none, clerk will close the roll, tally the vote. (27) having voted in favor and 12 opposed. This measure having reached a 2/3 constitutional majority, the veto is overridden and the bill is sustained. Okay, we'll now move to the senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson, House Bill 2036.
Thank you, Mr. President. So,
You may proceed.
thank you, Mr. Vice President. The nation is in trouble. Everything that makes sense is being dismantled. Kansans need to stay solid in these times. We need to take care of the taxpayer in these times. CCR 2036, this tax package, provides tax relief for all Kansans, especially low and medium income families. Please hear me. These tax cuts are for all Kansans are sustainable. They increase the personal exemption from $2,000 to $250 to, for a single filer, $9,160, for a married filing jointly, $18,320, and for dependents, $2,320. The income tax brackets go from 5.7 to 5.5, 5.55, 5.25 to 5.15, and 3.1 to 0. A family with 4 of 4 in current law does not pay income tax starting from $22,000 and below. This legislation would provide tax relief for that family of 4. They could earn up to $32,200 before they start paying state income tax. Coincidentally, that is the federal poverty level. We would be helping low-income families with this legislation. Please hear me. Please hear your constituents. Your constituents need tax relief. Your vote will decide whether we exempt Social Security from state income tax. Your vote will decide if we provide property tax relief for your constituents this year. It will also decide an exemption on the grocery tax. We've heard people say, oh, we can delay this. We can wait until later. You know what? The time is now. The time is here. Because if we don't pass this today, the sales tax relief on food being moved to July 1st is in jeopardy. Because the reality is, it takes time to implement that. So do you want to move up the sales tax on food to July 1st? Or do you want to wait until January 1st, 2025? Please hear your constituents. Please hear Kansans. These tax cuts are sustainable. With over $4.3 billion anticipated to be in the coffers at the end of the year, these cuts are sustainable. They will not break the state. The governor's proposed tax cut and her package, the numbers are considerably close. Less than $100 million difference, approximately $88 million, 5 years out. That is not going to break the state with over $1 billion in the rainy day fund. Please hear Kansans. Please hear retirees who are struggling to make ends meet. Over 76,000 Kansans are paying state income tax on Social Security. 76,000. The average savings for these Kansans with this legislation is approximately $1,300. Please hear our seniors and those on Social Security. Please hear young families with children who are struggling because of inflation. Our state spending increased over $1.2 billion in 1 year. We can afford this tax relief. Families are demanding this tax relief. Legislative post-audit reported that over $1 billion was given away to corporations in a 3-year period, in less than 3 years, with just one tax credit program for corporations. We can afford these tax cuts. Apex. It was estimated to be over $1 billion to one foreign company. We can afford these tax cuts. However, we are within 1 or 2 votes of passing tax relief for families. Please hear the families of Kansas. Please hear your neighbor who is struggling with their property taxes. Property tax relief is in this package in 2 ways. It takes the current approximately $40,000 exemption on the K through 12 $20 million to $100,000 for homeowners. It lowers the $20 million on K through 12 to $19.5 million for all property tax payers. Please hear your neighbors on they demand property tax relief. When you cast this vote, you are the deciding vote. You are the person who will decide not only for the 70,000 of your constituents, but you will decide for the almost 3 million people in Kansas. You will decide whether they have tax relief, sustainable tax relief. The governor's veto message, well, let me just read a little bit. We cannot return to the era of perennial self-inflicted budget crisis that undetermines the very fabric and foundation of our state. Now, how many of you thought that was the veto message from this year? It wasn't. It was the veto message from 2021. Almost the same reasoning for vetoing this, that it was reckless, out of control. It'd break the budget. Well, look where we are now in 2024. Over a $4 billion surplus. The language that she did use this year is, you must consider the affordability beyond the next election. Let's think about that. I'm going to give you a little bit of history. In 2021, she vetoed Senate Bill 50. And she said it was going to bankrupt the state, reckless, take us back to the days when we couldn't make a budget. And we all know that we're doing just fine. We overrode that veto, and the budget is fine. In 2022, we had a tax package with over 29 provisions in it, tax cuts. But guess what? It was an election year for somebody that year. Guess who didn't veto a bill? 2023, tax cuts. Considerably similar to what we're looking at today, although I would say a little bit different. It is a tax cut for all Kansans. And again, vetoed by the governor. Telling us and warning us that we need not putting the state on a pathway to bankruptcy. This will not bankrupt the state. It is proven. It is absolutely proven. As everyone in the House has sent us a strong message. Our colleagues in the House, I thank them for their work, and I thank the conference committee members for their work. This is a good product. And everyone in the House and the Senate are up for election. We know this. You get to explain your vote at forums and candidate events. And you get to go with your friends from the House who voted for this. And you get to explain how you voted, whether you voted to support Kansans in tax relief. To quote a friend from the House, the governor, this tax bill is the difference between a robust economy and state financial ruin. That's the message that's being sent. Talk about a scare tactic. This isn't even close to financial ruin. We continue to give billions of dollars away to corporations. We continue to spend increased amounts. It's time to give tax relief to our constituents and to Kansans. Discretionary spending, I won't even go over that. We've heard some of the items. You know that there are places that the budget can be addressed in the future, and this is absolutely sustainable, even with the increased spending. A little bit of trivia. State spending has increased 57% since this governor took office. 57% government has grown. It is time to return the money to the taxpayers, the hard-working men and women who earned it. Please hear me. Today, on this Senate floor, you decide for your neighbors, your district, and for Kansans. I've heard it stated that we can come back for a special session. How many of you in the room want to come back for a special session? And I don't think your constituents would appreciate it either at $84,600 a day that we're called back. That is over and above the budget spending. $84,600 a day. We're going to waste taxpayers' money. We can finish this here and now. Are you going to risk not providing tax relief on groceries? By voting no today, you absolutely do. Are you going to provide tangible tax relief for Kansans? You're deciding on this vote for exempting Social Security from state income tax. Your vote is the decision whether Kansans, all Kansans, will have tax relief today. John F. Kennedy was working on a tax cut when he was president. And one of the things that he said, free men and free nations must prosper and prevail. This tax package is tax relief for all Kansans.
Senator, do you care to make a motion?
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. The veto message of the governor having been read, I move that Senate substitute for House Bill 2036 be passed, notwithstanding the governor's veto.
You have heard the motion. Are there any questions? The chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Corson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. You know, I will pick up kind of where I left off. It was about, I guess, 1:30, 2 in the morning before we adjourned. And kind of the question that I posed to the body is really the same one that I will pose today, which is, what's the plan? What is the long-term plan when we're talking about a tax package that every single fiscal year has us taking in hundreds of millions of dollars less than we plan on spending? What is the long-term plan when we look at this projection and we see our ending balance dwindling every single fiscal year until we're back in the red? And, you know, the carrier mentioned that, you know, maybe we could just cut spending. I'm in my 4th year, and I know many have been in here much longer than I have been. There is just no willingness in this body to cut spending. I don't think anybody should vote on this bill thinking that suddenly this body is going to get religion when it comes to fiscal restraint. You know, the budget that we just passed, the budget that was passed by a supermajority Republican Senate, which I supported, I think there are many good pieces of it. When you look at the actual spending in that budget, it actually overspends the governor's budget. The only reason it looks a little bit smaller on paper is that what was removed was the payment of debt. So I guess for some reason we've decided that paying our debts off in advance is somehow not what we want to do. But the Republican supermajority is actually spending more than was in the governor's proposed budget. So again, when I say what's the plan, I don't think the plan can be that we should count on all of us suddenly getting on the train of fiscal restraint. If we were a household and you were just sitting down around the kitchen table and you were looking at your finances, and you were looking at month after month after month after month that you were spending exponentially more than you were taking in income, that household, the parents in that household would say, we have a problem, okay? And that's exactly what is before us in all of these fiscal projections. We've worked really hard, so we know that we're not going to cut spending. We've worked really hard to build up a rainy day fund. So then is the plan just that we're just going to dissipate our rainy day fund on tax cuts? I never understood that that was the purpose of building up that rainy day fund. So we know that we're going to be spending hundreds of millions more than we're going to take in, but that doesn't account for the things that I think there's a bipartisan majority that we'd like to see, which is things like increasing special education funding. Remember what we passed last week was a one-year increase. So that doesn't nearly get us to fully funding special education in future years. That's not factored in. So if we were ever able to achieve that goal, we would then be further and further in debt. It also doesn't factor in the likelihood of a recession. So we've not been in a recession until I think it was April of 2021 was the last time we were in a recession. But historically, we know that recessions occur at least once a decade. So right when things get really, really bleak in these out years, fiscal year 27, 28, 29, it would actually be a real anomaly if we have not had a recession. That's not even projected in here. This assumes no recession. So are we going to be raising taxes in the teeth of a recession so we can fully fund our infrastructure, our schools, our basic services? Again, what is the long-term plan? What's the vision here? We talk about the overall size of the fiscal surplus, and I admit that it does look big, but again, on paper, because you need to understand that $1 billion of that about $2.4 billion, if you don't count on draining the rainy day fund, $1 billion of that is one-time federal funds. So once that money is spent, there is no revenue stream coming back in. The things that I think I fear, and it was asked, how would you explain this to your constituents? And for me, it's simple. My constituents are really worried about going back to where we were under Governor Brownback. And I agree that this won't take us there maybe as quickly, but they are worried again about what do you think comes first? Well, we know that a huge percentage of our budget is our public schools. So when things get tight, I worry about our ability to continue to fund our public schools. I worry about our ability to continue to fund our 10-year transportation plan. Worry about our continued ability to provide basic services, especially to those that are most vulnerable. We've talked at length this morning about our need to address the IDD wait list. Certainly, we're not going to be addressing that IDD wait list from a position of massive debt as far as the eye can see. So again, while there are many things in this package that I think are positives, I just think the overall size of it is just too large. I think that there is a way that we could sustain the governor's veto, which is what I'm hopeful that this body will do. It's what I'll be supporting. I would ask you to join me in doing that. I think there is a way to do that and come together with a package that meets all of our shared goals, where we eliminate tax on Social Security, we eliminate food sales tax, we address property tax relief, and we can do something on income taxes. And I know that there is a way we can do that that doesn't sink us into the red. The other thing to mention is, what do you think is going to happen when we are in the red? The things that the carrier mentioned that are so positive for our low and middle income folks, which no doubt she's correct about much of that, and I appreciate her desire to help those folks. My worry is that when things get tight, the first thing that gets pulled back are going to be those things that help our low and middle income families in tough times. So again, that's why I will be voting to sustain the governor's veto. We need to address sped funding. We need to address the IDD wait list. We don't want to drain our rainy day fund. We've no willingness to rein in spending. A lot of the surplus is one-time federal funds. And I, again, worry about our ability to continue funding education and the other things that are important to us. So I will be voting no. I do think there is a tax package out there that we can pass with a broad bipartisan majority that does affect income, property, and sales tax. But this is not it. This is going to push us way too far into the red very quickly, and I would appreciate the body joining me in voting no. Thank you.
Before I go to the next question, Senator Tyson, do you care to respond?
I would. Thank you, Mr. Vice President. There were a few things that I thought were interesting comments. One, the fact, give them nothing because we may have to increase taxes in the future. Oh, please, please. I know my constituents would not like that logic at all. Nothing against the good senator, very intelligent man. but do not give them nothing. They are clamoring for this legislation. It is, and I've heard them say, oh, my constituents aren't asking for income tax cuts. Well, mine are, especially the income tax on Social Security and the exemption. They're not just asking for it, they are demanding it. And rightly so, with over $4 billion in the bank. The other thing on this, the good senator may not be aware, this body, actually both chambers, usually turn over about a third of the body in an election cycle. So we have no idea what the future Senate chamber is going to do on spending. We can't predict what they're going to do next year with a third of the new members. So don't run on fear. Don't vote on fear. Vote on what is in front of you. And we know for a fact, the same Senate Bill 50, tax cut, same arguments used then, and look where we are now. We can't predict the future, and we need to provide tax relief for our constituents and for all Kansans.
Chair now recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I agree with both my colleagues. Our budget is out of control. When we go into conference in the last minute and put 8 or 9 new things in that haven't been debated here, that's a problem. And we don't have the ability, or some reason we don't know how to cut here. Also, we've got major issues like the waiting list. We're kicking the can down the road on the Capers debt. We should have been paying that off and reducing our debt. But let's get into this tax bill. Number one, any of these bills are a tax cut because when you look at existing law, they're all cheaper. So automatically, they're all a tax cut. I've ran the numbers all the way out to $50 million on every tax cut that's been put forward over break. I get very much what the Tyson tax bill does by taking it to 2 brackets. Still today, overall, the most fair proposal that's been put forth is the Sykes Amendment. The Sykes Amendment for someone making $60,000 single does better, and if you're married, all the way up to about $150,000. And then after that, it goes the other way. The Tyson, and I'll tell you, someone making $50 million, they're doing really good under the Tyson bill. And you ask yourself, how did they do that? Well, one of the things, there's a couple tricks in the Tyson Amendment. The personal exemption. You wonder why it costs so much?
Point of order.
I've got the floor, and I'm talking about the bill. Now she's trying to interrupt me. You know, I've served in this body for 14 years, and for the majority of the years, I have heard only a few point of orders. The last 2 or 3 years, every minute, someone jumps in saying point of order. I've got the floor. I'm explaining my position.
Point of order.
Point of order.
Thank you. The good senator is not supposed to mention names. I'm sorry, but that's one of the rules.
Thank you for the reminder. Senator Olson, you may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. The tax chair's bill that she carried and signed has that personal exemption at $91.60. You know who makes out really good in this? The people itemizing, because their tax exemption just went up another $6,800 on top of what they're itemizing. You know, every bill pretty much has had the Social Security being exempted 100%. It has the property tax at 20 mills up to 100,000. There's a couple that don't. but they have some version that's even better than the 100,000 and 20 mills. So, I mean, really, what we're talking about today, which formula of tax on the income? All the bills, quite frankly, I don't know why we didn't bring out a bill with just Social Security. If I was leadership in this body, it would have been done. I would have got that off the table and quit playing games with our seniors having to pay taxes. I don't like having to vote against these bills, but I don't like the formulas. I don't want to, I'm tired of the trickle-down economics. It doesn't work. You guys want to keep giving the people at the top these big tax cuts and hope they trickle down to us. The fact is, the Sykes Amendment beats the tax chair's amendment, and that's the problem. You know, we've got the governor's new proposed amendment or tax bill.
Point of order.
What did I say?
Mention names, please.
I didn't say Tyson. I said the tax chair's bill.
You said Sykes, so you may continue.
Well, the Sykes offered that amendment, so how am I supposed to refer to that amendment? I think it was the Sykes Amendment on the floor.
Well, the minority leader.
Okay. The minority leader's amendment is much better than this. And guess what? All three brackets come down fairly together. Very thought out by the minority leader to have a tax bill. And you know what always gets me? The people at the top don't want the bottom bracket to go down. Well, it doesn't matter unless you're itemizing, or it doesn't matter anyway. That's the first bracket of tax. That's the cheapest bracket. So why wouldn't you want that in there? Because then the first 15 or 30,000, it depends if you're married or single, is taxed at that low rate. Then the next bracket is in the second bracket, and then the third. You know, and that's another thing. In her plan, in the tax chair's plan, everything under 23,000 is 5.15 for a single person, and where, you know, there's some people who are going to get caught in that gap, and that's why the people at the bottom don't do as well, because they have a higher tax rate. What you're going to get is you're going to have a bunch of people that don't qualify for itemizing because they rent or they're single or they don't have the extra write-offs, and they're going to pay more taxes, so the person at the top can pay less, so the money maybe trickles down. I don't know how the trickle down worked. You know, there was a president that tried it in the 80s, and the next president said he wasn't going to have any new taxes, and then the first thing he did was raise taxes. Trickle down doesn't work. And it's time to start realizing that. And instead of messing and trying to go to two brackets and complicate the tax code anymore for our taxpayers, and create new levels where the rates start, let's leave it alone and let's just reduce the rates. Let's increase the standard deduction. That's easy for them to figure out. I think I can't support the tax bill that the tax chair put together. I wish everybody get to working together on a bill that we can all pass and work together. You know, it costs $80 more million than the one that the minority leader put together that is better for someone that's $60,000 or even less, or up to about $150,000. It's because she added that exemption on all of them itemizers. And so, I don't know, Mr. Vice President, I can't support this, and I'm not gonna, and so I urge the body not to either.
Before we go to the next question, Senator Tyson, you care to respond?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would. I'm just trying to follow the rules, Mr. Chairman, or Mr. Vice President. So this simplifies the tax code. It simplifies the tax code. It is not trickle down. Your low-income earners go to zero. The 3.1% bracket goes to zero. How is that helping upper income individuals or businesses? It's not. What it does is increases the standard deduction by 3%, across the board. And thankfully, we were able to pass legislation that allows the taxpayer to decide whether they itemize or take the standard deduction. We don't force them anymore. They used to have to take the standard deduction if they took the standard deduction on the federal form. We separated that from that because of the massive increased standard deduction. And you want to see a tax increase in Kansas, even if we pass this cut, if the federal government doesn't do something to address the tax cuts that were passed in 2017, they sunset. They sunset, and your federal adjusted gross is going to increase dramatically. Well, think about that. You may not realize this, but you take that number to start from for your Kansas taxes. And if you're starting at a higher number, you're going to be paying even more in your state income taxes without us doing anything to the tax code. These tax cuts are absolutely sustainable. The other item that was saying was work together. I went to the good senator's office. I went to several in this chamber. I talked to people on both sides of the aisle. I talked to people across the chamber. The House passed this legislation with bipartisan support, with 104 yes votes on the override. 104 yes votes out of 125. That sends a very strong message that this is a compromise.
Chair now recognizes the senator from Finney, Senator Dahl.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Vice President, had to get that right. You know, there's a few facts. We know that we're in the black and we have substantial money, extra money that doesn't belong to us, it belongs to the people. But we're in the black because of COVID money, one-time money. If we wouldn't have had the COVID situation as awful as it was, you know, we saw, I happened to be on Ways and Means back in the day, and the projections were awful. Another thing that we know for certain is that right now we're in a recession. The last 12 months, 7 months, we haven't made our projections. How long this recession lasts and how strong this recession is, we don't know. This tax plan does a lot of great things. It does a lot of good things. It gives, you know, I can go back to the people back home and said, listen, we're going to give you tax relief, whether it's this tax plan or the other tax plan that I've seen. We're going to give a standard deduction relief. We're going to give Social Security relief. We're going to give food tax relief. We're giving a lot of relief in taxes, and that has to happen. We have to give money back to the people. But you know, we are all a product of our past, and believe it or not, back in the day, I was a coach. And you know, in basketball, you have 6 or 7 players that are main players. But if you would sit there and say to your team, you got 6 or 7 players and couldn't care less about the other 7, those other 7 that would feel kind of bad. Well, in a sense here, we have 2 tiers. I prefer 3 tiers tax. For the people that are not paying taxes, everybody wants to kick in. Everybody should have skin in the game, whether it's a little bit of money or whatever. I don't think, we need to pay what we can pay, but if a person's making $20,000 a year and their tax is 3%, that's $60 a year, that's $12 a month. I remember back when, I keep bringing it back because, a former governor had a tax plan he felt strongly it worked, and maybe if the stars were all lined up, it would have worked maybe. It didn't work. But we were all promised in T-Works that we were all going to get $8 million. There again on Ways and Means, as Ways and Means, the Secretary of Transportation came in and he was so proud. We have made our promise to everybody, all the states, all the counties, but 9. 4 of them were in my district of 10. The other ones were rural counties. It seems like when we get shorted, the first people to get popped are rural counties. The other thing is we have an abundance amount of money. We have too much money. We need to give some of the money back. But how can we, as a people, be happy that we are only paying at 69% for special education? If we're this, and we're this much in the black, how can we have anyone on the IDD list? We're a Christian nation. We're maybe Christian, Muslim, whatever. We believe in God. We're a God-fearing state. And God-fearing people would take care of people, like special ed kids on IDD. I'm not sure because this is a good tax plan. I give it credit. It really gives me heartburn. We only have 2 tiers when we should have 3. I think everybody wants to play in the game. That 9th player, boy, he was biting at the bit wanting to get in that game. He just stunk. He's probably like Ethan was at baseball. No, I'm sorry. Can't use names. But anyway, that's about all I got. I promised the senator beside me I wouldn't go very long, so I'll stop.
Senator Tyson, you care to respond, or should we go to the next question?
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Just a quick response. It could be considered semantics. Yes, we went from 5.7 to 5.55, 5.2, 5 to 5.15, 3.1 to 0. Some people consider that still 3 brackets. I don't. It's 2 brackets, but it is helping the lowest income individuals. This is so family friendly. Because for every dependent you have, every child, you go from $2,250 to $2,320. It's tax friendly. I can't imagine not voting for this override and sending this to our constituents.
Chair now recognizes the senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I'll be supporting to sustain the governor's veto on this bill. Make no mistake, we have some good policy pieces in here, but we have some, I believe, one rather large problematic one as it relates to the income tax provisions, and they've been touched on by numerous speakers here. My personal feeling, Mr. Vice President, is that this dog doesn't hunt in total when you look at the out years and the spending. And that is precisely because I believe the income tax portion of this piece is just too rich. And when you line this thing up to the budget out years, it sinks like a rock. My other concern with the income tax piece of this is it has been reshaped to become more regressive. We're going from a 3-tier to a 2-tier system. And like one of the other speakers talked about, That's trickle down. That's a regressive tax system. So when you look at basically our citizens, particularly those who are paying more in income taxes, for dollar-wise, they will see by far the benefits of it in the long term. And make no mistake, in those out years, when a recession does come, and it will, then what's going to happen is, with this structure, when you raise those tax rates, the folks on the bottom, particularly the middle, they're going to get stuck big time. So what I would suggest, Mr. Vice President, is just look at where we're at. This is not the last train to leave the station. We're still here today and tomorrow. We need to basically rework a portion of this. Make no mistake, the Social Security tax provision is wonderful. I know my constituents want that. That may be a little rich too, but that's a good piece of legislation. The residential property tax, I know my constituents want that. I'm sure many of the others on this floor do as well too. And yes, while people do want income tax cuts, to me, number one, they don't want them as bad as the Social Security, the residential property tax, and number two, we're just too biased in that direction. So let's sustain the governor's veto, Mr. Vice President, and let's put together a package that doesn't cost so much in the out years. Let's retain our progressive tax structure and income tax structure on the 3-tier. We can do better than this. Thank you.
Before I go to the next question, Senator Tyson, do you care to respond?
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Yes.
Please respond.
So the comment was made that this sinks us. I would say the opposite. This lifts us and our Kansans into prosperity and stops growing government. Doesn't throw us into an unbalanced budget or break the state, but it returns the taxpayer to the taxpayer money to the hardworking Kansans who earned it.
Chair recognizes now the senator from Butler, President of the Senate, Ty Masterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a couple quick things that jumped out to me. It's like the perspective that's starting to blow my mind. It feels like when I listen to this, we have this really reserved, sustainable plan, then we have this devastating, terrible plan. It's going to bankrupt the state, and we're going to be not going to be able to fund schools and build roads. And I've never heard anybody call a projection that said we'd have $800 million in the bank 4 years out and $2.5 billion altogether rainy day fund called bleak. I never thought I would hear that, right? These plans, whether it's the minority leader's amendment or the governor's plan that had been proposed, the plans that have come out of this chamber with bipartisan super majorities, they're a fraction of a percent apart. Might sound like a lot of money outside the building, 40, 50 million. But in the scope of our $10+ billion general fund, our 20-some billion all funding, that somehow that difference is the difference between sustainable and all-out devastating. The truth is they're either both sustainable or they're both not. Every profile we've seen shows sustainability. And that's if we don't make any adjustments. That says, so we're talking about a fraction of a percent. So if you make don't make less than 0.5% change, that's what builds over time and making no adjustment. There's adjustments every year, as we all know. And to say, I can't remember who some said, I wish we all worked together. I thought we did. Unanimous out of the House. Bipartisan supermajority in the Senate. As we stand right now, even the veto override, right, which becomes political by nature, had 15 no votes in the House. It feels to me like we're probably going to have, we're coming back kind of where we were, right? That we'll probably have our 14. So you got 29 people out of 165, Mr. Chair. the vast majority, the bipartisan majority, has worked together to bring this plan. It's down to 14 people. Honestly, it's down to one, right? It is down to one. One person of the supposed 14 changes their mind and we get tax relief. One. It's already been through the House. We're already here. Here we sit. One person casting a vote on a bipartisan supermajority tax bill that brings lots of good relief, sustainable over the years. But when I hear the question, well, what are we going to do? I hear the answer coming from the other side say, well, don't give the people their money back. You know what I want to do? I want to let the people keep their money because it is sustainable. So I would ask the body, please override this veto.
Chair recognizes Senator from Brown, Senator Pyle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice President. Well, I think we're making progress, I will say that. A year ago, we were on this floor on Senate Bill 169. And if you remember that bill, I didn't bring the breakdown. I wish I would have. But that was a single rate tax bill, Mr. Vice President. And when I got the numbers, before we had to come back and vote on that, got the numbers over break on what that bill did, and I couldn't vote for it again. And so that bill went down, and we ran home. We ran home, and I've heard people talk about the people this morning and this afternoon and letting them keep more of their money, but we went home over a year ago. We went home. We weren't evidently hearing the people that they wanted some of their money back at that time. But now today, it seems some of us are hearing the people. And so we are making progress, and we've come a long way. That bill didn't include a total exemption for Social Security taxes. That was a year ago. And now today, this bill does. We're making progress. And I got beat up. You know, when I made that motion or that vote to sustain a year ago, I think there were 3 mailings dropped in my district right after that, saying that I was against lower taxes. Well, Mr. Chairman, we talk about tax policy. When we talk specifically about tax cuts, you know, there's a lot of things we can talk about. Tax cuts where? Tax cuts for who? When are we going to give them? We've heard, you know, that the food sales tax, we can't do it now. It might not be soon enough. The time won't be right. We can talk about the amounts. So when the people of Kansas, and especially in my district, when I go visiting, which I've done over the break some, I ask them, which taxes? How much here, how much there? Well, not a one of them said the highest bracket. Don't do away with all 3 brackets. Not a one of them supported. They supported that motion or that vote that I made last year. When I explained to them that $340 million of that $520 million tax cut was going to the top bracket of income tax. And they understood, no, we've tried that before. Let's not do that again. Because you raised my sales taxes after that to pay for it. They get it. And they are listening. They are watching. They want their money. It's their money. I agree with that. You know, you got some questions to answer. You can either bankrupt the state or you can bankrupt the people of Kansas. I mean, you're going one direction or the other on that train. But you know, last night, God was good. He sent me something humorous. I got a text from a gal in my district, and it had this article from, I guess it's caninfo.com. And it looks like a picture of the 4 the Earp brothers and Doc Holliday, and it says Senate showdown on the override vote, moment of truth for Kelly loyalists. And I got a good kick out of that. In fact, I texted the senator from Johnson over there who keeps getting called down for mentioning names. I won't mention his name because I don't want to get a point of order. But I told him, I said, I think I'm Sam Elliott. I said, I want to be Sam Elliott, but I don't have the mustache for that. So I said, well, what about Kurt Russell? But I don't have the mustache he has. And he replied he wanted to be Doc Holliday, Mr. Kilmer. And one of the guys that was in the text sent back to me that you need to be Doc Holliday. And I replied, that's not going to work. I don't drink and I don't smoke, but I do cough a little bit once in a while, you know. So, but I got a kick out of this article. I didn't read the whole thing, but I read parts of it. But there's something about that article that smells. You know, moment of truth for Kelly loyalists. And he's basing the article basically on this tax vote. And yet today I have voted to override the governor on multiple vetoes. So am I a Kelly loyalist? The name calling that comes from these debates is pathetic. And it's interesting. It's a pretty good read. Give him credit. I got a good kick out of it, though. I did get a good laugh because I think I thought about wearing a cowboy hat, putting on my bolo tie today and wearing my boots, wearing a trench coat, coming in here, but I don't have a mustache. So, and my wife didn't know where I could go find one. So anyway, and you all told me you didn't like my beard last year. So anyway, I'm having a little fun here because I think sometimes you got to lighten up on this stuff. But last year's bill, $340 million is to get a single rate. It's supposed to be good for Kansas. I think if we just lower every rate, it's good for Kansans. I think what the senator from out west said back here about the 3 rates, he's right. We can cut every one of those rates, and that's just as good as going a single rate. It just depends on where you want to focus the tax cut, how you want to do the policy. And so we're making progress. That's the point I want to make, because I'm going to sustain the governor's veto on this bill. And if this bill goes down, I want the people of Kansas to understand we are not done. We're in the 9th inning. We've come a long way, baby. We've brought this policy from no total exemption for Social Security. A year ago, we were going from 75,000 to 100,000 on Social Security, and I sat here and took statements from the back row. How can he sit there and do that when he's advocated for removing Social Security from the state income tax all these years? Well, this is how, folks, because look how far we've come. And it's in there today. We have tried and tried and tried over the years to get that little bit of policy. I have also tried to get the standard deduction raised because my CPA tells me all the time 70% of Kansans use the standard deduction. So you start there because it helps 70% of the taxpayers. I did that under Brownback. I got that amendment on, and I listened to people say how I was messing up Brownback's tax plan. And I would say good, because I thought that was the best way to go with a standard deduction. And then I saw them, we came back in the following year in January, and I saw them take half of it back. It's all about, in the tax policy, I've watched, and I don't know that I saw it much before the Brownback years. And I'm not trying to put Sam Brownback down. I'm trying to say that he got tagged with that policy that whoever came up with, it branded him, unfortunately, because I like Sam. But I call it the Brownback recipe for tax cuts is what we saw. And in that recipe, there were tax cuts and there were tax hikes. So the tax hikes were designed to bring revenue to pay for the greater tax cuts to remove the top bracket. So it wasn't good. It wasn't the way you should do policy. The senator from Johnson that says we should have brought the Social Security alone, yes. I think the Kansas people would like to see a very, very transparent legislative process. And perhaps maybe they'd like to see a bill have to pass both chambers and get amended before it goes to conference. That if it didn't pass both chambers in one form or another, it's not conferable. But we don't have those rules. We voted today on conference bills that came from the House that we hadn't seen. Those were in committee reports. So, but I can tell you, constituents say, doesn't the bill have to pass both chambers before it can? And I said, no, it only has to pass one, and sometimes it doesn't even have to do that. It gets thrown into a conference committee report as language, and it gets passed. This is a policy-making procedure. We are making progress, and you know, whether we're addressing tax cuts, there are business entities that want us to cut business taxes. We sit here and we talk about the people. Here are the people. Well, there's business, corporate interests, individual, family. All of those words come into the policy-making process. And it saddens me when I have to sit here and watch for umpteen years as we try to fix some things to keep people here in the state of Kansas, which is what the retirement tax relief will do. And to have to work for that for so long and then get beat up by entities because you voted to sustain a governor's veto. I did that a year ago for the purpose of getting exactly where we are today. And I believe we'll get a better tax plan if we have to come back. And you know what, folks? I'm going to tell you, we don't have to come back for special session. I know how fast, Mr. Chairman, they can run a bill.
State your point of order.
What?
Address the chair.
I am addressing the chair. So, Mr. Chairman, I've been known to talk to my mama and look at my brother. So, you know, some people don't understand that, but that's part of public speaking. Anyway, Mr. Chairman, now she managed. She threw me off my line of thought, so I guess she achieved her goal. Anyway, we've worked a long time to get Social Security exempted, but this could go, we could take what the governor suggested in her form or what the minority leader brought. We can go put that bill together, sit down with them in a room, and in an hour probably have a plan come back past this chamber with 40 votes. I would bet on it if I didn't know this body so well. But I'm just telling the people of Kansas, this isn't over. Don't let anybody tell you that just if this fails, that it's over. It's not over. Just think about the process for a minute that we've gone through since a year ago. We had a tax bill this year that got vetoed by the governor. This is the second one, I think. Maybe I'm wrong, correct me if I am. But we had a tax bill also that was put together by this chamber. I think it passed 38-1. Am I wrong on that, Mr. Chairman? If I'm wrong, tell me. But I think it passed. And then, but prior to that, the House had a bill that passed, I believe, unanimously and came over here and was pretty much vetoed. It's not really a veto, but it was declared materially altered, which killed it basically. And the House didn't have a chance to override that action. So they had to live with it. So then when we passed a tax bill that the governor did say she would sign, and it went over to the House, but what did the House do to it? They retaliated, and they sent it to conference. So we've had multiple plans, but there's the proof, Mr. Chairman, that we could put a tax plan together that will pass. And our work isn't finished. And I'd certainly say, you know, we're up against a deadline. But last year we left here because it was either single rate or nothing. And the people of Kansas have got nothing. For a whole year, they've been waiting. So we're making progress, Mr. Chairman. And I'm asking, Mr. Chairman, you're in leadership. When this goes down, we need to get to work. We've got a few hours. We can get a bill and we can get a plan. We don't have to come back for special session, but we will. The governor said she'd call us back for tax cut, and I'm taking her at her word. So with that, I'll stop, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Senator Tyson, do you care to respond?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do have a few comments. One, I would tell the good senator from Brown, I just got a text from one of his constituents, a very close constituent of mine, or of his, but a family member of mine. They absolutely want this legislation. It doesn't break the bank. It doesn't put our schools in harm. It doesn't put our roads and bridges in harm. Made the comment that we're done. My dad would say, well, what are you baking? Well, this tax process is baked. We are finished. This is the last train out of the station. You may not think that, but I don't think constituents or a majority of this body would want us to come back for a special session.
Chair recognizes Senator from Johnson, the Minority Leader Sykes.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I will be short and sweet, and I don't think this is the last train out of the station. Our 90th day is going to be on Thursday, and there are 40 votes here that we can pass something, and we can come together. Several of my colleagues have talked about our spending. We're going to be voting on an omnibus budget, maybe tonight, maybe tomorrow, I don't know. That budget is going to spend $125 million more in 2025. Again, we still have a wait list for our IDD population. We talked about SPED funding. We've talked about transportation. This bill doesn't have anything in it for childcare, and I know there's another bill out there that has a provision for that, but I have yet to see it come to this chamber for a vote. I have a lot of renters in my district, and while they will get some relief for this, there's more for property owners. I truly believe that a three-tier tax structure is more elastic, and I think we have to have elasticity moving forward. I have been in this chamber where we've cut funding and we've cut budgets and we've made those hard decisions, and I don't want to go back to that. I've heard people say this is really just a three-tier one where the bottom tier is 0, but let me just read the bill summary. The bill would restructure the Kansas individual income tax brackets to a 2-bracket system beginning in tax year 2024. For married individuals filing jointly, taxable income of 0 to 46,000 would be taxed at 5.15%, and taxable income of over $46,001 and above would be taxed at 5.55%. And then it's lower for those not filing jointly. And I will say there are lots of pieces in this that I like, I've supported, and I think we can take those pieces and put in another bill and move it forward. But I do believe that if this bill goes into law in a couple of years, whoever comes back, and I think it will be whoever is elected this November, is going to be making decisions. So the very pieces of this legislation that is saying that that bottom bracket isn't paying taxes are going to see an increase, because right here in the language, we are saying that we have changed their income tax rate from 3.1 to 5.15. So I'm going to ask you to sustain a veto and come together, because we did pass something in this body, 39-1. and I think we can do it again, and I think we can deliver tax relief. And I've talked to many of my constituents, many people who email me talking about this. They do want tax relief, but they want it's something that's fiscally responsible and that's going to maintain for a while and not have the rug ripped out from under them in just a few years. So thank you.
Seeing no further questions, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to address a comment that was made because that is so misleading. The bottom bracket, 3.1, goes to 0. And with the exemptions and the standard deduction increases, they do not have an income tax increase. There is no one in the state of Kansas that would have an income tax increase with this bill. It is a cut for all, and I will remind the body, a family of 4 in current law pays no income tax up to $22,000 that they make with the exemptions and standard deduction. With this bill, because of the increase in the personal exemptions, that increases to $32,200. That's over $10,000 window that they don't pay any. So that 3.1 goes to 0. That is a cut. That is an absolute cut. Remember, over 76,000 seniors go to 0, or not to 0, but they do not pay state income tax on Social Security. That's massive. Mr. President, in the body, I would ask, this is very elementary, but I would ask that you close your eyes. Close your eyes for a minute. Don't think about the people in the building or sitting next to you or the politics. Think about being at home. Think about being at the grocery store or going to a movie or a ball game. Talking to your friends, your neighbors, your families. That's who you're casting this vote for. You're casting it for Kansans. Please hear me. Please hear your constituents. Please hear all Kansans and send them a tax cut. Thank you, Mr. President.
You've heard the motion. We're now ready for final action. As soon as the computer comes up, clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Baumgardner. Billinger. Blasey. Bowers. Glaze. Corson. Dietrich. Dahl. Erickson. Fag. Vascudo. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Holland. Holscher. Kirshen. Cluse. Longbine. Masterson. McGinn. Olson. O'Shea. Peck. Peterson. Petty. Pittman. Pyle. Reddy. Reichman. Schallenberger. Steffen. Straub. Sykes. Thompson? Tyson? Ware? No. Warren? Wilborn?
Has every senator had an opportunity to vote? Senator from Finney, Senator Dahl.
Could we get a preliminary?
26 in favor, 11 opposed, 3 passes.
I hope that, can I give a quick explanation and then a vote?
You may.
Thank you. I hope next year that we can come in, to those that are coming in, and get the whole team in so everybody can play and do the right thing. And with that, I vote no.
Further explanations or changes? Senator from Lynn, call the Senate. Senate's been called, takes 5 hands. Seeing 5 hands, call is in order. Clerk will call the roll.
Haley?
Yeah. Mr. President, let me see. So, and I would sustain and a no. Which way is it? A no?
An aye vote overrides the governor, and a no vote would sustain the veto.
Okay. So it's 26 to 22 ayes and how many noes?
You're at 26 in favor. Then if one more person votes aye, it is overridden. If they do not, it is sustained.
There's 2 left. Oh, okay. It's on you then. Okay, okay. Then I vote no.
Pittman?
Thank you, Mr. President. I do vote no today to sustain. I do have an explanation of vote.
Please proceed.
I've supported many versions of tax reform, especially championing property tax relief and food sales tax while here in the legislature. I voted for this bill, as I have for many previous versions. Yet I have to consider, under the governor's leadership, Kansas has not only recovered but thrived after years of fiscal mismanagement and tax experiments during the previous administration. She has earned the right in my eyes with 6 years of fiscally responsible policies that are sustainable, with a record $20 billion of private investment into our state, and with tens of thousands of new jobs to drive a better economy for our next generation. Out of an abundance of caution as we put this massive break together, if she feels there is a variation on this current plan that is somehow more stable today, I'm willing to make note and work with her to make that version a success, with the specific aim to sustainably benefit all Kansas by providing necessary financial relief while avoiding past challenges of underfunded schools, deteriorating roads, and bad credit for our state. I vote no.
Any further explanations or changes? Senator from Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. President. Keep it simple. Keep it simple. Over $4 billion in the bank, taxpayers that need relief because of inflation, because of struggling with property taxes. Keep it simple and send it back to the taxpayers.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Holscher.
With this permission, I'd like to join the remarks of the senator from Leavenworth.
So ordered. Further explanations or changes? Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Haley.
Thank you, Mr. President. You certainly know, and many do, how I did struggle with this and continue to struggle with this issue. I am anxious, extremely anxious to see some tax relief, so much so that I've been leaning towards some untenable or untenable plans. It's time for some tax relief to be delivered to our constituents now. Certainly those that are in the 4th District are looking for some right now. I think the explanation of vote that was given and why I end up with the razor thin 50%, 49.9%, and 51.1% joining in the no vote is that we really do everything we can to sustain the best possible policies that don't return us to that which you and I weathered through in the previous experiment. This administration has worked hard, very much so, to put that $4 billion in the bank and not return us there. And that razor-thin margin for me is, since it was some of the policies that she implemented that gave us the surplus, unprecedented surplus, that she should be widely able to help determine how it is we get it back as much as we can to the taxpayers. That having been said, the articulation of the senator from Leavenworth, again, on my razor-thin no vote after being compelled for a pass, I would appreciate if I could join his remarks with his permission. Thank you, Mr. President.
All votes cast, call is raised. Further explanation. Senator from Barton, Senator Straub.
Thank you, Mr. President. Sometimes it does come down to one vote or one bill ruled materially altered or one shot not taken. But what matters all along is the teamwork. And I hope that this body has learned a lesson and knows that from here on, we can and we will do better. Thank you.
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Mr. President, we have absolutely debated on this floor. We have passed legislation on this floor. We have went to almost every member of this body asking for input. They were able to amend the bills in debate. The House came together and told us in no uncertain terms they did not want the first version of 2086. They did not want it. They shot it down and sent it back to conference committee. This is our shot, guys. This is it. It takes three. It takes the Senate, the House, and possibly the governor or an override. And this is our choice before us. The House passed it 104-15 on a bipartisan vote. And we tell them no by one vote. Remember what I said, you are the deciding vote. Thank you, Mr. President.
For the explanations of changes, Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. President. With his permission, I'd like to join the comments of the senator from Leavenworth.
So ordered. Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I've sat here and I've listened to every excuse under the sun given. I don't like this part of this tax bill. I don't like that part of this tax bill. I don't like things in this tax bill either. I wanted a single rate. That's what's best for Kansans. But I have constituents back home suffering because of inflation, suffering because of this economy. They need relief. This is not a perfect tax bill. They can't wait for someone to get everything they want. This was a compromise tax bill. I'm willing to compromise. It's sad the other side isn't. When I hear talk of spending, I didn't see anyone from our colleagues across the aisle squawking when I got every media notification. Governor spends $85 million on this grant program. Governor spends $61 million on and on and on and on. The only time we seem to have a problem with spending, Mr. President, is when we're trying to give that $4 billion, which let's not forget, is not revenue generated. It is taxes from the people that we say represent, and we can't give them back a fraction. I find that appalling, and I find the excuses appalling. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was coming out of church yesterday, and this old couple stopped me and said, "Are we going to get some help, some tax relief?" And I said, "I hope so." And I'm sitting there in church, and I'm looking at all these young couples who need help. This inflation rate, whatever you believe about the inflation rate, it is bad. It's high. We're killing these young folks. We need to help them. I'm tired of the excuses too. I would like to join the remarks from Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson on this. I don't know how many more trains out of the station we have to have. This looked, and I had hoped this would have been the last one. I'm pretty much speechless and disgusted. Thank you, Mr. President.
For the explanations or changes, Seeing none, clerk will close the roll, tally the vote. On a vote of 26 in favor and 14 opposed to House Bill 2036, with this motion having not receiving a constitutional supermajority of 2/3, the veto is sustained. Before recessing, are there announcements? Senator from Johnson, Senator Holscher.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Having voted on the prevailing side, I move we reconsider our actions on 2036.
I think you mean adjourn to a time certain, probably.
Point of order.
Point of
Individual
order.
wasn't recognized. I think I had the floor.
You wouldn't. So you have a motion, so then you have I'm going to consult with my parliamentarian real quick because I know a motion to adjourn time certain is priority, but this is a motion. So Senator Sedgwick, did you have a point as well?
Mr. President, a point of information. We would need 2/3 vote to reconsider. Is that correct?
You would need to, yes, correct. You would need 2/3. She's talking about the tax bill. So motion's in order, so we can dispatch of it. The only thing would be is you recast the vote, you lose the vehicle, no big deal. Or recess to a time certain is a priority motion, and that is a valid motion as well. That would take priority. Senator from Lynn, did you want to restate a motion, or do you want to?
Yes, I will. Mr. President, I would like to recess until 9 p.m.
We were about to recess till 5.
Okay, I'll take 5.
All right. So I'm going to take the priority motion to recess until 5 o'clock. Point of information, Senator from Lyon.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. President, but you cannot recess. You have to adjourn.
Oh, we did. That's the question we were having. It's recess to a time certain or adjourn. Yeah. Yeah. So, point of information, Senator from Leavenworth.
Appreciate that. When we recess, which I think we will be doing, when we come back, I believe this motion would be of priority and be the first thing considered, correct?
We'd be on the motion at 5. Yep, that is correct.
Okay, so literally we're going to delay this until 5 o'clock. We could do it now or we could do it then.
Correct. Part of it is that we have a member that's having a bit of a retirement party, and I was trying to make time for people to get over there. So you can do the same thing at 5. No sweat from me. So, right. So we're going to take the priority motion to recess until 5. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. We are in recess until 5.
Coaches to come up to me and tell me how wrong.
Someone come to order.
Unethical I was. I said, well, go home and cry and you're lost, bitch.
We'll return to the motion from Senator from Johnson, Senator Holscher.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. As a reminder, as we were leaving, previously the motion was made to reconsider the vote on 2036. I would encourage the body to consider this vote as we move forward here so that we can put together a plan that will really be representative of what we are looking for as a body, as a combined body working as a team, putting together a plan that benefits all of our constituents. On this bill, I would encourage the body to vote no, or I'm sorry, on this motion, I would encourage the body to vote no or pass on this particular motion. Thank you.
I think this motion is debatable, and just for clarity, it is. If you're intending to keep the subject matter of the tax plan open, you would vote yes. If you want to kill the override, it would be no. Are there any questions or comments for the Senator from Johnson, Senator from Lynn?
Thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, I do have a couple of questions. So how is trying to make sure that this legislation dies a certain death compromising or working with the other side?
Senator from Johnson.
We have several other plans that have been put out, and I believe earlier the Senator from Johnson very eloquently pointed out some of the plans that actually do a little bit better job of reaching the goal that we have discussed. Additionally, I know the governor introduced a new plan, and I think it's been mentioned in this chamber as well as across the hallway that this is the last train out. I would remind the body it was June when we ended the Brownback experiment my first term in office. So we do have some time to put together a plan, again, that is more palatable for the constituents, for the voters in Kansas.
Senator from Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. President. Palatable to the voters? I question that. And I will remind this body, okay, we started at this last year on 169. That veto override failed by 1 vote. So we come back, first thing this year, 2084. I think that was the number, or 2284. It was 2284. And that fails by 1 vote in the Senate again, not in the House. So we put together across this floor 539, passes with supermajority, single rate option, inflation factors, the whole bit. The House puts together their package, Senate Bill 300, passes over there unanimously. So remind the body again that we go to conference and we have the governor's plan. It's part of, it is the first version of 2036 in conference committee. The governor's plan is the first version. The Senate passes it, yes. Goes to the House, overwhelmingly rejected. Not partially rejected, almost unanimously rejected. So we go to conference committee. The House tax chairman and I are looking at, obviously, SB 300 and SB 539, and that's how we come to almost the exact same conclusion on this version of 2036. We listened, we worked with people, and so it's either my way or the highway in this legislation. That's what I hear. The 14 senators in this body that voted no is they are letting perfect be the enemy of good. It's their way or the highway. They're not compromising. We've gone from a 1-tier to a 2-tier. We gave up all the inflation factors. We have compromised until we are to the left side of the road on a tax cut. So I beg this good senator from Johnson to tell us what those 14 holdouts are, each one of them. We just need one of them. Where are we not compromising with them? Where are we not working with them? Where are we not listening to our constituents? Because I guarantee you now, Democrats and Republicans have asked me for this legislation.
Senator Johnson.
Thank you. I would just indicate that I also have a plan that is available. Happy to sit down and discuss with anybody. We have a lot of different options out there, and we can find a way to make something that is workable, that is sustainable, and fits within the parameters. So we can do this. We're good enough. We can do this.
Further questions or comments? Senator from Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. President. We can do this. We have done that. We're only one vote shy. One vote to go home and tell your constituents. And I challenge each one of the senators in this body, look up your colleague in the House. See how they voted. I guarantee you that if not every one of you, most of you, the representatives in your district voted for it, because there were only 15 noes in the House. Out of 125 legislators, 15 noes. And they were unanimous before the governor asked them to vote no. 104 to 15. We're at 26 to 14. Just one person needs to change their vote, and we can go home holding our heads up high that we have done our work, all of us. And that one person that changes their vote, I guarantee you they are going to be a hero with Kansas taxpayers.
Further questions or comments on the motion? Do you have any final comments, Senator? I'll cast a vote.
I'm sorry.
Do you have any final comments on your motion?
Yes, thank you. Sorry, I didn't hear you there for a second. Yes, very, very simply, we can do better. We can do better. And you know what? We typically in the past have not followed the House. And I have every confidence that we can put together a plan, again, that fits the parameters, that is sustainable and doesn't put us in the red in a few years. So this is very simple. If you voted no on the bill 2036 initially, vote no or pass on this motion. So I move my motion.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Roll call's been requested. Requires 5 hands. 5 hands. Seeing 5 hands, roll call's in order.
For a point of information. Point of information.
Senator from Wyandotte.
We have clarification what a yes vote is and a no vote is. Thank you.
One more time. So it's a motion to reconsider. So a yes vote reconsiders. A no vote or a pass does not reconsider. So if you're putting in the context of the underlying vote, if you were for the bill or for keeping the subject alive, you vote yes. If you want to kill it so it can't be reconsidered again, you vote no or pass. Is that clear for everybody? All right. We're having a computer glitch again.
And you catch your fears. Sorry.
Do we need to go to paper? Okay, I think we have it. So, motion to reconsider. Clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Baumgardner. Bellinger. Blasey. Bowers. Clays. Corson. Dietrich. Dahl. Erickson. Fag. Voscadeau. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Holland. Holscher. Kirshen. Cluse. Longbine. Masterson. McGinn. Olson. O'Shea. Peck. Peterson. Petty. Pittman. Pyle. Reddy. Reichman. Schallenberger. Stefan. Straub. Sykes. Thompson. Tyson. Ware. Warren. Wilborn.
Has every senator had an opportunity to vote? Does any senator wish to change their vote or explain their vote? Senator from Sedgwick. Senator
Should I ask for a preliminary count, Mr. President?
26 in favor, 10 opposed, 4 passes. Further explanation or changes? This is not, call is not in order. It's not final action. Seeing none, clerk will close the roll, tally the vote. On a vote of 26 in favor and 10 opposed, motion fails. We're now moving into some other, the House has passed this message. We need a message from the House. Clerk will read. 2583. Okay.
Announcing the House herewith transmits the veto message from the governor, together with the enrolled copy of HB 2583, an act concerning crimes, punishment, and criminal procedure relating to crimes against the public morals, increasing the criminal penalty for harming or killing certain dogs and horses, requiring restitution for such crime to include veterinary medical treatment, funeral and burial expenses, and replacement of such animal, amending KSA 21-6416 and 21-6604, and repealing the existing sections received on April 19th, 2024, and read on April 25th, 2024. The death of any law enforcement animal is a tragedy. There is no question that we should hold those responsible accountable for their actions. While the intention of this bill is commendable, this legislation needs further evaluation and study. First, House Bill 2583 imposes mandatory minimum sentences to disregard important factors that should be left to the discretion of a judge through the regular sentencing process. Second, the mandatory sentences are out of line with the other, more severe crimes without justification for why that is required. Third, while the requirement for the psychological evaluation and anger management program are important, we do not apply this same standard to many other heinous crimes. Therefore, under Article 2, Section 14A of the Constitution, I hereby veto House Bill 2583. Dated April 19th, 2024, Laura Kelly, Governor of Kansas. A motion was made that HB 2583 be passed notwithstanding the governor's veto. By vote of 105 yeas and 20 nays, the motion having received the required 2/3 constitutional majority of the members elected or appointed to the House of Representatives, voting in the affirmative, the bill passed.
Before I take a motion on 2583, I skipped over a conference committee report and we'll need to suspend Joint K. Chair recognizes the majority leader from Cali, Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate suspend Joint Rule 4K to consider the following bills. House Bill 2784. 84.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Conference committee report. Chair recognizes Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage on 2784.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate adopt the conference committee report on House Bill 2784.
Please explain the report.
Thank you. Body, you may remember a couple of days ago I presented this bill, and there are 4 sections to it. Just briefly, one is disallowing the fire marshal and his representatives from wearing or operating a body camera, audio, or visual recording when doing an inspection of licensed care facility or community-based locations. Another was disability service provider licensing. And as I mentioned, this actually helps day service providers like Goodwill, who, because of current language, have had to be faced with suspending day services in their retail locations in Wichita, Newton, and Hutchinson. Current language for providers like them who work with the IDD community states that anyone in the facility must meet the KDAD's background check and training requirement to serve even one person with intellectual developmental disabilities. This standard applies to 700 employees in 12 cities, but the revised language removes an unnecessary barrier to just individuals who are giving that immediate and appropriate protections for the program and works directly with the individual in the IDD community. The third part of this bill was clarifying continuing care retirement community, defining that, adding Home Plus, removes and transfers the authority for the certification of these certified community centers or continuing care retirement community centers from the Medicaid Inspector General to KDATS. The fourth part of this that was mentioned was the Certified Community Behavioral Health Center, commonly called CCBHCs. It was during that time that it was asked from this body that we send this back to conference committee, which we did. And I'm proud to say that we worked with all of the parties involved and came up with a compromise. So the concern was that after the 3 years of moratorium, where only current CCBHCs could maintain that certification, it was added that after that time, 3 years later, a certified community behavioral health clinic and community mental health center or a qualified nonprofit provider that meets the criteria as set forth in paragraph 3, which is in order to be certified after 2027, the mental health center or qualified nonprofit provider, which would be what we think of as our federally qualified health centers, shall be licensed by the department and provide the following services. So if they meet the criteria after the 3 years, and that was the concern, thankfully we got all the parties together. And so with that, I'll stand for questions.
For the motion, the explanation, are there questions on 2784? Senator from Miami, Senator Baumgartner.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. I don't have a question. I have a thank you. Thank you for this going back to conference committee. I know there was a lot of consternation on the House side. How dare we reconsider this? But I think that we are in a better place. And as always, what we're looking for is as many folks within Kansas be served by those service providers that are within our state. So thank you very much to the chair and to the other members of the conference committee.
Further questions, comments? Seeing none, Senator Johnson, do you have any closing remarks?
I do not except to thank the parties for coming together, and it always makes our job easier when they can come together, work together, and come with a compromise that everyone can agree upon, Mr. President.
You've heard the motion. We're now ready for final action. On this roll call, we take the following: the conference committee report on House Bill 2784. Clerk will read the title.
An act concerning adult care homes.
Clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Baumgardner. Bellinger. Lazy. Bowers. Clays. Corson. Dietrich. Dahl. Erickson. Bag. Fauskido. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Holland. Holscher. Kirshen. Cluse. Longbine. Masterson. McGinn. Olson. O'Shea. Peck. Peterson. Petty. Pittman. Pyle. Reddy. Reichman. Schallenberger. Steffen. Straub. Sykes. Thompson. Tyson. Ware. Warren. Wilborn.
Has every senator had an opportunity to vote? Does any senator wish to explain or change your vote? Seeing none, clerk will close the roll, tally the vote. On a vote of 39-0, the motion passes. The measure having reached its constitutional majority hereby declared passed. Now return to override motions. Chair recognizes Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren on 2583. Oh, hold up for a second. Quick announcement. Senator from Sherman, Senator Bellinger.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Conference Committee on Senate Ways and Means will meet at 6:15 in room 548 South. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. President. You'll remember that House Bill 2583 increases the penalties for intentional harm, disabling, or the death of police animals. And let me tell you who has brought this to us. It's my honor to work with them, the Kansas Lodge Fraternal Order of Police, the Kansas Sheriff's Association, the Kansas Chiefs of Police Association, the Kansas Peace Officers Association, the Johnson County Sheriff's Office, the Lenexa Police Department. And why this is so important is because, you know, while the loss of a human life is clearly more significant than the loss of a canine dog, one of the most important things to understand about this legislation is that it's not easy to compare killing a police animal to other statutes that we have. And of course, when you intentionally kill a police animal, it's a violent crime and results in harm, disability, or death of the animal, and clearly not a person. So that's why the bill is about a non-person felony. And we've heard discussion today that our law enforcement needs access to equipment that helps them best do their job. Let me give you some few examples, if I may, from our law enforcement community when I asked them, can you give us some examples how these animals help our law enforcement? And so I'm going to give you a couple of them. One was a canine apprehended a subject who was holding a knife, and that suspect repeatedly asked officers to kill him and made threats that he would kill an officer if an officer approached him. So the canine was deployed, and it was able to separate the suspect from his knife and able to keep him away while other officers then could safely approach that suspect. And the family of that suspect then later thanked law enforcement for their work with the canine because they knew their son was trying to commit suicide by cop. Another example was a police officer was on patrol in a high crime area and observed a stolen vehicle. The suspect fled from the vehicle on foot. The canine was deployed. The canine caught up to the suspect and continued holding that suspect as the suspect attempted to reach into his boot. The officers were able to catch up to the canine, and the suspect continued to resist arrest. He was eventually taken into custody, and it was later determined that the suspect had a firearm in his boot. So an example of had the canine not been able to be involved, it's very likely that a police officer would have been seriously injured or killed. Another incident, an officer was dispatched, several officers were dispatched to a domestic violence incident. It involved a firearm, and a canine was dispatched. The suspect appeared exiting his front door after going back in, and at the time, the officers didn't see that the suspect had any weapons. The officers gave the command to stop to the suspect, and the suspect continued to walk towards the officer. And instead, the suspect attempted to turn and go back into the house. The canine was deployed, and before the suspect could make it inside, the canine caught up with him and caused the suspect to sit on the stairs. It was at that moment that the suspect then produced a firearm from his small of his back and began to bring it around, pointing it at the police officers. The suspect then fired the firearm, struck the canine in the shoulder. The canine was almost immediately killed, and the suspect brought the firearm around again, pointing it at the officers, and fired. But fortunately, because of the delay and the interference of the canine, officers were spared from being harmed. Another one, officers were dispatched again to a person with a weapon, and a standoff ensued. The SWAT team was deployed, and an officer with a canine was deployed. And a plan was derived to use beanbags firearms to simultaneously also dispatch the canine and to apprehend the suspect, which was accomplished, and the suspect was pulled away from the suspect's weapon. Again, keeping officers safe and out of harm's way. And the final example that our law enforcement provided was there was a suspect located and wanted in Kansas for murder and robbery that had happened in Oklahoma. The U.S. Marshals indicated he had a firearm and was telling the marshals not to come any closer or he would kill himself. The weapon was not seen, but the suspect kept his arm behind his back, indicating he had a weapon. The suspect stepped off the porch, and the officer deployed the canine, who quickly closed the distance and surprised the suspect. Officers were then able to move in and took him into custody without incident. These are the reasons why these animals are so valuable to our law enforcement, keeping our law enforcement alive and able to do the job we ask them to do every day to keep our Kansas communities safe. Turning to specifically the governor's veto message, she had 3 parts to it, so I'd like to address them one by one. The first one was, it seemed to be an objection to imposing a mandatory minimum sentence that would disregard important factors that should be left to the discretion of the judge. So currently already in law, we already have mandatory minimum sentences if you seriously injure, disable, or kill a police animal. So this is nothing new. We have increased the penalties, however, already requiring a minimum of 30 days and increasing it to 90 days. The second part of the objection was that there's no justification for the severity level of these crimes, because it's true, no person is being harmed or killed in this crime. And the reason, the justification for the severity level is this. If you look at some of our other crimes against persons, they involve a different state of mind, a different intent of the bad actor, a different intent of the defendant, more reckless behavior, whereas this bill requires knowingly, with knowledge, and without lawful cause or justification. So knowingly, you're going to kill or harm this animal, a different degree of intentional conduct to harm the animal. Reckless is conscious disregard. Knowingly is you have, you're aware of the nature of your conduct or that the circumstances exist and you act anyway. And again, it would provide some, if you're acting in self-defense, then this crime would not apply to you because you have to intentionally, knowingly, without legal cause or justification, harm or kill the animal. And finally, the third point of the veto message was that the bill requires, if you're convicted of this crime, that you have a psychological evaluation and be assessed for anger management classes. And again, the objection was, well, we don't apply in Kansas law this requirement for a psychological evaluation anywhere else. Well, you know what? Currently in the very law that this legislation proposes to amend, it requires the psychological evaluation in anger management. It's just in the first section of the bill that got moved down to the third section of the bill. So it's not true that we don't already require a psychological evaluation or anger management. So the reasons for the veto simply do not exist. And I don't know if the bill wasn't read carefully, but what I can tell you is this. It's already required in law if you're going to harm or kill a police animal that you have to have a psychological evaluation and anger management. It's already required that you have a minimum mandatory sentence. And the justification for this level of severity is we're actually saving law officers and law enforcement lives with this bill. So it's one of those common sense bills that's required to keep our communities safe. And again, a colleague today said that it's important to give our law enforcement access to equipment that helps them best do their job. That's what this bill does. So with that, Mr. President, the veto message of the governor having been read, I move House Bill 2583 be passed, notwithstanding the governor's veto, and I'll stand for questions.
Heard the explanation of the motion. Question. Senator from Johnson, Senator Corson.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, I appreciate that. I believe that this bill is absolutely a really well-intentioned bill. I think the proponents of it have seen a need to increase the severity of the penalties for harming or killing police animals. I'm really hopeful that what we'll do as a body is sustain the governor's veto and that we can bring this back next year, because my challenge is not with the intent of this bill. It's with, I think this bill would take us out of proportion with a lot of other much more serious crimes. And as valuable as these animals are and as much important work, which the good senator really outlined how important these animals were. We had a lot of testimony about how they do really serve our law enforcement tremendously well. But I again, just want to kind of point out, drill down a little bit on some of the, how this bill would put us, I think, out of whack with our criminal statutes. So if you'll recall that the lower number is more severe. So as we get lower, the severity level and the punishments increase. So this bill would make it a severity level 4, non-person felony to inflict harm that disables or kills a law enforcement animal. And it would actually make it even a severity level 3 non-person felony if there were certain aggravating factors that took place. So that's where we are, severity level 3, severity level 4. To give you a sense, you can commit aggravated robbery on a person, on a fellow Kansan, commit an aggravated robbery, and it's a severity level 3. So it's the same level of severity as some of the infliction of harm to a police animal would be. I just don't think that's appropriate. Arson, you could burn down your neighbor's home. Arson is a severity level 7 non-person felony. So we treat arson much less severe. The destruction of a fellow Kansan's property is treated much less severely than harming a police animal would be. You could actually commit voluntary manslaughter of, again, a fellow Kansan, and that would only be a severity level 3 person felony. You could commit aggravated battery on a fellow Kansan, and that would be a severity level 4 person felony. You could steal property of over $100,000 or more, and you would actually be punished less severely. That would be a severity level 5 non-person felony. You could burglarize a fellow Kansan's home, and that would be a severity level 7 felony. And this is where I think it really shows just how out of whack this bill is. You could commit child abuse, and if the child is between 16 to 18 years old, that would only be a severity level 5 person felony for abusing a Kansas child. If the child was under 6 years of age, it would be a severity level 3. So we would be putting harming a police animal on par with abusing a vulnerable Kansas child under 6 years of age. So again, I think this bill is well-intentioned. I think, though, that we just need to pull back just a little bit some of these penalties because I don't think they reflect our values as a state. So again, I'm hopeful that the veto override will not be successful. I hope you'll join me in sustaining the veto. But again, I do hope that the proponents would bring this bill back next year and just pare it back just a little bit because I do believe it is well-intentioned, it is sincere, but the penalties are just so severe they would put us out of whack when we look at a lot of other really harmful crimes that deal with actually inflicting serious damage or, in the case of voluntary manslaughter, even killing fellow Kansans. Thank you.
Further question or comment? Seeing none, Senator, you may close on your motion.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you for the discussion. One of the aggravating factors mentioned, which would raise the severity level from level 4 to level 3, is you're fleeing or attempting to elude a police officer while they are interacting with you. And remember, the list of crimes listed by our colleague are person felonies. This is a non-person felony. And remember, the intent is intentionally committing the harm to the animal. And if you think about it, every example I shared with you from law enforcement is the suspect was already in conflict with law enforcement. They were resisting arrest. They were threatening the officers with a weapon. They were threatening harm to themselves. So it's a specific situation where it's almost impossible that you're going to be killing or harming a police dog unless you, as the suspect, are probably threatening a police officer or law enforcement officer yourself. And in those situations, we don't want to put law enforcement officers more in harm's way. We want to be able to send out the police dog to keep our officers safe. If we don't have our law enforcement officers, we're not going to have law and order in our communities. So it's important we keep them safe. One of the examples given, voluntary manslaughter, different intent of the bad actor. The definition of voluntary manslaughter is it's in the heat of passion. You're not intentionally and It's a different mens rea, if you will. And it is a higher level crime, voluntary manslaughter is, than the level 4 in this bill. So there is justification for the severity level of this bill and these crimes. Again, we're comparing non-person felony to some of the other crimes that was listed by our colleague are person felonies. And the other point is that without this bill, we are going to lose an important, not lose, but not have the ability to keep as long some of our equipment for law enforcement, as well as to keep our communities safe. So I would ask the body to consider that the reasons for the veto are non-existent because, again, these are already procedures in place and we're increasing the severity level. The time is right to do this now. The House overwhelmingly, with a very large bipartisan support in the House, passed this piece of legislation and voted to override the governor's veto. So I would ask the body to rise and support overriding the veto. And with that, then I'll close. Thank you.
And motion's been made. We're now ready for final action. Clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Baumgardner. Billinger. Lazy. Bowers. Clays. Corson. Dietrich. Dahl. Erickson. Fag. Faust-Godot. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Holland. Holscher. Kirshen. Cluse. Longbine. Masterson. McGinn. Olson. O'Shea. Peck. Peterson. Petty. Pittman. Pyle. Reddy. Reichman. Schallenberger. Steffen. Straub. Sykes. Thompson. Tyson. Ware. Warren. Wilborn.
Has every senator had an opportunity to vote? Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. President. Can we get a preliminary vote count?
28 in favor, 9 opposed. Are there changes or explanations? Senator from Brown. Further changes or explanations? Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Haley.
Thank you, Mr. President. This has been a very good issue. I was just checking to see this originally passed 25 yeas and 15 nays when it came from this body just a few weeks ago. And the discussions that have been had on this bill still are concerned. The governor's rationales were different from mine in vetoing it, frankly. But I would still think that some of the 15 of us who did not support the bill originally, might give some consideration to the points that were raised on that day about dogs being set upon people, perhaps indiscriminately, that would be running out, Mr. President, prior to, and to be one vote away or to have several upon reconsideration, to not have that addressed is of deep concern to me. As the governor said, and in her veto message, and with which I agree and which has been a part of this discussion, and as a member of the Sentencing Commission, I should say full disclosure, I always try to look at the crime matching the time, that we don't have a grid that's lopsided and has been discussed here today. This does make, if this bill passes, a lopsided grid for the time that would be conferred. And the governor's message said that as well. Again, my concern is just dogs being sicked on people with willy-nilly and people trying to basically protect themselves as reasonable people would, a reasonable person would, and then not having...
Senator, you're at 2 minutes plus.
2 minutes? Is it 200 words, though?
Yeah.
I think, is it?
You're well over 200 words.
All right. Well, I will condense it. But in conclusion, I just would hope that we would say no to dogs being sicked on people willy-nilly, especially where that crime doesn't match other time we give to other crimes. And thank you for your forbearance.
Thank you. Senator from Finney, Senator Dahl.
Thank you. I was one of people that changed their vote. And the reason that I voted the first time was I had just finished a book by John Lewis. If you don't know who John Lewis was, he was a representative, a great legislator, I believe from New York. And he marched with Martin Luther King on a Freedom March. And on the bus, where the bus was attacked, and in Selma, Alabama, they walked without any arms, without anything, and these dogs attacked them viciously. And so I got calls from some of my sheriffs back home and police chiefs, and one that I have the deepest respect for. He was telling me, he goes, John, and he agreed that that was an awful, awful scene. He said, the dogs are trained once a week for 8 hours now. He said, if the dog is sicked on someone like this, the officer should be over, it's not the dog that's going to be arrested, it's going to be that cop. So I changed my vote because and the other thing that was with the senator from Johnson, that left-handed pitcher that was so-so, he, you really weren't very good, but he said that this dog saved him 3 times. He was in Iraq and that sort of thing, and he's a great guy. So he made me change my vote. So I flip-flopped on it. I still think when I watch the Freedom March and think of John Lewis, Martin Luther King, and all those heroes, but it wasn't the dogs. It was the people, and that's what I had to be convinced of.
Just under the wire. Senator from Montgomery.
Thank you, Mr. President. I changed my pass to no.
Senator from Brown, I'm sorry, you stood. Further changes or questions or comments? Well, not comments or questions. Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Mr. President, I'll be very brief. I do appreciate the comments from the Senator of Wyandotte. I remember myself walking home one night, just minding my business, and there was I believe a protective German Shepherd, a house I was walking in front, and this Shepherd came out behind me and just bit me straight in my calf. And the dog was being protective of the house, but I mean, I wasn't even on the property, just on the sidewalk. And I remember the surge of adrenaline that I got when that dog bit into my leg. And I remember the whole fight or flight thing very, very strongly. And so my first concern with this bill is that when a dog is set on somebody, you are going to fight to save your life. If you kill the dog, so be it. The second thing that I do recall was a story, I believe was this might have been in the state of Ohio, but I believe there was a state trooper, somebody had a canine dog in their car, and I believe there was a trucker. I don't know what the situation was, but basically the trooper that handled the dog set it on the trucker, and they didn't pull the dog off the trucker. And so once again, I am concerned about when we start having penalties that in my mind are disproportionate to, once again, the injuries that may be occurred by a service animal. So I'll be voting no. Thank you.
Explanation changes. Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Fest.
Mr. President, thank you. I wasn't going to say anything, but I'm compelled to, and I'd be remiss if I would not, after we just celebrated, or we will be on May 10th celebrating the 70th anniversary of Brown versus Board of Education, where if you look at some of those clippings of young black children trying to go to school, dogs were there with police at that time, 70 years ago. Mr. President, we do know that if we're at a picnic and a mosquito bites you, your humanly instinct is to tap that mosquito. And we know that sometimes animals, although they do protect us, I have a beautiful black lab at home right now. When I arrive, he will be so happy to see me. But we do know that sometimes those dogs accidentally break loose. And Mr. President, just the human nature is to fight off a bite or a mosquito. So I wish we would totally reconsider, or I hope, as the gentlelady from Johnson in her presentation, that we will strongly take into consideration of just a natural instinct as opposed of a violent, knowingly act towards that animal. Thank you, Mr. President.
For the explanations or changes? Seeing none, clerk will close the roll, tally the vote. 29 having voted in favor and 10 opposed to House Bill 2583, having reached its two-thirds constitutional majority, notwithstanding the governor's veto, the bill is passed. Messages from the House.
Announcing the House herewith transmits the veto message from the governor together with the enrolled copy of HB 2465, an act concerning taxation. I do not believe it is appropriate to divert taxpayer dollars to largely unregulated crisis pregnancy centers. These entities are not medical centers and do not promote evidence-based methods to prevent unplanned pregnancies. This bill goes against the wishes of Kansans. On August 2nd, 2022, Kansas voters overwhelmingly signaled to politicians that they should stop inserting themselves between women and their private medical decisions. While some continue to meddle in Kansans' personal lives, I remain committed to upholding the will of Kansas voters. Therefore, under Article 2, Section 14A of the Constitution, I hereby veto House Bill 2465. Dated April 19th, 2024, Laura Kelly, Governor of Kansas. A motion was made that HB 2465 be passed, notwithstanding the governor's veto. By a vote of 85 yeas and 40 nays, the motion having received the required two-thirds constitutional majority of the members elected or appointed to the House of Representatives voting in the affirmative, the bill passed.
Chair recognizes Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. President. So what this bill would do is it would create an adoption savings account, an adoption tax credit, and the Pregnancy Resource Act. It would help those in need. You heard me say earlier today that everything that makes sense is being dismantled. Well, the governor's veto would be one of those items. I don't understand the explanation based off of what this bill does. Again, it creates an adoption savings account, an adoption tax credit, and a Pregnancy Resource Act.
You make your motion.
The veto message of the governor having been read, I move House Bill 2465 be passed, notwithstanding the governor's veto.
For the explanation and the motion, are there questions for the senator from Lynn? Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. President. I don't have any questions. Well, I do. The tax credit is 70%?
Senator from Lynn.
There's two tax credit, the adoption or the pregnancy center. Which one is the senator asking?
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. President. The pregnancy center.
Senator from Lynn.
Thank you. It is 70%.
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. President. And before I said this is, I think, a tax credit that is greater than what we often see. And again, as I expressed this morning, I think there are things that we need to do to help mothers and children, particularly to address disparities that we're seeing in healthcare. These centers are not set up necessarily to provide that health care, so I think we're diverting our dollars and charitable dollars without really understanding the data about where we can be most useful in helping our women, children, and families. Thank you.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Blasey.
Thank you, Mr. President. Whether my time is long or short here in the Kansas Senate, this bill will probably be one of my proudest achievements in terms of what we did together for Kansas families. As many people know, my wife and I have been very blessed with two wonderful sons, and I believe this bill will help many Kansas families find their forever home, or future Kansans find their forever home. Families come in different shapes and sizes and colors. And today we talked a lot about how we're about to celebrate the 70th anniversary of Brown versus Board of Education. And I wanted to say this earlier, and I should have this morning when we passed the resolution. But my family and I were at dinner this weekend at a restaurant. In the middle of the restaurant, my wife turned to me and said, "You notice everyone's staring at us?" And it's common, which now we get used to it. We don't even notice it. But people are just very curious about our family. We look all different. And but at the end of the day, we're family. We go home. I love each of my children, whether biological or adopted, just as much as the other. And I think this bill will allow so many Kansas families who want to adopt, have the opportunity to adopt. As I know that two of the two birth mothers for my two sons received a lot of help from pregnancy crisis centers, or resource centers, and I believe this bill will also empower centers in our state to help women who are in need. And so, as my family and I were sitting there having dinner, I thought to myself, or not that very moment, but I've thought to myself over time, that in my grandparents' lifetime, it would be illegal for my family to sit down at dinner in a public restaurant. I mean, in my grandparents' lifetime, it's not very long ago that Brown versus Board of Education happened. And so families are going to come and grow in the state, and hopefully by this legislation becoming law. And so I strongly encourage the body to support this legislation for Kansas families.
Seeing no further questions, Senator from Lynn, you may close on your motion. Oh, Senator from Douglas, I was about to have her close. You need. Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll be brief. Just real quickly about this, since I'm ranking on the tax committee, just a couple things struck me about this legislation. There are really two, in my mind, two separate pieces of legislation. This bill, you have the adoption tax credit, and then you have the pregnancy crisis centers piece. And to me, I have two different very thoughts about this bill. Number one, when it comes to the adoption tax credit, in my opinion, if this had stood separate from the Pregnancy Crisis Center bill, I could have supported this. I think the adoption tax credit bill is actually a little rich. My understanding from our discussion in committee is that basically, and these are very generous credits are being awarded. Actually, my understanding is basically you could use this to adopt a child basically from anywhere, even overseas. So that's, but having said that, Mr. President, I would have been supportive of the adoption tax credit policy, but to me, the pregnancy crisis centers, it's just, and if you take even just separating out the whole issue about bodily autonomy and reproductive services and who's, getting credits for doing what, to me, the crisis pregnancy center, the whole tax policy piece itself, it never made sense to me. We never understood, Mr. President, actually how many of these centers exist in Kansas. Never understood the need for why they actually needed to get some sort of a credit to operate in the first place. When you actually look at the structure of the tax credit, I believe there's businesses that are getting a rather rich income tax credit or even premium tax credit, I believe if you're an insurance company or whatever, for making a donation to these centers. And it really kind of made me start to wonder if there were some other agendas with basically the way these tax credits were structured specifically for the crisis pregnancy centers. And I do want to make a statement about this too. I understand a little bit about an unwed mother going through a crisis pregnancy. Because in college, that was me and my girlfriend. Now, I wasn't pregnant. She was, obviously, Mr. President. But the point is that I understand that crisis, that sense of urgency and that sense of being overwhelmed. And so I in no way am denigrating any sort of relief that they may provide emotionally to pregnant women that would come to these centers. But when I look at the policy, the tax policy, I don't understand the justification of the credit to be given to these centers in the first place. It does not make sense to me what we're actually trying to accomplish. We don't have any policy outcomes established, what we're actually looking to be accomplished at all. And so for that, unfortunately, I have to be voting no on the whole bill, even though I did like a good chunk of the adoption tax credit. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator from Lane, you may close on your motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. So it was interesting. We were at lunch yesterday, some family members, and we were talking about legislation. And my husband looked at me and he says, Karen, you're being too logical. You can't be logical. You have to think emotional on this vote. And I thought about that, and I thought about it, and I thought about that last tax bill we were on. And you guys, I put together a weighted matrix in my mind. You may not know what that is, but you put weightings on your decisions. How important is this legislation to me? There's 3 pieces of legislation in it. So how important are these adoption tax credit? How important are these adoption savings accounts? And how important are the Pregnancy Resource Center? So you may do the weighting however you want, but you've got 2 items in here, and you're going to let your hatred or dislike for one piece of legislation outweigh what the adoption is. Now, that's your choice. That's your weighted matrix. But I watch this body, and some people are putting in their weighted matrix not just the legislation, it's whether they like the guy that sits next to them or the carrier of the bill, or we've got to turn that off. You've got to turn the volume and all the outside noise. And that's why I asked you to close your eyes earlier. You decide on your weighted matrix what's important for you. Do you want to lose the adoption savings more than you want the pregnancy center? I mean, whatever scenario it is. But I ask the body, this is critical legislation. Again, everything that makes sense is dismantled. This makes sense. Thank you, Mr. President.
We're now ready for final action. Clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Baumgardner. Bellinger. Lazy. Bowers. Clays. Corson. Dietrich. Dahl. Erickson. Fag. Faust-Godot. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Holland. Holscher. Kirshen. Klus. Longbine. Masterson. McGinn. Olson. O'Shea. Peck. Peterson. Petty. Pittman. Pyle. Reddy. Reichman. Schallenberger. Steffen. Straub. Sykes. Thompson. Tyson. Ware. Warren. Wilborn.
Has every senator had an opportunity to vote? Senator from Sedgwick, Senator McGinn. Does any senator wish to explain their vote or change their vote? Seeing none, clerk will close the roll, tally the vote. Senator from Reno, were you seeking recognition?
Preliminary vote, please.
29 aye. I think that's an 8 no and then passes. 6 no's, everybody else will pass. Clerk will close the roll, tally the vote. Twenty-nine having voted in favor and 6 opposed to House Bill 2465, having reached the constitutional 2/3 majority, notwithstanding the governor's veto, the bill is passed. Messages from the House.
Announcing the House herewith transmits the veto message from the governor together with the enrolled copy of HB 2648, an act concerning administrative rules and regulations, received on April 12, 2024, and read on April 25, 2024. House Bill 2648 would insert bureaucratic red tape intended to legislatively interfere with the timely implementation of necessary and important rules and regulations. Many of these regulations are for the protection and safety of Kansans. Kansans voted no to giving the legislature veto power over rules and regulations in the November 2022 election. This is yet again another attempt by the legislature to undermine the will of the voters. Therefore, under Article 2, Section 14A of the Constitution, I hereby veto House Bill 2648. dated April 12, 2024, Laura Kelly, Governor of Kansas. A motion was made that House Bill 2648 be passed, notwithstanding the governor's veto. By vote of 87 yeas and 38 nays, the motion having received the required 2/3 constitutional majority of the members elected or appointed to the House of Representatives, voting in the affirmative, the bill passed.
Chair recognizes Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill changes the current threshold for rules and regulations, implementation, and compliant costs from the current $1 million for 1 year or $3 million for 2 years to $1 million for 5 years. So if the cost of implementing or complying with the rule and reg is greater than $1 million over that 5-year period, it requires ratification by the legislature to do so. This does not apply to temporary rules and regs, those that are federally mandated, or those regulations of the Kansas Agricultural Remediation Board. The director of the budget has to conduct an independent analysis of the economic impact statement, and then if that statement is incomplete or is there are inconsistencies contained in it, then he must disapprove that application. The bill has no necessary fiscal effects, and with that, I'm happy to stand for questions. And the veto message of the governor having been read, I now move HB 2648 be passed, notwithstanding the governor's veto.
For the explanation of the motion, questions for Senator from Sedgwick. Senator from Douglas. Senator
Thank you,
Francis.
Mr. President. My question for the senator from Sedgwick is the $1 million threshold in any way compared to the number or value of the businesses or agencies that are being regulated?
Senator from Sedgwick.
I do not believe so. The bill states that this is costs associated with any standard business practices such as fees, licenses, equipment, or training to comply with the rule or reg. I don't believe there's any mention of size of business.
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. President. And that is my concern, that we've picked one number, no matter how many businesses or the size of those businesses are being regulated. I would much prefer to see some proportion enacted.
For the questions, Senator from Riley, Senator Reddy.
Thank you, Mr. President. I don't have a question so much as a comment. On this particular bill, I had also made comments last time. My concern is if we are going to have legislators be part of the rules and regulations for our departments and agencies, in my opinion, which is $1 million over five years, it's very small. So that would be almost any rule or regulation that's being implemented. And if we are going to be creating legislation for each of those items, it can take a long time, and it may not even happen sometimes. And I feel we are going to be putting our public at a safety risk. I think if the amendment, the constitutional amendment, or whatever it may have been in the previous when I was not here, it was voted against giving that kind of authority to just legislators. Our experts in the field are usually part of that discussion with our department heads and agencies and everybody we have throughout Kansas when they make those rules and regulations. I don't want these to be compromised by other entities such as lobbyists or others who may be working on or influencing some of those rules and regs. And we may be putting our communities at harm if we do that. We are not the experts in all of those areas. We are experts maybe in legislation and hopefully talking to our community members and doing what's in the best interest of our constituents and our districts. But we are not, whether it's the Kansas Department of Transportation or whether we're talking about water bills, whatever we might be, wherever those rules and regulations might fall, we are not going to be able to do it for such a low amount of $1 million. Over a period of about 5 years, it could just be $200,000 a year. That's a very small amount when we're talking about the entirety of Kansas. So I just want us to be cautious when we are trying to do that for all of our departments. I think we have this body has accepted the department's head we have in place, and it is our job to hold them accountable in some of these matters and create legislation where necessary, but not at that amount and not for all rules and regs. Thank you.
No one further seeking recognition. Senator, you may make closing remarks.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill does allow for modifications if the legislature does not ratify, and it provides a much-needed check and balance on legislating by rules and regs by administrative agencies. All this does is change the current threshold, not the procedure, not the process. So with that, Mr. President, I close.
We're now ready for final action. Clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Baumgardner. Billinger. Blasey. Bowers. Clays. Corson. Dietrich. Dahl. Erickson. Fag. Faust-Godot. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Holland. Holscher. Kirshen. Cluse. Longbine. Masterson. McGinn. Olson. O'Shea. Peck. Peterson. Petty. Pittman. Pyle. Reddy. Reichman. Schallenberger. Steffen. Straub. Sykes. Thompson. Tyson. Ware. Warren. Wilborn.
Has every senator had an opportunity to vote? Senator from Finney.
Aye.
Any explanations of vote? Changes of vote? Seeing none, clerk will close the roll, tally the vote. Twenty-seven had voted in favor and 12 opposed to House Bill 2648. This measure having reached its two-thirds constitutional majority, notwithstanding the governor's veto, the measure is passed. Messages from the House, clerk will read.
Announcing the House herewith transmits the veto message from the governor together with the enrolled copy of sub-bill for HB 2436. An act concerning abortion, received on April 12, 2024, and read on April 25, 2024. While I agree that no one should be coerced into undergoing a medical procedure against their will, it is already a crime to threaten violence against another individual. Additionally, I'm concerned with the vague language in this bill and its potential to intrude upon private, often difficult conversations between a person and their family, friends, and healthcare providers. This overly broad language risks criminalizing Kansans who are being confided in by their loved ones or simply sharing their expertise as a healthcare provider. Therefore, under Article 2, Section 14A of the Constitution, I hereby veto Senate Substitute for House Bill 2436, dated April 12, 2024, Laura Kelly, Governor of Kansas. A motion was made that Substitute HB 2436 be passed, notwithstanding the governor's veto. By vote of 85 yeas and 40 nays, the motion having received the required 2/3 constitutional majority of the members elected or appointed to the House of Representatives voting in the affirmative, the bill passed.
The chair now recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. The House Bill, or Senate sub for House Bill 2436 creates a crime of coercion to obtain an abortion. And that would be defined as engaging in coercion with knowledge that a woman is pregnant, and with the intent to compel that woman to obtain an abortion when she has expressed her desire not to have an abortion. The penalty would be a person felony and be a sentence of not less than 30 days, not more than 1 year, and a fine of not less than $500 nor more than $5,000. However, if that crime is committed by the father or putative father, meaning the assumed father, who's 18 years or older at the time of the violation, and the woman is under 18 years old, then the penalty goes up to not less than 90 days nor more than 1 year of imprisonment, and a fine of not less than $1,000 nor more than $10,000. The governor mentioned in her veto message that she felt the bill was vague. However, the definition of coercion is quite clear and very well lined out in the bill. And there is a special sentencing rule in addition to this. If that crime of coercion to obtain an abortion is committed in conjunction with a number of other different types of crimes, like kidnapping, criminal restraint, assault, battery, domestic battery, criminal threat, there's actually 24 of them, then that penalty is enhanced. If it is a severity level, anywhere between severity level 10 through a 2, it would enhance the penalty 1 severity level above the severity level classification assigned in law. For offenses classified in severity level 1, the bill would require a penalty of imprisonment for life without eligibility for probation or suspension. The offender would not be eligible for parole until serving 25 years. We had testimony on this bill about this sort of thing, and again, we go back to the veto message from the governor talking about difficult conversations between a person, their family, their friends, healthcare providers. But again, coercion as defined in this bill would be threatening to harm or physically restrain an individual, abusing or threatening abuse of the legal system to coerce the abortion, knowingly destroying, concealing, confiscating, or possessing any actual purported passport or other immigration document, facilitating or controlling an individual's access to a controlled substance, such as a prescription, and financial harm, any loan, promissory note, or other credit instrument that provides for interest at a rate that's prohibited by state law, extortion, any other adverse financial consequence. Those are not things friends and family do to a woman. It just doesn't make any sense. And we had testimony from a woman who actually was coerced into an abortion by her doctor. So it happens. This is not theoretically. And the veto message of the governor, having been read, I move that House Bill 2436 be passed, notwithstanding the governor's veto. And I'll stand for questions.
You have heard the explanation and the motion. Are there any questions? The chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, the Minority Leader Sykes.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. No questions, just some comments. I made these when we passed this bill before, and Our country has had a long history of reproductive coercion, from forced sterilization of poor people and people of color in the 1800s to the more recent practice of interfering with women's ability to take or to not take birth control. Over and over again, women's autonomy in reproductive health care decision-making has been taken away. This bill continues on that trend by allowing Kansas politicians to pick and choose when we think a woman is being coerced. We could have made this broader by adopting it for reproductive freedom, and I would absolutely have supported that, but that's not what the case is. And so right now, with this legislation, we are making it difficult for a doctor to have an honest conversation with her patient about their pregnancy or their birth control options and give them the information that they need to make the best decision possible. So this bill is putting that in jeopardy, and I will be voting to sustain the governor's veto.
Are there other questions? Seeing none, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. We talk about a physician giving that kind of advice to a young woman who's expressed her interest in having that pregnancy go to full term. The doctor is not living up to their oath to do no harm. That doctor should be exposed and should be subject to this sort of an offense. So this does happen. We need to protect the women. That's what it's about. There are women in human trafficking situations that we know with this wide open border is happening. And being up here in Kansas with I-35, I-70, there's a lot of human trafficking going on. So this is not speaking specifically to the domestic violence among a husband and wife. There are statutes that handle this. This helps to protect those women who are being involved in human trafficking, sex trafficking, things of that nature. And so I would urge the body to join me in overriding the governor's veto. Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Seeing no other questions, we will hold for final action. We are ready for final action. The clerk will call the roll. Got a little IT issue here.
Alley. Baumgartner. Bellinger. Blasey. Bowers. Clays. Corson. Dietrich. Dahl. Erickson. Bag. Fauskado. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Holland. Holscher. Kirshen. Cluse. Longbein. Masterson. McGinn. Olson. O'Shea. Peck. Peterson. Petty. Pittman. Pyle. Reddy. Reichman. Schallenberger. Steffen. Straub. Sykes. Thompson. Tyson. Ware. Warren. Wilborn.
Has every senator had the opportunity to vote? Does any senator wish to explain their vote? Does any senator wish to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll and tally the vote. "28 having voted in favor, 10 against, a two-thirds constitutional majority having voted in favor of the overriding the governor's veto on House Bill 2436. The motion prevails and the bill passes. Messages from the House, the clerk will read.
Mr. Vice President.
Yes, the senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. The Senate Commerce Committee will conference with the House Commerce Committee on House Bill 2663 at about 7:18 in room 281 North. Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Thank you. Now the clerk will read.
Announcing the House herewith transmits a veto message from the governor, together with the enrolled copy of House Bill 2749, an act concerning abortion. Received April 12, 2024, and read April 25, 2024. Kansans spoke loud and clear in August 2022. Voters do not want politicians getting between doctors and their patient by interfering in private medical decisions. House Bill 2749 is invasive and unnecessary. There is no valid medical reason to force a woman to disclose to the legislature if they have been a victim of abuse, rape, or incest prior to obtaining an abortion. There is also no valid reason to force a woman to disclose to the legislature why she is seeking an abortion. I refuse to sign legislation that goes against the will of the majority of Kansans who spoke loudly on August 2nd, 2022. Kansans don't want politicians involved in their private medical decisions. Therefore, under Article 2, Section 14A of the Constitution, I hereby veto House Bill 2749, dated April 12th, 2024, Laura Kelly, Governor of Kansas. A motion was made that House Bill 2749 be passed, notwithstanding the governor's veto. By vote of 84 yeas and 41 nays, the motion having received the required two-thirds constitutional majority of the members elected or appointed to the House of Representatives, voting in the affirmative, the bill passed.
Chair now recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I'm surprised that the governor vetoed this bill, particularly when we voted for it. We had two-thirds vote at 27, and the House also. And the House has already voted to override this bill. I thought it also interesting that she said there's no valid medical reason for it to be this invasive and unnecessary. This question is not invasive at all. In fact, their own group, the Guttmacher Institute, have asked questions. Back in 2004, they cite 75% cite concern for responsibility to other individuals. 73% say they cannot afford a child. We don't have this data in Kansas because we're not collecting this information. We collect lots of other information, but not that. Back in 2004, they interviewed 1,209 abortion patients across the United States, and some Planned Parenthoods used that 2004 data. And again, she said forced to answer, and of course it's clear in the bill they're not forced to answer. The question the woman can decline to answer the question. Also, it makes it sound like that they have to report to the legislature, like this young woman is going to have to come before the legislature and report why she's going to have an abortion. And of course, that's not true at all. The data would be collected like they do other data where they ask questions in the abortion clinic. And again, she can choose not to answer, but her answers, if she does, are part of the full data that they collect already, and it's in aggregate. As they've noted here, this percentage have done this percentage have given this reason. And so I think it's important for us to understand that what the reasons that the governor gave, I feel like are misinformed, and that, again, those are all false reasons why she would veto this bill, and I'm disappointed that she would do so. And I will stand for questions, Mr. Vice President.
I apologize if you made the motion.
I will, okay, the veto message of the governor having been read, I move HB 2749 be passed, notwithstanding the governor's veto.
Thank you. We have heard that explanation and we've heard the motion. Are there any questions? Chair recognizes the senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I don't have questions, but I would like to make a few comments. I agree with the governor's message that this is invasive and unnecessary. It will create awkward interactions between healthcare providers and their patients. The 11 reasons that are listed are not necessarily a complete list of the reasons someone might seek an abortion. Without asking for other, do you have another reason? We will never learn what that reason might have been. This is asking to record the number of times a patient seeking an abortion was asked about the reasons and declined to answer, when I think what we might want to know is how many patients seeking abortions were asked and declined to answer. So in addition, there is no indication that a woman can decline. And sometimes when you're in this situation, you're asked, you feel like you need to answer. So that is also an awkward situation. Bad data will not be helpful. Please join me in sustaining this veto.
Chair recognizes the senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you. I also rise in support of the governor's veto. There was attempts made in committee to dealing with this bill, as was mentioned, that you can decline, but unfortunately, it doesn't say on the list of choices that you can decline. So a woman who's already gone through the process of making this very heart-wrenching decision to proceed with an abortion for whatever reason, because that doesn't come easily, now is faced with a list of reasons and then could find out that she doesn't really have to fill it out, but is not told. We made amendments, we made offers to put that on there. If that's really what is supposed to be available, then it should be clarified. But instead, as is often the case when it comes to pieces of legislation that deal with a woman's right to choose, we want to make it vague and more difficult for that person who's there making that difficult decision. So I find this to be invasive and really disrespectful of those women who are forced for whatever reason to make this difficult decision to have an abortion. So I would encourage the body to support the governor's veto.
Are there other questions or comments? The chair recognizes the senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Just a couple quick questions. Number one, just so I have clear in my mind, is there any instructions given by the healthcare provider to the woman seeking the abortion that they are free to decline answering this survey? Are Were they told that up front at all?
Yes, it's on page, if I may.
That's right, Senator
Thank
from
you.
Johnson.
Yes, on page 2, it says if the patient declines to answer, the response would be recorded.
Senator Holland?
I want to be sure though, but just, are they having, is there a statement on the form that they have to read that tells them they are not required to, or they actually verbally instructed that before they're handed the form?
Senator from Johnson.
Thank you. As with the other data that's filled out and reported to KDHE, there's not necessarily a form. It's just the provider can determine if it's going to be a form. They can put that data on there if they like, or they can just ask and read the questions as part of their entry-level questions that they do anyway.
Senator Holland?
But there was no requirement of a mandatory statement being made to the patient that they, up front, that they are in no obligation to, required to respond to these questions.
Senator from Johnson?
We did not require the facility to do that, but I could imagine they most certainly would.
Senator Holland?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice President. That to me is a very strong form of coercion. I guess my second comment would be is that on the information that's collected, was there any discussion as far as HIPAA violations being raised when the provider is asking a woman seeking these services why she's getting the abortion?
Senator from Johnson?
There has been none. And as we saw earlier, there have been other statistics and other questions that have been asked within the industry itself. And there has been no HIPAA violation, as we're not using the patient's information to tie that to why she's doing this. In fact, when they report this to the Kansas Department of Health and Environment, they issue what is called a patient ID number, and then that data is kept at KDHE, and there is no HIPAA violation.
Senator from Douglas?
And then finally on the data, just so I understand, if there's a patient ID number, say we have basically a prosecutorial authority that wants to wade in and get access to this information, would that outside agency be able to basically access this data? How is this information controlled?
Senator Gossage?
We would have to ask the Kansas Department of Health and Environment. I've done so, and they said that this is a record that they keep. Any data would be given in the aggregate. But if that was the case, also as part of this reporting is what were the 13 different termination procedures which was used. It could be suction, sharp curettage, medical procedure, dilation, all of that is indicated on this form. That would be HIPAA information, and they keep all of that information currently.
Senator Holland?
Mr. Vice President, so let me elaborate a little bit earlier. Could a third-party agency from outside either do a FOIA request or somehow basically through subpoena, discovery, whatever legal procedures, basically get their hands on that information?
Senator Gossage?
Again, only in the aggregate. So if I were to ask as chair of the Senate Public Health Committee, could you give us the data on the average age of someone having an abortion, let's say? Again, it's going to be aggregate, not patient number X was 18.
Senator Holland?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I rise in strong opposition to this legislation. Number one, I think this is a very subtle but nonetheless a strong form of coercion. I wouldn't want to imagine a woman who may feel intimidated in the first place having to go and ask for these services in such an intimate setting and be basically forced, not forced, but basically feeling that she has to comply to provide this information. So I'll be voting no and encourage the body to do so. Thank you.
Are there other questions or comments? Seeing none, we will hold for final action. We are ready for final action. The clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Baumgardner. Billinger. Lazy. Bowers. Clays. Corson. Dietrich, Dahl, Erickson, Fag, Voscato, Francisco, Gossage, Haley, Holland, Holscher, Kirshen, Cluse, Longbine, Masterson, McGinn, Olson, O'Shea, Peck, Peterson, Petty, Pittman, Pyle, Reddy, Reichman, Schallenberger, Steffen, Straub, Sykes, Thompson, Tyson, Ware, Warren, Wilborn.
Aye. Does any senator wish to explain their vote? Chair recognizes the senator from Sedgwick, Senator Voscato. Thank you. Chair recognizes the senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson. Aye. Chair recognizes the senator from Shawnee, Senator Dietrich.
Aye.
Chair recognizes the senator from Riley, Senator Reddy.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. No.
Has every senator had an opportunity to vote?
Mr. Vice President, could we hold the roll open for Senator O'Shea?
Thank you, Senator Warren. We will hold the roll open. In the meantime, are there any explanations of vote? Chairman recognizes the senator from Reno, Senator Steffen. Right now, it's 26-10. Chair recognizes the senator from Shawnee, Senator O'Shea.
Thank you. Vote aye.
Does any senator wish to change their vote? Does any senator wish to explain their vote? The clerk will close the roll and tally the vote. (27) having voted in favor and 10 against, a 2/3 constitutional majority having voted in favor of overriding the governor's veto on House Bill 2749. The motion prevails and the bill passes. Messages from the House, the clerk will read.
Announcing the House herewith transmits the veto message from the governor together with the enrolled copy of House Bill 2618, an act concerning elections, received on April 19th, 2024, and read on April 25th, 2024. There is no evidence of widespread voter fraud or instances of individuals impersonating election officials in Kansas. Additionally, there is no reason to potentially restrict the use of federal funds for election purposes. Kansas is already one of the lowest ranking states for use of utilizing federal funding. Accepting these dollars helps Kansas ensure smooth administration of our elections. Restrictive voting legislation of any kind is wrong. Instead of making it more challenging for Kansans to participate in our democracy or focusing on problems that do not exist, I would urge the legislature to focus on real issues impacting Kansans. Therefore, under Article 2, Section 14A of the Constitution, I hereby veto House Bill 2618, dated April 19, 2024, Laura Kelly, Governor of Kansas. A motion was made that House Bill 2618 be passed, notwithstanding the governor's veto. By a vote of 84 yeas and 41 nays, the motion having received the required 2/3 constitutional majority of the members elected or appointed to the House of Representatives, voting in the affirmative, the bill passed.
The chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Current law provides that no election official can knowingly accept or expend any money directly or indirectly from any person, and person can also mean corporation, except as provided in acts of appropriation through Congress or otherwise provided by law, for any expenditures related to conducting, funding, or otherwise facilitating the administration of a lawful election. This bill just adds that you cannot accept or expend any monies directly or indirectly from the federal government, specifically government agencies, except as provided by acts of Congress or provided by state law. If the expenditures were authorized by acts of appropriation or state law, any money received from the federal government would only be expendable for purposes authorized by the act of Congress appropriating the funds. The problem is now we have federal agencies that are using contingency funds to facilitate all sorts of voter activity, voter registration activities all across the country and in the state of Kansas at their local agencies within the state. I've got a number of examples of those if someone would like to hear them. The bill also would remove, well, actually clarify that the false representation of an election official would require the intent to cause another person to believe they're engaged with an election official. I also have some examples of that I can share if necessary. That is a severity level non-person felony. We don't want people representing them or misrepresenting themselves as an election official to coerce someone into requesting advanced voting ballots, whatever. The bottom line is it does happen, and the Supreme Court of the state of Kansas, the original bill did not have the intent portion of this in the bill. And so this helps to clarify that to appease the Kansas Supreme Court. So the veto message to the governor having been read, I move House Bill 2618 be passed, notwithstanding the governor's veto.
You have heard the explanation. You've heard the motion. Are there any questions? Chair recognizes the senator from Sedgwick, Senator from ks.gov.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. If the senator from Johnson could clarify when he says they cannot receive those federal funds, who are they?
Senator Thompson.
Well, I need to clarify how I describe that, and I appreciate the senator calling me on that. Basically, what's happening is the White House, in this case, is directing all the various federal agencies to expend money for various voter activities within the state. And those federal agencies located in Kansas are circumventing acts of Congress or state law by engaging in that activity. So it's their own funds that the agencies are expending, their contingency funds that they already have. but they are engaging in activities that are extracurricular to what their actual duties are supposed to be. For example, Department of Health and Human Services is assisting patients with completing registration form, sending completing forms to the election authorities, providing voter registration materials in waiting rooms, and allowing private, nonpartisan organizations to conduct on-site voter registration. They're not supposed to do that. Acts of Congress determine the money that should be devoted toward elections. And these federal agencies, and there are several other examples I can share if necessary, that are doing this. And so those, when I speak of they, those federal agencies and their local offices within the state of Kansas are expending those funds.
Senator Ks.gov.
Mr. Vice President, so I heard this in the Federal and State Affairs Committee. I heard this legislation, but I'm still somewhat confused because even like the Department of Family and Children and some other state agencies, when you apply for certain benefits, automatically at the bottom of that thick application that they fill out, it has on there, are you registered to vote? Would you like to vote? And so I'm just, that part is still somewhat confusing, but I appreciate the example. But I do want to ask one last question. When we talk about acting as an official, voting official, so it was already some concern from like the League of Women Voters who would do voter registration events. So we talked about that knowingly or unpurposely presenting themselves as an elected official, perhaps from the Secretary of State's office. Please clarify, if you would, Mr. Vice President, if the Senator would, so that those groups that we all know someone who's part of the League of Women Voters, and we don't want them getting in trouble and paying fines and doing jail time for just I believe voting is an essential right, and so we want to make it easier to vote, and we want people to be registered to vote legally as well. So if he could explain that, appreciate it.
Senator Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Let me actually go back and answer one of the first questions she asked regarding the when you sign up for certain welfare programs. Those monies have been appropriated and are in state law for them to do that. But those are specific agencies that have been designated to do so. These other federal agencies, Department HUD, Department of Labor, U.S. Department of Education, U.S. General Services, GSA, those are not authorized by Congress, not authorized by state law, and they are using monies to do so. That's part number one. As regarding the false impersonation of an election official, this bill adds the intent portion to it. So it removes any vagary about how the crime, what the crime is. If you intend, and in a court of law, they can prove that you intended to impersonate an election official, then that's part of the deal. And for example, some organizations have sent correspondence in the 2020 election to voters on letterhead resembling official county letterhead. It gave those voters the false impression of government endorsement, and that led voters to feel obliged to act on the communication, such as submitting multiple duplicate advance ballot applications, and resulting in frustration and disenfranchisement. There's one that is a financial scam where the National Association of Secretaries of States has disseminated periodic warnings regarding people being solicited to provide sensitive personal identification information over the phone purportedly to register to vote, to address problems with their registration, or to be sent a ballot. So these folks think it's an official phone call trying to help them to register. Or people going door to door and asking residents for information about their voter registration or details about past voting, purportedly to check the accuracy of voter records. So in those cases, there is intent involved. They are trying to utilize the voting registration process to defraud someone. And that's the type of situation we want to avoid with this bill.
Are there other questions or comments? The chair recognizes the senator from Sedgwick, Senator Ware.
Well, thank you, Mr. Vice President. So I'm still not clear. I'm not on the committee that this bill went through, and it's never quite made sense to me. I'm hoping maybe the senator carrying the bill can describe the setting a little bit more about in these agencies and how the process that he's worried about happens.
Senator Thompson.
Yes, and thank you very much. I appreciate that, Mr. Vice President. Once again, and let me just back up a little bit. You go back to the 1970s. At that time, we started seeing presidents utilizing executive orders to enact policy through their federal agencies, that those agencies, through how they do rules and regulations, have the force and effect of law. And over time, over the decades, that policy of using executive order to create de facto law has become epidemic, to the point that you get one administration that will institute a policy, and then the next administration will use an executive order to wipe that out and do something different. And it creates a lot of uncertainty, a seesaw, a pendulum effect of wild swings, and it's unconstitutional. It shouldn't be used, executive orders should not be used this way. In this particular case, this executive order was issued in March of 2021, and it directed all federal agencies to expend their contingency funds for various voter activities, not only in Kansas, but across the entire country. So any of these federal agencies and in their offices existing in the state of Kansas have various activities that are basically unconstitutional and illegal. They circumvent the Constitution of the state of Kansas, which provides that the legislature sets the policies for how elections are conducted, how registration should be conducted, and any money that comes down from appropriations in Congress that are earmarked specifically for election-type activities also direct those funds to those activities. But when you circumvent that entire process and tell a federal agency, you will do this, and the agencies come up with their own haphazard policies to enact various election-type schemes within the state, we have no oversight. We have no oversight of the money. We have no oversight of what they're doing, and that's what's happening.
Senator Ware.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. So I heard the history and all, but I didn't really, I still don't really picture how funds are expended, on what the activities are, what the schemes are that the senator is referring to.
Senator Thompson.
Yeah, I'll read some of these. U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development instructed more than 3,000 public housing authorities, which manage approximately 1.2 million public housing units, to run voter registration drives in those units. U.S. Department of Labor turning more than 2,300 American job centers into voter registration agencies, allowing third-party groups to engage in voter outreach activities on site. The U.S. Department of Education has directed universities to use federal work-study funds. These are funds not appropriated for elections, but for federal work-study to support voter registration activities, whether they occur on or off campus. And the U.S. General Services Administration has announced that federally owned buildings are now available for voter registration drives by third-party organizations, regardless whether the agency or agencies that own or operate those buildings have received a National Voter Registration Act designation. These are the ones that we're aware of. And you may like these policies. You may say, well, we're helping people register to vote. But the problem is, you may like it when this administration does it, but you may hate what another administration will do when they wipe it out and use that same executive power to enact policies that you despise and you're worried about. Both sides of the aisle should not like this. And at some point, we have to stand up and say, the states' rights, our 10th Amendment rights, have to stand for something. This legislature, having the plenary power over elections, has to stand for something. We cannot allow these unelected bureaucrats in these agencies to determine these type of activities within our state.
Senator Ware.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. So I heard that voter registration isn't bad, that's actually good, which I agree with wholeheartedly. What I think I heard is at the kernel of this, behind the rhetoric, if you will, is that the senator is really unhappy about the use of executive order. And he claimed that it was unconstitutional for a president to use executive orders. Somehow, I mean, I'm no lawyer, but that sounds odd.
Senator Thompson.
It's unconstitutional when you circumvent the Constitution to enact policy that acts as de facto law or de facto funding of elections when it is not within the right of those agencies to do so under the Constitution. And again, I'm just using the executive order as one example of how this is being implemented. And again, there are other presidents who've used, I guarantee, have done executive orders that other people don't like. And so at some point we have to say this has to stop. It's not just about the executive order, it's about the fact that these funds circumvent the appropriations of Congress and the approval of the state legislature.
Senator Ware.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Well, I still don't understand. I think I probably intentionally am not given enough information to really understand. I think that voting, regardless of who it is and what their political leanings are, is a good thing. I think that a strong democracy has more and more and more involvement, not less. So I don't know, anything that curtails voting just doesn't seem like a good idea to me, so thank you.
Chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Corson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I didn't plan on speaking on this, but you know, one thing that has jumped out at me from the debate is we keep using the term that this is unconstitutional is one of the terms we keep hearing, and the second that it's illegal. And I just want to be clear to the body that I'm not aware, and I hope the carrier will correct me, but when we say it's illegal in one person's mind. It's illegal in the carrier's mind. That's his layperson's opinion. There's no court of law that has ever adjudicated that any of this action is illegal. Is that correct?
Senator Thompson.
Well, because it's very difficult to track some of the activities, I would think that when I talk about illegal, I'm talking about these funds are not supposed to be used. And by statute, by act of Congress, the funds were never appropriated for the use that they are being utilized for. And in that regard, it is not following the law, which in my mind is illegal. and it circumvents the state law that gives the legislature the power to determine whether or not there's voter registration in certain areas or in certain agencies. And since it is not in statute, it is therefore not, quote unquote, legal. And when you circumvent the Constitution by trying to implement a policy that becomes law, I suppose maybe it's not by strict scrutiny unconstitutional, but to my mind, in my lay opinion of the Constitution, and yes, I'm not an attorney, it is unconstitutional.
Senator Corson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. This is really just a yes or no question. Has a court of law ever looked at any of this conduct and found that it was violating any state or federal statutes?
Senator Thompson.
Not yet, but this was instituted, this executive order was instituted in March of 2021. And I do believe some state attorney generals may have filed a lawsuit on this, but I would have to do a little bit of research on that.
Senator Corson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I think we're slowly inching toward the answer, which is no. Going back to the constitutionality, similar question, yes or no question. Has a court of law ever looked at any of this conduct and found that it violated either a provision of the state or federal constitution? Do we have that ruling?
Senator Thompson.
Not to my knowledge yet, Mr. Vice President.
Senator Corson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Those are my two questions. Thank you.
Are there any other questions or comments? Seeing none, we'll call for final action. You're now ready for final action. The clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Baumgardner. Bellinger. Lazy. Bowers. Clays. Corson. Dietrich. Dahl. Erickson. Bag. Voscato. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Holland. Holscher. Kirshen. Cluse. Longbine. Masterson. McGinn. Olson. O'Shea. Peck. Peterson. Petty. Pittman. Pyle. Reddy. Reichman. Schallenberger. Steffen. Straub. Sykes. Thompson. Tyson. Ware. Warren. Wilborn.
Has every senator had the opportunity to vote? Senator from Sherman, Senator Bellinger.
Aye.
Has every senator had the opportunity to vote? Senator from Saline,